Part 3. Mami Wata in the New World. Mami Wata. It's in the blood. A personal journal of ancestral resurrection in the aftermath of slavery. Walking with a spiritual master. In memory of Master Mami Wata Vodoun Master Priest. Akuete Dushbak. 1948 to 1995. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter Hindrew. Prologue. From the start, my godfather, dear friend, and guide of nearly 10 years in the flesh, Master Mami Wata Vodoun priest, Akuete Doshbak, and the 100-year-old Master Bokono, whom we all knew as the Old Man, advised that in 7 years, as soon as the roads were opened by Afa, Master of Destiny, that I'd have to undergo some very important ceremonies. After more than 30 years of suffering, and after having already undergone a series of ceremonies performed by them to cool and to stabilize my spirits, Afa then made me promise that in exactly 7 years, and no later, that I would return to Africa to commence what would be many more extensive ceremonies, with the final parts to be completed in America, where my shrines would be installed. Afa then announced that because of my long suffering and the honorable way in which my ancestors had previously served their spirits, that we, had paid enough, and Afa ordered that I not be charged by the priest for the ceremonies that were performed for me during my stay in Togo. Many of the village priests were still baffled and amazed that I had traveled all the way from America, carrying the old mommy and voodoo gods in my blood, who were now demanding a shrine. They could not believe that the spirits which traditionally caused the profound intensity of suffering that I'd been accustomed for so long existed outside of Africa. Each priest repeating the same incredulous refrain that only an African suffers with the spirits like that. For a brief moment, there was a pensive, almost mournful period of silence and uneasy introspection as it brought home to us all just how devastating slavery was on Africa and its children, transported across the world. More importantly, it revealed just how badly neglected the deities that are connected to the blood of the diaspora, and perhaps more magnificently, their indestructibility had been, as they now insisted that they be appeased, under the same ancient rites, still in possession of certain lineage priests in West Africa. These priests sensed the historic significance and the profound importance of the moment, and why they could not refuse the spirit's request. The still confounded priest watched and listened in sympathetic silence, nodding their heads in consensual agreement, as Afa concluded the session speaking through the old man, prophesying that I would be doing something big in America, and that Akuete and I were linked in a special way. What it was at the time, I was genuinely afraid to ask. As long as Akuete knew, I was fine. Figure 2. The old man and young Akuete, a medical doctor at the time, Akuete was called from his medical residency in Tübingen, West Germany, by his family's more than 300-year-old Mami Wata Vodoun and Tchamba spirits. They were demanding that he serve them, an ancestral calling originally tasked to his father, who, being indoctrinated as a westernized Christian, had flat out refused. The old man foretold all that I would be doing in America and the crucial role that Akuete would play in my spiritual life. Deeply grateful for the help and clarity that I had been given by the old man, I volunteered a respectful donation. The old man then proceeded to perform a special ceremony at my feet, officially welcoming me, my ancestors, and our spirits back to Africa. It was also meant to open the road for my future work in America. The now humbled priest seemed almost proud of my courage, as if they'd imagined my being their biological child who was performing a sacred act of epic and historic proportion, in surviving years of untold torment, finally to arrive at the foot of such a powerful and well-respected Togbui, Master Bokono, and Akuete, whom it was clear that all of the priests admired and honored. Upon saying our goodbyes to the old man, Akuete immediately took me to his now deceased father's house to meet his mother and extended family. We slowly boarded Akuete's car and began the long, jerky drive down the narrow, unpaved road, leading away from the old man's house. However, less than one-third of a mile down the road, without warning, the roof of the car supernaturally lifted off of the car, and a brilliant, blinding white light appeared in the clouds above our heads. As this was happening, the car began to lean on its left side, only on its two wheels. Then suddenly it slammed down hard onto the other two wheels, as if it had been lifted and dropped. Calm, but mildly alarmed, Akuete and I looked at one another, and in a soft, knowing voice, he said, "What was that?" I calmly replied, "I don't know." Akuete, a master of water, air, and fire spirits, was accustomed to such phenomena, and I, having experienced phenomena all of my life, intuitively knew not to question it. Figure 3. Above the conclusion of a long possession and healing ceremony during my first meeting with Akuete in Berkeley, California in 1987. Akuete called down the Vodou, Mami, and the Tchamba to help me. He was my last hope. I had left my family and moved into a single-room apartment because the spirits were so strong. It was only a matter of time before I surrendered to insanity. I did not want my family to witness my progressive decline, so I moved out of the house and continued my search. I was about to give up my search and surrender until I met Akuete. Mama Zogbe, Mami Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Akuete and I quickly forgot about the experience and continued down the road as if nothing had happened. Once we arrived at his father's compound, Akuete proudly introduced me first to his mother, then to his brother, sisters, uncles, in-laws, etc. We then proceeded to his family's ancestral shrines, where he showed me several large portraitures of his father and his lineage ancestors. After years of incomprehensible suffering and relentless searching, it was Akuete alone who healed me, validated and explained the nature of my spiritual experiences, and introduced me to my ancestral roads and systematically and lovingly guided me on to becoming my true spiritual self. It was the spring of 1988, and the first time that I had actually received credible validation that I was neither psychopathologically schizophrenic, hallucinating, insane, nor evil, as had either been suggested or implied for so many years of my often unbearable and humiliating experiences in seeking assistance through Christian and Western spiritual modalities. For some time, it was painfully clear to me that the West possessed neither any respect nor any clue of the esoteric, ritual, and ancient knowledge which was for centuries suppressed and denied to Africans enslaved in America. Divine knowledge that our ancient ancestors mastered and passed down to their progeny, which still remain the only tangible paths and sure treatment for the pervasive spiritual malaise that plague many in the diaspora. Millions suffering needlessly due to their conditioned fear and profound ignorance of their African religions, traditions that are still being mocked, denounced, vilified, and whose ritual practices are disapproved of in America. Still stubbornly being classified as primitive religions in Western enlightened academia, the sentiment of the diaspora's spiritual disconnect from their ancestors and African gods is compounded by the sheer arrogance and utter absurdity of Western anthropologists who continue in their research to deny the diaspora's cosmogenetic link to their African deities, insisting that the enslaved diaspora carry no aspect of their African gods in their blood, based upon their field findings. Conversely, the diaspora are still psychologically waiting on permission from these experts and Western society in general to validate what they themselves should see as their ancestral duty to resurrect, maintain, and demand that African spiritual traditions are never again omitted from religious text, taught in academia, or mocked by the American media, nor ever again denied them. Upon my return to America, I made a mental note to myself not to renege on my promise to the Master of Destiny, Afa. Each year, I saved my money in a small envelope kept in an old coat pocket, visualizing my next return, hoping that whatever I was to undergo would finally put me and my ancestors at peace. When times became too tough, I'd remembered my mother and vowed to live another day until I could return back to Africa. I had been born just as my mother, and her great grandmother and fathers, carrying the deities and lineage of the Mami and her Vodoun. In our home growing up in the windy city of Chicago, there were constant visitations, manifestations, and other phenomena, which after a while became normal and routine for my family. The first few years of my life, my mother recounts jokingly that she thought that I was blind because I would rock in my rocker for hours without uttering a single word, staring into another world. Placing her hand in front of my face, she recounts, would not cause me to blink. This behavior continued well into my adolescence and young adult life. For years, I had missed many normal childhood and adolescent activities, strongly compelled instead to remain alone in my room with the spirits and listening for hours on end to the sounds of Charlie Parker, John Coltrane, Dakota Staton, Carmen McRae, and Dinah Washington, and a host of other jazz musicians of which my mother maintained an extensive collection. It was our only source of comfort at the time, and we seemed to be the only women folk who favored it above anything else. I had long ago matured beyond the point of running out of the room panicked and out of breath to report in great detail yet another visitation to my mother, because I knew that it would only frighten and worry her. She, struggling with her own spirits, was teaching me what it meant being a Black woman in 1960s America, and to quietly suffer the spirits, as they would say. All of my life, just as all of my mother's, the suffering only intensified with time. Inconceivable psychic, physical, and emotional torment that would settle down for a short span and then reemerge stronger than before, because the African spiritual traditions as they existed in America had suffered a crushing blow at the hands of racial, cultural, and religious bigotry, being reduced to little more than popular folk magic. It rendered it nearly impossible to find the level of priestly assistance that we all needed. In looking back, I don't think anyone in my family was prepared or even anticipated the spirits coming back through us, especially following the murder of my great great grandfather, Prince Hunter. This followed the untimely death of his daughter, my great grandmother, Pauline Promis, who maintained a vineyard on her vast land and could talk the sickness out of a person, because it was they who actually knew the spirits. Born around 1857 and affectionately known as Papa, Prince was a master priest and elder of our family. He kept his voodoo tucked beneath the house in special bottles, dirt mounds, and ceramic pots, hidden away from the peering and persecuting eyes of Christian zealots and their converted Black spies, who would run to report on such heathen practices. Papa was one of many priests who tended to the spiritual needs of not only his, but the entire community in Natchitoches Parish, Louisiana. Figure 4. Prince Hunter, maternal great great grandfather of author Mami Vivian Hunter Hendrew, Natchitoches Parish, Louisiana, 1888. Prince was chained and set ablaze by a group of Christians claiming his spiritual powers were from the devil. When they went to retrieve his body, it was not there. His death caused untold grief and suffering for the family and the spirits. It was this form of religious terrorism sanctioned by the state, which made many in the diaspora afraid to continue the practice of their ancestral traditions. Mama Zogbe, Mami Vivian Hunter, Hindru. According to family lore, Papa always dressed in white, including wearing white gloves. He was a augur, ventriloquist, meaning that he could speak and communicate with birds and the dead. We are told that he kept a huge serpent in a small lake that would act as a bridge when he needed to cross. We are also told that Papa maintained a stable of white horses, which were sacred to him. And when called anywhere in the city or state, he would go riding one of his favorite horses. One great great cousin shared how she walked in on him one day messing with some eggs that were cooking themselves on the ground, outside, with no fire. She recounted how he slapped her hand as she naively went to touch one. We are further told that he met his untimely death at the hands of a derelict group of Christians who forbade the traditional African practices and had been watching and intimidating him for some time. When he refused to stop, they chased him into a barn, chained him inside, and set it ablaze. After the barn was burned completely to the ground, this Christian mob went to retrieve his body, but it was not there. We are told that the spirits took him, and he was never spoken about again in our family. Papa's death and the circumstances surrounding it remained a well kept family secret. Tragically, Papa took the sacred knowledge with him, and what my great great grandmother knew, she had no strength left to continue. His untimely and tragic death devastated my family, as I'd imagined similar such circumstances as part of a greater effort in America to abolish African traditional practices once and for all. My mother, who suffered the misfortune of being born 1933, with the spirits on both sides of her family, didn't have a chance. Her maternal grandparents were master artisans and masons, originating out of Natchitoches Parish in Louisiana and finally settling in Brooklyn, Illinois. Born into the Vodou religion, her own father died before she was born, but not before telling his mother that he knew that he was going to have a daughter. He foretold how she would suffer if she, his mother, a Vodoun practitioner herself, didn't raise her. Less than 1 month after my mother was born, he, stricken with tuberculosis or black lungs, lingered long enough to see her face. Unfortunately, his mother only lived until my mother reached the age of 13. With no relief in sight, my mother suffered with the spirits all of her young life. In America, the old knowledge simply was no longer openly available. The Vodoun in America had taken refuge underground and had become increasingly difficult to access. What eventually has passed as voodoo is what the world believes today: charms, voodoo dolls, luck oils, and other voodoo paraphernalia. Eventually, I watched my mother die at the youthful age of 38, exhausted from the heaviness of the spirits and the humiliation of Jim Crow, which greatly hampered both her dignity and her economic ability to search outside the continental U.S. for the assistance that she needed. The spirits gave her, and now me, no rest, as they gradually manifested in ways that, until today, I do not know how I maintained my sanity. At one point, I attempted suicide, but the spirits would come and not allow me to die. Figure 5. A young Akuete in training by Mami Hunan Andi. Akuete grew to become one of the most powerful and masterful priests of his generation. Gert Sessi, Die Medizin der Schwarzenguter, Made und Heinkunst Afrikas. Hyman Verlag, Innsbruck, 1997. 3 generations later, there I stood at the tender age of 17, 1973, frightened, frustrated, alone, and uncertain of my mental and emotional health and spiritual future. My greatest concern was that I would ultimately meet the same fate as all of my mothers, and feared having a family of my own, lest they too would inherit the family curse. Since I believed that I would die young, I vowed to sacrifice what was left of my life in my ancestors' honor and to continue my search for someone who possessed the old knowledge, spiritual power, and professional ethics to guide me through the very delicate process of healing, self discovery, and ancestral completeness that had so eluded my family, as I'd imagined it had millions of others in the diaspora. Years later, 1987, at age 31, my meeting with Akuete was the greatest blessing that my ancestors had bestowed upon me. Us visiting the old man, Master Bokono, and identifying and validating the spirits that had sent me to them was an even greater blessing to me. It gave me that extra charge of courage, hope, and the determination to continue on with our journey. Figure 6. Tagbui, Akiete Doshbak, made all the arrangements for me before and later, even after his death. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi Vivian Hunter Hindru. During the 7-year wait, I had managed to complete my graduate work, travel, and maintain some sense of normalcy and family life. I saw and spoke with Akuete often and maintained close contact with him in Togo. Anytime he traveled, he made a point to contact me to make certain that I was getting along well. I had grown to love and depend on his precious guidance and invaluable wisdom. Akuete was a master priest of both Mami and the Yeveh Vodoun thunder god Hevioso. He was a medical physician and fluent in many African languages and French and German. Having spent nearly a decade in the sacred Bay Forest in Togo, he was also a master shaman. His life, too, was disrupted during his medical residency while living in Germany when the spirits came calling. Although they would quickly heal his patients, the spirits gave him no peace until he returned to his village and underwent the necessary ceremonies to take over the family shrines. Figure 7. Akuete being initiated to ancestral thunder spirit. Togo, West Africa, 1985. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi Vivian Hunter, Hindru. In Africa, Akuete was known as a priest, meaning that he was also a master diviner and ritualist. He used no implements to divine. The spirits would simply talk to him and tell him all he needed to know, not only about the client's current life, but also all of their past lives. During my first trip to Togo in 1988, he invited me to stay with him at his shrine, at his home in Baguida, to watch him conduct healing ceremonies. After witnessing him in action, I knew that it was in Africa where the divine will of the gods first descended and revealed their mysteries. There was no doubt in my mind then, as there is none now. I also understand that in order for one to fully appreciate the spiritual philosophy, cosmogony, and sacred rituals of ancient Kemet, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Minoa, and later Afro Greco and Afro Roman culture, it is impossible to ignore the sacred traditions of the Mami Wata and Vodoun of West Africa. I am convinced that it is there, West Africa, where the ancient African ethnic groups known collectively as the Egyptians made their final migratory home after an untold number of foreign invasions, including Assyrians, Horites, Greeks, Turks, pirates, Romans, British, etc., and colonizations, exiling them from their ancient homelands. They, the Egyptians, as Western historians would have the world believe, did not fall off the face of the earth, nor did they nor their language and spirits become extinct. They are in West Africa and other locations throughout the continent and the world. The many Africans who were shipped across the Atlantic are also their lineal descendants. It is the African spirits that tell the true history of the world, as they make themselves known through the existential sufferings of their progeny. All that I had personally experienced since birth and all that I had seen in my own family made perfect sense only when contextualized within the African spiritual ritual and philosophical frameworks that I was now privileged to witness. In no other world did it make any sense. Being born with my spirits in America, where African religions are systematically demonized, placed in keen perspective the great collective suffering witnessed daily in the diaspora. Akuete had always forewarned me that the spirits are coming back, and when they do, they will come to the aid of the African people. However, he also cautioned that this blessing would work both ways. It could either mean good news for some and a curse for others, depending on many historical and personal factors related to one's ancestry and personal conduct. He warned that if either myself or my ancestors had not done right by them, the gods, I would have been born and died with my tremendous load sufferings. And no matter where I went in Africa or how much money I possessed, no priest on the level that I needed would have been able to help me. Akuete demonstrated his point with a personal example of his own relating to his now deceased father, who was actually the one that was to assume the role of Huno, high priest, and care for the family shrines, rejected the calling to serve the family spirits. For centuries, Christianity has defined its legitimacy by condemning and destroying the theological credibility and mocking the ritual sacredness of the religions of Africa, of whom its early Christian foundations owed much. More out of concern and in competition with the spread of Islam, the Christian churches in the West have waged expensive and aggressive campaigns to convert Africans to their de Africanized theology, always keenly aware that it, just as Islam, worked directly against the ancient systems of deities, ancestors, and the theological and ritual systems designed to sustain the spiritual wholeness and personal integrity of the African people. Many in America may be unaware that over the centuries, there is just as much money appropriated to conduct these propagandistic religious campaigns against Africa as there is spent on international relief. However, one should never assume that it is the souls of the African people that concerns either of these Christian or Islamic groups more than it conceals the hidden agenda of preventing the total global hegemony of one group over the other. Bitter wars, these major rival hybrid religions, and Judaism have been fighting for centuries. This is particularly the case with the spread of Islam, whose fundamentalist fervor the West fears threatens their Europe's internationalist interest the most. However, nowhere is the destructive arm of Western Christianity more prevalent than in the almost irreconcilable theological divisions it has created within many African families. Figure 8. Akuete, and author, taking a break in San Francisco. Mamazogbe Mamiisi, Vivian Hunter Hindrew. Figure 9. Akuete and his translator conducting workshop in San Francisco. Originally, Akuete spoke no English. Later, upon his last visit to America in 1988, he spoke fluent English. When asked how this came about, Akuete declared that he simply prayed to his Vodou to teach him the language, and in less than 1 year, they did. Mamazogbe Mamiisi, Vivian Hunter Hindrew. Figure 10. Akuete in full ceremonial dress, banished from the family home to an underdeveloped plot of land in Baguida by his father, Akuete had no support from his Christian family. As a middle class African family, they were ashamed of him, leaving his modern medical practice to work bush medicine. He had to build his own house, going many days without food or electricity in order to pay for his ceremonies and training. Initiation was the only way that his suffering would finally end. Mama Zogbe, Mamiisi, Vivian Hunter Hindrew. Having infected the younger generations against their own gods and ancestors, these Africans now teach their children against the sacred African spiritual systems, believing them primitive, backwards, and evil. African priestesses and elderly women all throughout Africa are accused as witches and are beaten and ostracized and murdered by Christianized villagers while the world looks the other way. European missionaries continued to exploit the natural spontaneity and arrogance of youth by pandering to the younger Africans with the lure of instant gratification through material and individual success. This cultural plague has, at a minimum, created huge philosophical gulfs and bitter rifts within many of these once strong, cohesive African family and clan systems. Though not all Africans accept the propaganda of Western Christian proselytizing, many of those that have avoid, ridicule, and ignore the needs of those family members who choose to honor and practice the traditions of their ancestors. Moreover, overlooked by many of them is the fact that the poorest nations in Africa are Christian. Yet it is the Vodoun and other indigenous religions that are blamed by the Western and Islamic world for Africa's so called poverty, disease, ethnic wars, and illiteracy. It is within the backdrop of this unfortunate history that Akuete's father, convinced that the white man's religion was better, rejected the call of his ancestors, and forcibly converted the family to German Protestantism. Because of the father's refusal to serve the family deities, Akuete painfully recounts the spirits and ancestors demanded that he serve them instead, forcing him from a promising career in medicine to do so. He said that his father, ashamed that he was leaving medicine to become a bush priest, did not help him pay for any of his ceremonies, nor did he attend them. A family tradition that is necessary and required if they are to be blessed by the ancestors and deities. Publicly ashamed and embarrassed by his son's professional failure, Akuete's father exiled him from the main home onto a plot of undeveloped family land in Baguida. It was there. Akuete recounts that he had to earn the money to build his shrines, construct a small home, and to install water, electricity, and heat. During most of this time, never once did his father visit with him or wonder how he was doing. Years passed, and his father, then advanced in age, had become sick, suffering with complications from diabetes. Frustrated and having spent all of his money seeking help from Western doctors who could no longer help him, as a last resort, he came to Aguete, seeking assistance from the same family deities that he initially rejected. When Aguete consulted the ancestors and deities, he painfully recalls their response. They emphatically responded, "No." The illness that his father suffered was very easy to heal, Aguete recalls, but he was not allowed to assist his father in any way. The ancestors and deities, angry at his foolish decision to turn his back on his son and them, the father suffered through the remainder of his long, agonizing illness and soon died. Akuete's point in sharing his story was to remind those in the diaspora that just because one is born with deities and powerful ancestors, if they are forgotten, neglected, or are not served properly, they might return bringing hardship on the family. If one's ancestors were transported across the waters and enslaved, and their descendants are fortunate enough to reconnect with them through proper ceremonial rites, whatever wrongs that were committed by them or the succeeding generations must first be corrected. One is held accountable for the sins of the father. Whatever they did not complete, the next generation must finish. Initiation ceremonies to one's ancestral deities are not paths to instant priesthoods, nor are they paths to personal and magical power, as so many often assume. Initiation is merely a necessary means to reestablish the sacred connections necessary to provide the opportunity for spiritual balance, growth, perspective, and harmony between the world of the living, the ancestors, and the divine. As the African gods resurrect themselves through the neglected diaspora, one must not automatically assume them to act in the role of saviors or avengers to relieve one from racial, cultural, or economic oppression in the manner that many might assume. Nor will they ever overlook one's personal character flaws. Though one might be systematically freed from the above, it is through hard work and personal efforts that the deities will relieve one of the former. There is so much more to the spiritual journey that must be known and accomplished. It takes courage, determination of character, and right intentions to achieve the correct balance for a successful outcome. Anything other than the above could prove far more disastrous because the gods of Africa are nothing to play with. Birth home of Akueti. Akueti was born in Burkina Faso but grew up in Anejo, one of the locations where my initiations took place. He made his final home in Baguida, a beautiful palm lined coastal fishing cooperative. Anejo is situated some 15 kilometers east of the old Portuguese colony Agbodafo, which is seated along a winding lagoon near the Atlantic Ocean. It is known as the place where the two mighty rivers, Bight of Benin and the Gulf of Guinea, meet. Akoeti was also born a twin. His elder twin sister died at birth. The story of his birth is a fascinating one. During his mother's pregnancy, the doctors did not know at the time that she was carrying twins. The family had prepared for only a single birth. However, when the mother went into labor, she delivered a stillborn baby girl. Thinking that the pregnancy was complete, the doctors treated her and sent her home. However, 3 months later, her abdomen began to extend, and it was determined by the doctors that she was pregnant again. Rumors began to swarm in the village that she had engaged in an affair with another man because Akueti's father was away at the time. When he returned and heard of her second pregnancy, in a jealous rage, he chased her out of the village, threatening to divorce her. Undeterred, Akuete's mother continued to defend her virtue, and in one final act of reconciliation, they, though Christians, decided to call in a village priest to determine the father of the pregnancy. The priest, after consulting with the Vodoun and with the ancestors, determined that Akuete's mother had not engaged in an extramarital affair, but that she had instead been pregnant all along with twins. The priest recounted that when the first girl died at birth, her soul joined with the second fetus, who for some unexplained reason had not fully developed until after her death. The second fetus was a male, whom the family named Akuati upon his birth. Akuati is from the Yeveh ethnic groups, who are close cousins of the Ejin or Guin, some of the first African clans to settle into the region. In fact, the ancient Iwe, Yeveh, and Guin are some of the oldest inhabitants of West Africa, having been amongst the first wave of immigrants to arrive from Ketu in southern Nigeria around the 11th century. The Guin were originally the Goan in what is now Ghana. They and the much older Da Adangbe groups predate the arrival of both the Ashanti, and the Fanti Akan groups. Many of the Goan and some of the Da Adangbe groups soon migrated in progressive waves into Anejo between the 16th and 17th centuries. The sudden departure of the Goan and Da Adangbe groups from Ghana was due to the military defeat and subsequent dismantling of the ancient Ga kingdom in Accra by the Dutch, Portuguese, and the Scandinavians. Militaristic acts which led to the appropriation of important ancestral lands, spurring a chaotic rise in ethnic conflict and Sib betrayal. Namely, to rid themselves of their ethnic rivals, a commerce of slave catchers were created, secret societies, to meet the insatiable European demand for Africans to enslave in the New World. The Yeveh and the Goan, and many Akan groups from the interior, namely Akwamu, Akyem, and the Asante, were amongst the first of these unfortunate victims to be shipped off to the Americas. The remainder escaped and migrated north and then to the south, founding the coastal city of Anejo. Over time, these various groups intermingled, and the Goan peoples became the Guin. The custom of taking on new ethnic identities, merging and forming new political, linguistic, and cultural alliances has its roots in the ancient matriarchal traditions of Africa. The migration of the Goan and Evier groups into Anejo would later be followed by the Tswala, the Kwechi, the Mina, and other proud clans. Soon, Anejo became widely known as Little Popo, a major safety zone for many more Sibs, escaping the well organized teams who had become specialized as secret slave catching societies. Many of these groups still point towards the east, meaning Ketu in southern Nigeria, as their ancient ancestral home, and even more remotely in time from the Sudan. The Evier share a subdialect, religion, and culture with the Guin, Ga-Dagbe groups, Akan, Asante of Ghana. They are definitely included in the Eve's fascinating oral history of their early migration into Togo. Frequent intermarriages have blended their long, rich history and spiritual lineages, which have enlivened the rich cultural heritage of Togo. Figure 11. Akueti transitioned to the ancestors peacefully in his sleep, June 1995. It would be 10 years from today when I was to learn the important significance of this and the special work that we would be doing together in America. Though I was now Hunan, I knew that I had not completed all of my ceremonies. There was still the most important one yet to be performed, and that it would be Akueti who would do them. Not even death could keep him from completing his promise to me, and what the old man forecasted would be our conjoined destiny. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter Hendrew. Mokpok Pape, The Way to a Place of Hope, an African Mystery School, is born. An interview with Akuete Dirchbach by Sarah Dubin Vaughn, PhD. Author's note. The following interview was published in Magical Blend Magazine's Spring 1988 issue, number 19. 1988 was the last visit to America by Master Akuete, and the final interview published. It is being republished here with permission to provide some insight into the mind and vision of this important Vodoun master. Mama Zogbe. In December 1988, I met with Akuete Dochbach in Togo and observed him as he practiced his native art of healing. I do not use any Western medicine, he told me in defiance of his European training in Western medicine. During the final stages of his Western training, Akuete began to hear spirit voices telling him that this was the wrong kind of medicine for him to study, and urging him to return to his native country and take up the old ways of ceremonial and herbal healing. The spirit that spoke to Akuete, he told me, was the ancestral spirit of his maternal grandfather, 300 years back. This grandfather was the king or chief of Anejo, which was then the capital of Togoland. He was the last one in Akwete's ancestral line who practiced the old ways, in which the king carried the spirit of the tribe and functioned as political and spiritual leader combined, performing the healing arts as an integral function of that position. These ancestral spirits show Akuete in his dreams how to treat a malady, what ceremony to perform, what herbs to select, and how to prepare them. He credits the spirits too for informing him, giving him answers to questions that he at first thinks he does not know. It is also the spirit that directs Akuete to approach strangers and to speak in parables to them, sometimes even weeping about their bad habits. When he is asked to heal someone, it is the spirit that he commands to enter the person and effect the healing. In talking with Ekuete's chief assistant, Akbeko, who prepares the herbs, I was told also that the spirit comes to both himself and to Akuete and shows them in the dream the specific herbal preparations that are appropriate to use for any given patient. He said he and Akuete compare their dreams in order to clearly understand the intent of the spirit. He said that in fact he had just this morning been given a dream, but that someone came and awakened him during the dream so that he didn't get the full set of instructions. He would, he said, now discuss the dream with Akuete, who could give him the missing information, since Akuete would have dreamed the same dream. For ceremonial healings, the spirit demands to be fed, and the food required consists of incantations or chants by Akuete as well as the sacrifice of animals, primarily chickens and goats, and sometimes, in extreme cases, a cow. The spirit asks only for the sacrifice of life and blood. The flesh of the animal goes to the people. Anyone who asks to be healed pays something in advance and then returns with additional gifts of gratitude after the healing is complete. I watched as natives arrived with a goat in tow or chickens in hand. One man even brought a monkey. I watched a woman prostrate herself many times before Akoeti and the spirit house and offer several large denominations of money in gratitude for a healing that had proved effective. When I asked Agbeko how the business of animal sacrifice was handled when Akoete comes to the U.S., Agbeko told me that before Akoete travels abroad, he speaks to the spirit and tells it that he won't be able to make the required sacrifices while he's away. Therefore, to satisfy the spirit, he offers many animals before he goes. The spirit then travels with Akoete, following his commands, and when Akoete returns home, he makes additional offerings according to the desires of the spirit. During my stay in Togo, a European man with cancer, which had been declared a terminal disease by Western medical doctors, came daily from a nearby hotel to Akueti for treatment. After one ceremony for the man, I overheard Akuete say to a companion that he had called upon a spirit from another planet on this man's behalf because his case was so difficult. Akuete does not consider his dozen years of training in traditional healing as easy years, but his confidence in the efficacy of the spirit way and his faith in the laws of a higher force are profound. How did you learn, once you began the path you're on, how to carry out the traditional ways of healing? Akuete. It's been a very expensive education. I traveled around this country and also other parts of Africa, seeking out all the old native healers, medicine men, asking them to teach me their secrets about working with the spirit. I had to pay for their teachings, and very often I didn't have enough money left for food after I paid them. And the old men don't like to give away all their secrets. So sometimes I came back and I tried out the thing they told me, and it didn't work. So I had to discard a lot of what I paid to learn. However, because I am so well known in the country, the information that is given to me is usually correct and useful. Are these things you learn both ceremonies and herbal remedies? Akueti. That's right. When I bring back something, I can't already know everything, so I did, and still do, research. I then asked the spirit to teach me more specifically what kinds of herbs this spirit needs to make me stronger. Then I asked it to teach me the herbs to use for every kind of sickness. When a new sickness comes that I don't know anything about, I go quickly to ask my spirit to teach me because I don't know anything about this sickness. The spirit tells me to take this and this and this and put it together a certain way and give it to the person to get the result. Do you always ask the spirit in dream time? Akoeti. No. I go and ask the spirit whenever I please, in the morning or the afternoon or any time. Then, when I fall into sleep, the spirit comes and takes me into the bush, or sometimes brings the image of a bush or a tree and shows it to me. I then go and collect the plant that was shown to me and do what the spirit has shown me to do in the dream. But before I begin to give it to the person, my way is to test the herb on myself. I take the medicine myself to find out how it works on my own body before I give it to anyone else. When it starts to work in 10 minutes or so, I am able to tell what it feels like and in what parts of the body it is active. Then, when a person comes, I know exactly how the medicine will work on her or him. I don't have a microscope or anything like that. Instead, I try out each medicine on an animal or on myself and then watch how the medicine works. I keep track of all the knowledge of the medicines in my own body. When or if people come to study with you, would you teach them about the herbs and medicines, or would you teach them how to get their own spirit so they can call upon their spirit in the same way you do? Akueti. I teach both. If a person wrote it or needs it, some people come and say, I want to get my spirit. I give the spirit to them. And when the spirit begins to talk, to speak to the people in a dream, the person doesn't understand at first. So I have to give the meaning of the dream at first. Then the person might say, I want to now know the herbs because I have the spirit. I want to know which herbs have a connection to this spirit. In the beginning, you cannot begin to do research. You need to question the spirit and then wake up the next morning and work to understand the spirit's meaning. This might take 1 or 2 years. It depends on what your mental capacity is. That's very important. That's what distinguishes one shaman from another, makes one shaman more powerful than another. Up to now, I haven't found anybody when I leave my country who can take my place. When I am not here, people come for treatment, but they don't trust those I leave behind to work in my place. They say, I want to see Papa. People don't have the same confidence in my replacements, for even if they can do the same things I do, they don't think with the same level of initiation and creativity that I do. What effects does your training in the Western schools have on your treatment of clients here? How has that training made a difference for you? Akueti. When I come to the West, it is very easy for me. Why? People don't have strong spirits sent to them to create blockages in the body. So when I send my spirit to work, after a day or even less, I have a result. I don't have to work with somebody a second time. Among my own African people, I need to pay close attention, and the results take up to 3 weeks. It's very easy for me to work with outsiders. What I meant to ask is this: you have two kinds of training, the training in the native tradition and the tradition in Western medicine. How do you put those two together? Akueti. That's a very nice question. The advantage of the Western training is that I now know how the human being is constructed. I know every part of the body, as well as my own room, but I don't use any Western medicines to cure. You don't use the X-ray machines? Akueti. No, I make my own invention, which comes from knowing how to ask the spirit to teach me. For instance, if I want to know how to work with someone's blood when the blood has spoiled, I want to know how to make the blood able to fight the disease. Then the spirit begins to teach me 10, maybe 14 different kinds of herbs. I work with these herbs for maybe 6 months. At the same time, I ask the Spirit to send those people to me who are sick and have bad blood. Then I can teach my medicine. It is intelligent work. If I don't ask the Spirit doesn't do anything for me. But the only advantage for me is the knowledge of how the human being is constructed. That makes a difference between me and those who have not had such training, who can't understand the body in the way that I can. When you set up a mystery school in which Westerners will be allowed to train, how will it help people to help themselves to become more spiritual, to advance in their own spiritual lives? Is there something they will be able to take home with them? Something they can do when they are not with you? Akueti. Yes, but I cannot decide such things alone. I will ask the Spirit for direction for those people. A human being can't make these decisions for another person. I will have to ask the Spirit. But sometimes the Spirit gives me information that is very raw. And then with my human thoughts, I have to develop and perfect that raw instruction before I can give it to the people. The Spirit will tell me whether to give someone a movement, meditation, or something else to do. One thing I want to do is to introduce my spirit into a crystal ball because I work with people who can understand that. In other words, whatever the person is already doing, I would help them to bring that up to another level. You see, I can introduce the spirit into anything. An empty bottle will appear to be totally empty, and yet it actually contains my spirit. When I speak into the bottle, the spirit will simply recognize the bottle as its new home. I can transport the spirit into anything. The spirit will live there, and someone can make a meditation there with it. Does that mean you would work with each participant or student individually and give each one what is best for that person specifically? Akuti. Yes. Maybe the spirit will say that the crystal ball will take a certain form. Then we would need to ask the people who make the crystal ball or crystal stone to make it in exactly the same shape. Then, when a person finishes the teaching, I can put the spirit inside the stone, and the person can take the stone home and have the spirit with them. So, you would first ask the spirit what kind of home it wants to live in for your students. Then, you would have stones fashioned or shaped according to the spirit's instructions. Then, when the people are here studying with you, you would put the spirit into the stone, and then when they take the stone home with them, they too can converse with the spirit, for it will be contained in the stone. Akweti. Yes, this might not be possible at first, but eventually that would be how it works. You see, when the spirit has its home in an object that you carry with you, it is free to enter your body at any time. Sometimes, for instance, somebody asks me a question and I don't know what to answer. Then, suddenly, the spirit comes and tells me what to say, just like that. The whole operation is like a phone. It doesn't require much effort. When someone comes to me here, the Spirit begins to give me some feelings, and I speak to everyone who is here. There are no secrets. I might talk about how to live well, how to believe in God, and how there are consequences to one's actions. This may take 2 hours. Then, when the Spirit has finished, I go and work. But if the Spirit does not give me anything to say to people, then I go quickly and do the work. I work and also teach people how to live at the same time. Most people don't understand this life very well for a long time. They don't understand that all things come back to them, that there are consequences to their actions. Let me give you an example of how I am called upon by the Spirit to teach at odd times. One night, I was coming home from my uncle's house. I met a man I had not seen for a long time. The man invited me to stop and have a beer with him in a tavern. As soon as our beer was given to us, a young woman came to my friend, and he introduced us. I had never seen this woman before. I drank a little of my beer, and then suddenly the Spirit came to me, and I saw this woman in a totally different way. And I began to reveal to this woman how her mother had suffered for her, to bring her up, and to send her to school, and how she then left her mother and came here, and has forgotten about her mother, has forgotten to send her even 10 or 20 francs. 12 years now, you have been away. What can you expect in your future when you don't even remember your mother? I asked her. How can you expect to meet a man and to be loved and fulfill your own role in the family when you can't even remember your mother? When I talked like this to this lady, she began to weep. I don't mind if people weep in public. Sometimes I weep in public. But I told her not to weep, but to go and to do the right thing. When I see some people, I think maybe God has written something on their head that I read and must talk to them about. I told this woman that she should come to Bagueda and ask where Akweti lives, and I would help her. But she went back home. My spiritual work includes many efforts on my part. I help people in many ways, even financially when I see someone who is in need. Of course, I cannot help the whole world, but even if I see someone on the road late at night, I stop to help. And if the man has been thrown out of his house, I take him back into it. I don't even think that someone might do me harm. That doesn't even occur to me. I don't do any of this for a reward. I do it for the world. And when I leave this world, people will remember me. It's like Jesus said. People think I am not doing good, but when I am gone, they will see that I have done good. I don't want to become Jesus. but I know what is the best way to live, and I do suffer for the ailments of other people. If I can teach even 5 people, then those people can teach others, and the knowledge that I have will go into the world like that. It is my vision that this knowledge will not disappear. When you were growing up, did your family go to the Catholic Church or to a Protestant one? Acuity. I grew up in the same church that Martin Luther King had in America. If you created a special school, will the one for Americans and Europeans be the same as the one for Africans? Acuity. No, we cannot put both together. We might have classes for outsiders in the morning, and then the natives might come in the evening. Then, on the following day, the natives might come in the morning, and the outsiders would come in the evening. Everybody needs a half day free to do other kinds of things. When we need to go and meet other spirit masters, we could all go together, taking a translator with us. The medicine that I know so well can help people very much. In my case, I worked so hard to get my present level, and there are very few of us in this country at this level of development who are willing to do research to try to find ways to explain the spirit and to transform the concept of the spirit. There are very few people here who are willing to follow instructions, to meditate every day, to pray regularly. They do not believe that anything can happen as a result of that sort of training, and that they will be the same way when they die, that they are in the beginning. Can you explain your view of spirits? Acuity. First of all, I believe that the spirit exists, that the spirit is something that God created and human eyes cannot see. When you make contact with this spirit, you can see it, not when you are awake, alive, but when you close your eyes, when you go to sleep. You can meet the spirit in your inner soul and talk and get information and things like that. In our country, we have materialized the spirit, have created some representation of the spirit. But the spirit has to tell the people what form the representation should take before the representation is created. If you do create such an icon or idol, the spirit then teaches you what herb you should put together to carry the spirit. In other words, these 3 things are required for the manifestation of the spirit: the human, the herbs, and a physical form. After that, if you ask the spirit, he will show you the knowledge necessary to achieve the results you desire. Certainly, the spirit exists. Does the spirit exist even when a patient doesn't know about it? I'm thinking about the European patient now who is having such difficulty and doesn't necessarily believe that the spirit exists or is certainly not conscious of the spirit's presence. Acuity. Yes, it does exist. Does every human have a personal spirit that he can call upon? Acuity. Yes. Every human person's inner spirit or soul has a connection with other spirits. It is difficult for a person to know them all, for there are many spirits. The most important of them are the snake, the sea currents, and things like that. In Europe, they talk about gods such as Jupiter, while in Africa, our language doesn't include names of gods that represent forces, such as the sea or the sunshine. So we give other names, such as name for serpent or a rainbow god, all those things that have forces. When a spirit comes to you and you begin to speak with it, you begin to ask, "How is your relative?" and the spirit says, I am a rainbow god, then people call this the name for rainbow. Another spirit might come and you would say to it, how is your relative? And it might answer, I am thunder. It is the same all over. What can your religion, your philosophy do to help people in the United States increase their spirituality, to open themselves to receive the Spirit? Acuity. What I think is this. I could explain the nature of spirits to the people, for some people are afraid of spirits. For instance, people may be afraid of the serpent spirit. They don't understand that the spirits cannot do a bad thing to anyone. It's important to understand that the spirits cannot do bad things to human beings. My spirit takes my character, and when it comes to you, it takes my physical form and makes it easy for you to understand the way the spirit works. It reveals to you what you need to know. People do not need to be afraid to take herbs, for instance, for it is never the herbs that do the work, but the spirit itself, which is carried within the herbs, that do the work. The spirit remains when the herb has long been dissolved. Do you have any suggestions about how a person can contact spirit? Do you say that a person's lack of belief is what keeps him or her from knowing the spirit? Acuity. If you don't believe in the spirit, your own inner spirit has a blockage. So, how can you help people to open up the blockage? Acuity. Sometimes, when I talk to people, they will be affected and will believe in the spirit for a while. But then they forget and don't believe again. But for people who have had a ceremony with me, blockage is opened permanently, for they feel the Spirit. People need to feel. That is the presence of the Spirit that I call forth. Then they don't have to close down. They don't forget. In our country, we celebrate with drumming and singing to celebrate the Spirit, in the same way that you go to church. In your country. End of interview. Togo, West Africa. Togo. A long, narrow, fertile strip of land is sandwiched between Ghana to its west and Benin to its east, extending some 360 miles north to south and 31 miles wide. Togo is home to more than 2.5 million people who are divided into 18 major ethnic groups. The Yeveh and the Mina in the south, and the Kabye and the Moba located in the central Kara region are the largest of these groups. Together, these and other important groups, such as the Tchamba in the north, consist of half a dozen Dukowos, subgroups, comprising more than 50 major dialects and an untold number of subdialects. Togo is also the first home of the above groups, who identify themselves by their royal Sibs, known as the serpent-leopard, i.e., panther clans. These are actually descendants of the same groups who originally founded K2 in the 13 to 1400s, after their long migrations from the east, Sudan. During their early migrations from K2, Kato, these groups splintered off into their respective Sibs, with the children of the panther, the fawns, migrating into Benin, and the children of the serpent, the Yeveh, Dan, Adja, Mina, etc., divided between Tado and Queda, along the Mano River and the Anlo Yeveh, settling in Nuaja, Notsi, present-day southwest Ghana. In their former homeland of Ketu, Nigeria, they encountered the Oyo, Yoruba Empire to the east. When it began to expand, some of its Yoruba inhabitants settled into Ketu. At first, the Yoruba and Evier lived harmoniously together, but inevitably mounting tensions due to the need for more land by the Oyo state became the major cause of many conflicts. Continuing battles eventually forced the Evier and the Daandangbe groups to migrate westerly into what is now Togo and Ghana. Anejo, temporary refuge from slavery. When the history of slavery is written about or discussed in America, rarely is the country of Togo included in its demographics. Typically, African nations such as the Congo, Nigeria, and Ghana dominate the list. However, few are aware that millions of Africans enslaved in America also originate from Benin, Togo, Burkina Faso, and other countries whose numbers might not be as extensive as the aforementioned. Including this information in the historical data is critical, especially for those in the diaspora who know that their ancestors were Mami Wata and Vodoun traditionalists. During the advent of slavery, Anejo became one of the chief havens for refuge Sibs, fleeing capture and enslavement in the New World. These exiled groups built the new coastal kingdom Glidji, also known as Jinyi, Anejo's chief municipality. This new kingdom flourished under its founder, Ofori Bimbanin, 1694 to 1733. Glidji became one of the principal areas where skilled masons, priests, doctors, teachers, nurses, servants, and fishermen and artisans were drawn to fill the ever growing depopulation and shifting demographics of the West African region due to slavery. However, it was under the hegemonic rule of their next ruler, Asisongbon Dantajan, who lost the empire when he suffered a humiliating defeat by the militaristic Fon, the Homean Kingdom, 1733 to 1767. This defeat took place under Dahumean King Adaja's reign, who ordered many of the Glidji's inhabitants taken as captives and finally sold into slavery. Agaja used the proceeds from the sale and human cargo to pay the oppressive tributary to the demanding Oyo, Nigerian Empire. More importantly, it was from these already inter-ethnically mixed serpent-worshipping Glidji groups that many enslaved in the New World diaspora descend, their enslaved ancestors being caught between the militaristic aims of the Dahomean and the Oyo kingdoms, exacerbated by the dark cloud of European colonial manipulations, fueled by their economic interest in controlling the resources of the African continent. These unfortunate captives were ultimately forcibly transported to the slave ports of Caida, Porto Novo, and Elmina in Ghana, to be transported and enslaved in Brazil and the United States. It was these primary groups, drawing from many ethnic, linguistic, and cultural resources, who were specialized in many skilled areas needed to build the economic foundation of America. Anejo's colonial history. Originally known as Glidji And Little Popo, in 1884, much of southern Togo, as far north as Sokode, was once part of a German colony the Germans named Togoland, assigning Anejo as its major colonial administrative center. Under German control, its inhabitants were indentured or were completely enslaved to work the large cocoa and coffee plantations. Thousands of those Guen Sibs who were not enslaved there were transported by the Germans to the Americas and enslaved. However, under German occupation, Anejo was dubbed a model colony for their ability to utilize humans against their will in a mechanized fashion for the production of quick export cash crops to the West. The Germans indentured or completely enslaved the Togolese to build the railways to export their cash crops, a rail system nearly stretching the entire country. The Germans soon expanded their slave plantations to include cotton and palm oil. 3 years later, the Germans moved their capital to Anejo, to the coastal town of Lomé, where they indentured the Africans to build a major military installation at Kamina, some 125 miles north of the new capital. It was from Kamina, complete with airport and sophisticated radio transmitters, that Berlin was fed, and where many Germans were made very prosperous, chiefly through their exports of raw materials and indigenous crops born of Togolese forced and exploited labor. However, Germany's colonial empire would soon come to a crashing halt during World War I when they lost their colonies to France and to England. On August 26, 1914, the Germans were forced to surrender the ghost of colonialism, and the British and French split the spoils of Togo. The British occupied the western two-thirds, southwest Ghana, and the French the eastern two-thirds, each splitting Lomé into two protectorates and dividing the material spoils. The British continued to occupy Lomé until 1919, when, after World War II, they, under the League of Nations, joined their share with Ghana, and the French voted to become an autonomous republic under their own French Union. Ultimately, on April 27, 1960, Togo gained its colonial and political independence from the French under General Ganasingbe Eyadema, death 2005, who became the first president of the new Republic of Togo. Though Togo is now an independent republic, the French still control its monetary and state standards, economic purse strings. This new form of rule was termed neo-colonialism, new colonialism, by many Afrocentrists, in which the African people still do not possess full economic autonomy. Thus, they are subjected to the economic whims of their prior colonial rulers, creating the conditions for abject poverty, perpetual debt, and ultimately corruption and civil unrest. Further, the artificial geographical boundaries created by their former rulers across the sacred ancestral lands are the main source of much ethnic conflict and bitter rivalries between the Ghanaians and the Togolese. Conversely, because so much of the land has been appropriated by the government to continue the export of cheap cash crops to their former colonial rulers, there is little monies left to build a viable infrastructure. And many of the Togolese suffer economically and materially as a result. These suppressed economic conditions have created a breeding ground for corruption, unsanitary conditions, preventable illnesses, child exploitation, and a host of other social ills that would not ordinarily exist. Pride of heritage. Although these economic and environmental conditions might serve to justify, in the minds of many, a third world status, the Togolese people are hardly third world in mind, body, or spirit. A proud, hardworking, self sacrificing, highly gifted, and intelligent people, one can only look upon them with respect and admiration. They desire neither the world's pity nor its humiliating charity, only the same opportunity at fair trade and economic inclusion as the Western nations. All factors being equal, the Togolese would gladly grace the world another glorious empire, as their ancient ancestors have done throughout the ages. Ancient serpent worshipping clans. The Yeveh, Guan, Dandangbe, and Akan groups did not originally coalesce into West Africa because they shared an interest in avoiding capture by slave catchers. As cousins and primary Sibs, they shared a prehistoric history extending all the way back to ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and Mycenae. Along the way, they conquered and were conquered, building new kingdoms and forming new Sibs and ethnic identities as they migrated in and out of Africa. Even until today, linguistically, these groups are of the same ancestral Kwa, Twi language groups. Western classifications have them listed under the Niger Congo, Atlantic Congo, and Volta Congo languages. It is from these languages, supported by mounting archaeological, cultural, religious, and ritual evidence, which traces them without a doubt as some of the primary founders of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and Mycenae civilizations. As the foremost serpent worshipping groups of which the major pantheon of Egyptian deities descend, the Yeveh, Akan, and now Gwyn clans recreated these ancient traditions under the banner of new Sibs, as the Vodoun and as the Abosom. The most ancient of the Vodoun among the Yeveh is known as Yeveh, an archaic spelling which one of its meanings is ancient ancestor. It is also from these Yeveh, Akan, and Guan groups that the Mami Wata tradition of Isis, known and worshipped in ancient Syria, Palestine, Manoah, Asia Minor, Turkey, and Mycenae under the sacerdotal names of Inanna, Ishtar, Themis, Black Diana, Demeter, Artergates, Aphrodite, Cybele, Poseidon, and a host of others was extensive. More prehistorically, these African groups have been traced to the ancient Garamantes of the African Fertile Crescent around Lake Triton, known also as the birth home of Africa's most ancient goddesses and gods, Minerva, Athena, and Poseidon. In the Mami Wata Yeveh Vodoun theology, it is they, along with other African groups who are the same Sibs, known during biblical times as the Canaanites, Phoenicians, and the Chaldeans of ancient Syria and Palestine. Their historic claim is born not only linguistically and culturally, but more significantly by the ancient rites that are known within the Mami Wata Vodoun traditions, and the divine power vested within its priestesshood to make them manifest until today. It is clear that the Vodoun religion is one of the original religions of Africa, is as old and as diverse and as expansive as Africa herself. In the West African tradition, its learned practitioners date it arbitrarily as far back as 10,000 or more years. However, what makes it unique from those of the New World is that its pantheon is still headed by Mami, who is the divine African mother, meaning Kra, or soul of the Vodou deities from which they, Mami as both mother and father, gave birth. Simply stated, as the original author of the matriarchal Sibs, including Queen Mothers, Akovis, Sibils, Amengazis, Mamiisis, etc., being the absolute center of sacerdotal, economic, and political authority, Mami was worshipped as God throughout all of the ancient world. At the rise of the first African patriarchy, who vowed to do away with the complementary feminine masculine divine principle, later followed by numerous fiercely patriarchal foreign invaders, the matriarchal authority of the African mother was unceremoniously usurped, and the Mami Wata tradition took back seat to the rising ambitions of these new patriarchs, who fought for the hegemonic control over her kingdoms, ultimately enslaving African people and destroying all traces of their presence in ancient history. The war in the heavens, borrowed and mythologized by the Greeks as the War of the Titans, was over these African patriarchs, elevating their own gods of thunder, fire, and war above the divine authority of the mother, Mami, and in subjugating and containing the sacerdotal and economic power, as well as the political influence of the African women. African women have suffered under this suffocating yoke of oppression ever since. Even until today, many in the diaspora, especially new practitioners of African traditional religions, accept without challenge the African women's inferior status as being inherent to ancient African history and culture. Western historians who were not historically nurtured under a matriarchal yoke, too, have never challenged but continue to perpetuate and reinforce this myth. However, nothing could be further from the truth. In time, these new African patriarchs would soon lose hold of their own precarious kingdoms by the continuing influx of even more aggressive and uncivilized invaders from the north and from the east. Aryan invaders from the north of Africa, and later the Islamic clan soon began forcing these African patriarchs into an unwelcome migratory mode west, just as they had their own previously defeated matriarchs. The worship of Mami and the Vodoun have always survived these incursions, its devotees creating new names and reincorporating them into their new mythologies and culture. Ancient Vodoun mythology. In one of the oldest mythologies in the Yeveh Vodoun, it is Mami, Manoa, or Nana Buluku, who rose from the sacred waters atop the great mountain that would later be called Li, or Earth. It is she, the self-creatress, who gave birth to Mawu. It was through Mawu and her celestial consort, Lisa, the sun, who gave birth to all of the Vodou deities of the Yeveh Vodoun pantheon. Among her primary Mami deities are Awusa, Densu, Ayizian, and Ayinsu, all of whom can change their gender at will. Because they are viewed as the primary pantheon, Mami is spoken of in the plural. The name of the deities are referred in small caps, Vodou, meaning spirit, and the actual religion proper is written as Vodoun. As a deity, Vodou, voodoo, simply means spirit or God in the Yeveh language. And from their cosmological, philosophical, and cultural perspective, the Yeveh referred to all spirits, deities of Africa as Vodou, simply because that is what they are in their language. Just as the primary serpent-worshipping clans of the Guen, Yeveh, and Akan changed names, cultural identities, added and absorbed new Sibs, so did Mami. However, at their cosmological and philosophic core, they are the same god-goddesses, born from the original logos, divine wisdom. It is from them that all other god-goddesses came into being. It was the above knowledge supported by history that I learned as I made my final preparations to return to Africa and to begin what would be the most important ancestral event in my life. I had kept my promise to the Afa, the old man, and Akweti. Now it was time to learn if they had kept their promise to me. Preparation amidst grief. It was the 6th year of what seemed a very long wait, and I was looking forward to returning to Togo the following year. It was good that I kept my promise to Afa. Unfortunately, my dream of seeing Akwete again would soon be bitterly shattered. 1 year before I was to return to Africa, I received a telephone call from Togo. It was his daughter, Lydia, who had been instructed by him to contact me to relay the news that he was gravely ill and dying. He stated that he would write to me and explain his situation. I knew that the old man, Bokono, was beyond years and had to return to the village, waiting to be taken by the elders. However, learning of Akoete's pending death seemed incredible and utterly surreal. It completely devastated me. Akoete had attempted to contact me himself via telephone, but the telephone lines in Togo had become so bad during that time that it was often impossible. His letter finally arrived, instructing me on how to contact him. Later, I am told that as he lay dying, he told his daughter Lydia about me, both personally and spiritually. He foretold the existential crises condition I would be in once I arrived in Togo. He told her all that needed to be done for me, and by whom. Shortly thereafter, Akuete died, peacefully in his sleep. For the remaining year following Akuete's death, I existed in a grief-stricken, bewildered daze, not knowing how I should proceed. At the time, I was unaware of what Akuete had instructed his daughter Lydia and was apprehensive about returning to Africa. I was angry and felt betrayed by God. I no longer cared what my future might hold. I believed at the time that life simply was no longer worth the journey and only half heartedly made the travails before departure. It wasn't long before I realized that my advanced preparations in keeping my promise to do Afa is what literally saved my life. Within 2 weeks before my planned departure for Togo, and almost 1 year since the death of Akueti, I began to experience an intensity in spirit activity, unlike before I had my first ceremonies with him. So intense were the experiences that I was nearly incapacitated. I was barely able to continue a full day without being disrupted by the many spirits that seemed to come from everywhere and upon me. Fearing that they were trying to kill me, I began unsuccessfully to fight them off. I had become delirious and I knew it, but could not stop what was a progressive break with reality. I was scheduled to depart for Togo in 3 days, and I fought hard to maintain my sanity. I knew that I was in serious trouble, and I was keenly aware that the timing was more than coincidental. Fearing that my husband, out of naive and genuine concern, might try and hospitalize me. The illness that I was suffering from, I knew no Western doctor could assist me. I knew that the only diagnosis they would conclude would be paranoid schizophrenic or psychotic, and that their medical treatment modality would consist of a variegated cocktail of dangerous psychotropic drugs, which would have been spiritually fatal for me. I could not take the risk of descending into such a mental state in which my husband would be forced to make that decision. By now, in full blown panic, I jumped into my car and headed for the local hotel. I rented a room and lingered there alone, still fighting with the spirits until exhaustion, awakening the next day fully expecting to be in the underworld because I thought for certain that they were trying to kill me. I prayed each moment for the day to end. I had not eaten and my body was now weakened. I languished in this desperate condition until the day of my departure for Togo. I was determined to make the flight to Africa if it took my last strength and breath. The race against time. There was so much that transpired on the way until our plane descended into Lomé. By the time that I arrived, there was no hiding my semi deranged condition. When Lydia came to retrieve me at the airport, I fought hard to maintain control, but the facade did not last long. In less than 2 days into my stay at Lydia's house, my condition deteriorated into a state of total spiritual psychosis. The spirits were coming from everywhere, and I could not stop them. My arms contorting and flinging wildly, attempting unsuccessfully to fight them off. Talking, pleading, and demanding that they leave, all the while crying out desperately for Akuete to help me. Quickly, Lydia, by now frightened and panicked, began to cry. She quickly ran out of the house to contact the priest, whom she knew her father respected. Once they arrived, they knew immediately what was wrong and proceeded a series of ceremonies to stabilize me. After 1 week of exhausting rituals, I was finally calm and aware of my surroundings. Shortly thereafter, a family gathering at the house of Akuete's mother was ordered, of which she called in the family Bokono. The entire family gathered for this event. The entire session lasted well into the afternoon. After all that transpired, as an act of kindness and validation, Akuete's 86-year-old mother rose from her seat and proceeded to prepare a meal for me with her own hands.
Most of what was discussed is not privy to outsiders. However, at the end, I knew and understood who my spirits were. Mami, since the beginning of time, the ancient African mothers have kept the mysteries of Mami sacred and hidden from profane eyes. In spite of their many travails during the violent and destructive rise of patriarchy, which resulted in the usurpation of their sacerdotal functions and the dismantling of their powerful matriarchal empires, Mami has remained a matrilineal ancestral tradition of the African diaspora. During ancient times, it was the automatic and divine duty of each village to maintain a holy shrine and an oracular relationship with Mami through her Sibyl Mamisi prophetess and divine priestesses. As the first manifestation of the Logos, Isis, divine wisdom, the establishment of the Mami Wata priestesshood became the first seat of sacerdotal, moral, and political power established throughout the ancient world. Inherited through the blood of the African mother, all African queens of nations, and queen mothers as keepers of her sacred Omfe temples were the divine mouthpiece, oracular wisdom, and main source of prophecy for the community and for the world. They were revered as holy and divine, and their counsel and guidance was sought out by kings, noblemen, military leaders, and holy clerics from all corners of the ancient world. Later, under patriarchy, all kings by marriage to her claimed their royal legitimacy. The West refers to the tradition in which Mami is honored as Mami Wata. However, to her devotees, it is known as simply Mami, with each Egbe independent of the other. Mami's priestesses are known as Mami Isis, and their Akovis, shrine mothers, are often referred to respectfully as Mama. As the manifestation of the divine African mother, all African people carry the blood of Mami, and all African and diaspora women and men who are born of those ethnic lineages in which the sacerdotal order of the Mami tradition was first established might inherit matrilineally the call to serve on various levels within its priestesshood. As a devotee, Mami may claim their own through a variety of means. Usually, one presents themselves to a priestess, sick in spirit, or after having experienced a series of mishaps, such as relationship failures, inability to conceive a child, loss of financial or professional status, impotency, or the lack of interest in the opposite sex. Mami might even claim an individual by simply snatching them through possession. However, any or none of the above might be caused by Mami. A person might be experiencing one or all of the above due to their own poor choices in life or in previous lives, or born with a medical defect, or is their present destiny by Afa, or any number of reasons. A trained Mami Isi priestess who also divines, or through a priestess of Afa, can quickly ascertain the nature of the problem. Monolithic Western concepts of Mami. In the West, based upon oral accounts often provided by some Africans, Mami is usually described monolithically, usually as a white or mulatto woman with flowing hair, accompanied by pejoratives such as seductive, selfish, possessive, spiteful, and vengeful. These attributes are especially applied in reference to the above spiritual and physical symptoms, which might indicate the presence of Mami. It is also generally assumed that Mami is the cause of one's infertility, financial ruin, impotency, or even disease, as a malicious and spiteful act. The implication that Mami desires the afflicted individual to not ever bore children, financially prosper, possess their full sexual function, or recover from illness characterizes Mami as a deity who is cruel, selfish, and vindictive. It must first be noted that the above descriptions are monolithic stereotypes that in no definitive way describe the deeply spiritual and profound divine nature of the Mami Watas. Not all mummies are the same, nor are they all female. They exist in pantheons of both genders on a divine and existential multidimensional spectrum based upon many factors not necessary to discern here. What is important to learn is that some mummies possess the personal characteristics and generative attributes of an Aphrodite, and many might possess the attributes of a highly evolved avatar. There is no one single defining characteristic of Mami, and they do not lend themselves to human interpretations, of which any description would be all encompassing. Mami is goddess and God to their devotees. She is the original word or divine logos, and all spiritual disciplines, religious theologies, divine inspirations, and higher philosophies are not new, but are either an extension of her original logos or are a moral corruption of it. Additionally, Mami as a personal divinity can be the inspiration and protective guardian of a popular singer, divine poet, or author of moving love ballads. She can be the sacred wisdom uttered by the wise woman and sages, or an inspired philosopher, or she can manifest all of her highest divine attributes in the solar deities who proclaim themselves Buddha or Christ. In the Mami Wata tradition, it is known that all divine kings, saviors, diviners, and magi derived their power from Mami. Even Mami, in her generative form as Awusa, Aphrodite, etc., is not to be viewed frivolously, as she so often is, based upon shallow, narrowly defined, and poorly misunderstood human like attributes. Moreover, what is most significant, no matter what one's personal sufferings on the divine path may be, Mami is a blessing to anyone whom they claim. Though often described in human characteristics, it is important to keep in mind that these descriptions are not who they are, and those who desire a more substantive relationship with the divine soon learn this. Mami's relationship in Yeveh Vodoun cosmology. Mami can be worshipped as a single divine force or as a personal deity. However, as a pantheon, they are most at home when worshipped along with the Vodou deities of whom they head its entire pantheon. It is in their role as Mother of the Gods that completes the divine Anat, or sacred circle in West African Vodoun cosmology, forging the continuous, indestructible divine link between the ancestors, the Vodou, and the gods. Although the divine link may be injured, abused, or neglected, such as in the aftermath of slavery, it is never broken. And at some stages in one's existence, Mami will shed the old yoke and make themselves known to the succeeding generations. Additionally, if one respects the divine law of Mami and strives hard to overcome personal imperfections of character that might impede their spiritual growth, there is no more powerful an ally than they. Further, if one comes before a diviner complaining of sickness, infertility, financial ruin, impotency, what may actually be taking place is Mami simply creating whatever imbalances or personal crises in their lives that will force them to a diviner to ascertain that they are being called to serve as, in most cases, a devotee. What's more, generally, after the individual undergoes the necessary initiations, they usually recover their full sexual functions, financial losses, or ability to conceive. However, once the individual is initiated and violates certain key taboos, the above may happen as punishment, and certain ceremonies may be needed to appease Mami. Born to Mami. Those who are born at birth to Mami, once they have reached a certain age determined by divination, must undergo initiation. If the individual refuses or is unable to have the necessary initiations performed, sickness such as mental illness, including delusions, clinical depression, and even insanity, can occur, and no amount of medical intervention will alleviate the condition. If the individual at any stage of their slow mental digression finally does undergo the prescribed initiations, the recovery is usually progressive and not instantaneous, and in some cases may not be complete. What is clear in all of the above instances is that at some stage initiation might become necessary. Conversely, self initiation or initiation in vitro, in the womb, although a myth of Hollywood myth makers, is not possible. No matter the divine gifts of an individual, they must undergo the ancient rites, which gives them permission to utilize their divine power. In the end, it is a blessing and a promising beginning for a potentially higher level of spiritual understanding, material wealth, personal power, and overall well being to possess Mami or their Ache, divine force. Honoring Mami. There are individual shrines to Mami as a personal deity, and there are community shrines or sacred bodies of water tended to by temple priestesses. In Togo, the most beautiful and intelligent girls are often selected from villages throughout the country to serve in the village temples, where Mami is worshipped. Beauty is a relative term that not only applies to exterior beauty, but also to the girl's se, soul, why Mami might claim them. Whatever the divine rites or sacred experiences that they or anyone may encounter on the road in discovering Mami is never privy to outsiders, including many within the tradition. In the temple, these priestesses learned to speak Vodugbe, the sacred language of the deities, a tradition that can be traced to temples in ancient Mesopotamia where Mami worshipped as Ishtar taught her priestesses and priests her sacred languages: Amisal, women; Emegir, men; Emeku, all people. In Togo, these young girls also learn the sacred rites, songs, dances, and prayers, soon maturing into the divine representational presence of Mami, especially during ceremonial possessions. They, along with the elder Akovis, serve as the cultural memory of the people. The Yeveh, translates their role using the term race women or keepers of the Yeveh race. This term carries for them not a political, but rather a crucial ethnic and cultural significance relating to their founding ancestors and the gods who are maintained uniquely through and by them. These race women, though they dress in the traditional clothing, rendering the appearance of a mamisi, do not possess any of the sacerdotal functions of a priestess. They do not divine, heal, or lead ceremonial possessions. It is simply their duty to keep the cultural memory of Mami alive in each succeeding generation through very public displays of worship and celebration. For the general population, the Ache, divine force of Mami, can be given to almost anyone who so respectfully desires it. Many people come from all walks of life and from all nations, requesting the Ache, divine force of Mami, mainly to maintain sound mental and, in some cases, physical health, or to increase their personal fortune. Many request a ceremony to Mami to enhance their professional, spiritual, or creative abilities, or to maintain good relationships with the opposite sex, or simply as a blessing of honor and protection in the home for the entire family. However, Mami is not for everyone, and Mami will refuse a ceremony to many for a number of reasons. Mami have rejected even offerings by some who may have family or lineages who have violated the waters, or her clergy, or some other act of sacrilege. Mami does hold us responsible for the sins of our fathers, and one might be requested to right moral wrongs before they are allowed her blessings. What one generation has spoiled, the next generation must refresh. If the family suffers because mommy is neglected, the next generation must make amends. The law of restitution is inherent in the divine logos of Mami. During ancient times, Mami was honored and revered throughout all of the world. One of her most enduring images is in her generative role as the mother of the divine solar gods. The Egyptian Horus, Tammuz, Attis, Dionysus, Adima, Adam the first. Her representational symbol was reflected in the universal image of the Holy Mother and Child, or the Black Madonna, being the most popular. It was in this pre Christian role as the holy and beneficial mother of humanity that was usurped by the Roman Church. All of the sacerdotal functions that are ascribed to the White Virgin Mary were, and still are, originally those of Mami who possesses the true divine force. A Mamiisi who is pathed with the ability to install a Mami shrine can install Mami's Ache, divine force, during ritual ceremony. As the global status of African people changed from empire builders and primary prophetesses and priests to the enslaved and vilified pagan, Mami's holy images also changed, being systematically replaced and her history assimilated by a Europeanized version. Many in the diaspora never recognizing her original African origins, and with the exception of the traditions that remain in West Africa, Mami is universally neglected by those who carry her kra, spirit, their devotion being paid to a foreign imitation under alien theology. It is when Mami comes calling that one learns soon enough that what the Western religionists promote as the divine way is not the way at all. At least, it was not for me. Images of Mami Wata Togo. All images by
Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi Vivian Hunter Hindru. Figure 12. Bianu. Opening the roads. Lome Togo. Last minute adjustments. Figure 13. A race woman preparing an assortment of precious ceremonial alojes, necklaces. She is not an initiated Mamiisi, but is a member of any number of founding ancestral clans who participates in ceremonies to represent their ethnic group, village, and family totems. She would be equivalent to displays of ethnic pride when African Americans dress in African attire during Black History Month. Figure 14. Author, Mami Isi Vivian, being assisted by another race woman in preparation for the Kepasoso, ancestral celebrations. Kepasoso is now held by initiates in honor of African American ancestors, Mami and Vodous, in the United States during the month of August at the Mami Wata Healers Society. Ready to go. Figure 15. A sister Mami Isi. Author Mami Isi Vivian. Mama Arita making minor adjustments before proceeding to the Kepasoso ceremony. Traditionally, working Mami Isis, priestesses, do not attend these community affairs. Mama Arita and my sister, Mami Isi, are escorting me as part of my apprenticeship so that I will know how to conduct my own kepasoso in the U.S. Over the years, Mama Arita and Papa have taken me all throughout Benin and throughout her ancestral villages and other locations as part of my comprehensive training. Akovi, clan mother, figure 16. Akovi clan mother, decked out in traditional ceremonial attire. Most of the photos taken by Western photographers are of these Akovis. The community arrives. Figure 17. Lome, Togo. Figure 18. Lome, Togo. Strutting her spirit folk. Figure 19. Lome, Togo. Figure 20. Lome, Togo. Figure 21. Lome, Togo. Figure 22. Lome, Togo. Figure 23. Lome, Togo. A Hugon of Mami. Though Mami Wata is a matrilineal tradition, it is important to understand that it is not a political organization. All life comes from Mami and is exemplified through the womb of the African mother. Many priests from all levels are typically initiated to Mami Wata and maintain their own eggbes. Figure 24. Lome, Togo. Husband of Mami. Figure 25. Ahugon. Mami priest with a large egbe. Lome, Togo. Necessary bumps on the journey. In 1987, when I first encountered Akoeti, his immediate recognition and powerful ritual response to my spiritual crises was in stark contrast to the reception I'd received more than 30 years ago when I first sought outside assistance from mainstream Western religious institutions. Unfortunately, there were no African-based traditions during that time. When my great-great-grandfather was killed, it frightened my family and forced the tradition in secret and completely out of visible practice by the time my grandmother came of age. In Western culture, one is forced into one corrupted modality of worship, often void of any meaningful ritual and contact with the divine. However, at the time, I knew of nowhere else to turn but to the Catholic Church, and one such church of many that I sought assistance, I recall. I'd visited a small, quaint chapel in Wahiwa, Hawaii, while a student at the local university. Upon entering, I encountered a petite, old white Jesuit priest. He politely greeted and escorted me to an old wooden desk. He quickly rushed behind the desk and sat in his chair, while he directed me to sit in a chair opposite his. For a brief moment, I felt as if I was being interviewed for a job. I began to describe to him only some of the spirits that were manifesting around me. As I continued, he looked on in stone cold silence as I, in a matter of fact tone, shared what I was experiencing and how it was beginning to incapacitate me, particularly with interfering with my studies. When I'd finished, the father seemed stunned. All the color had left his pale body, as if he had just seen a ghost. Suddenly, he reached with a firm push of his chair as he shoved himself away from the desk, the old chair screeching against the tarnished hardwood floor. He quickly applied the brakes using the heel of his shoes as he raised his long, narrow legs and prompted them carefully atop the edge of the desk, simultaneously leaning back against his chair. He then proceeded to retrieve a pack of Marlboro cigarettes that he had secreted away in one of the desk drawers. He slowly pulled one out from the pack. He lit it and inhaled two long, laborious drags, blowing the ice blue bellowing clouds forcibly above my already troubled head. After what seemed an eternity, he found his voice and began to speak. In a slow, metered, and therapeutic voice, as if he were scolding a little child, he admonished. Now, Miss Hindrew, I know that sometimes life can be difficult and that we may sometimes feel very alone and scared in the world. We may sometimes even do bad things that we are later ashamed of and are not quite sure how to handle the guilt. Now, if there is some horrible sin in your life that you have committed and are having trouble facing, and you want to talk about it, you should do so. It is not necessary to make up things or to fantasize about spirits. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Needless to say, I was shocked. However, my experience with the Father was only the beginning of many years of a long nightmare of misfortunes and bitter disappointments with Western mainstream religions and New Age healing modalities. The abysmal failure and inability of Western religions to address the spiritual needs of the African soul has been a well kept secret for centuries. I once sought assistance in a famous televised Baptist church revival located in San Antonio, Texas. After hearing my story, the famous Holy Ghost filled evangelist and his disciples of the Lord commenced a long drawn out 8-hour exorcism of the demons they said my ancestors had created as a result of them being black magicians and worshippers of idols. They accused my mothers in particular of practicing black magic, and therefore I had inherited their sins. They assured me that if I just surrender myself to the Lord Jesus Christ, that all of my sins would be forgiven, and that the demons that I was possessed with would flee upon hearing the name of their Lord, interspersed with quoted biblical passages, followed by fervent prayers and hymns by them. Obediently, I did all that they asked. However, after a grueling 8 hours of them screaming for the devil to depart, in between singing and humming joyous hymns to the Lord, the African demons stubbornly would not budge. Finally, not willing to accept their failure, they concluded that God must got something for you to do, and the healing session was officially over. As a special parting gift, they promptly baptized me amongst much pomp and celebration, hailing me as one of their success stories. When it was all over, they quietly sent me and my African demons well on our way. Over the years, I had sought assistance from a series of high profile and renowned yogis, swamis, shamans, and Eastern spiritual masters. They too could not assist me, although I could accurately describe spiritual realms that they themselves claimed to have been elevated to. Many looked upon me with suspicion, doubt, and fear. Some even exhibited gender bias and obvious racial prejudice. It appeared that in their minds, me being black, female, and poor, surely there was no way the gods would favor someone like me. As far as many of them were concerned, whatever I was experiencing couldn't possibly be of a higher existential or divine order. So again, I was patronized, charged conservative amounts of money, and anxiously dismissed. But my experiences were of a significant order, and I knew that they were wrong. Discouraged, but hardly undeterred, I continued on with my search. After many years of suffering and the invaluable lessons learned from them, it was not until later that I realized that Mami will respond only to her own priesthood, which is why none of the above Western modalities could ever help me. Though many might claim that they possess her power, the proof is always revealed in how Mami responds. For the majority, no matter how elaborate their rituals, Mami will not move into action. However, for her own clergy, Mami will move right away. My initiations in Togo and in America took place over a period of 10 years, and in many locations throughout Togo. The first beginning with my first meeting with Akueti, until the final installation of all my shrines in America. However, there was still much unfinished business that needed to be accomplished. There was the healing, training, and the most important task of laying the foundation of what has been missing in the United States regarding the lost traditions of the old Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun. Even after 10 years of training as a Mami Isi was complete, I knew that I was not. However, I would soon discover that there was one more major, and I soon discovered the most important ceremony that my ancestors had demanded of me, which could not be performed by a Mami Isi Hunan. You too, someday. Figure 26. During my first visit to Togo in 1988, Akueti introduced me to Togbui Mamaisi Mama Koko. She is now transitioned. Mama Koko had always told me that one day I would be just as she. Mama Isi Training. Figure 27. Me and Mami Arita in her shrine on one of her heaviest days of divination. In the Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun, initiation is not enough and is almost useless without proper training. Togo, West Africa. Ritual cleansings. Figure 28. Me, Mami Isi Vivian, preparing client for sacred ritual bath known as Gabesi, using the sacred waters of Mami. A Gabesi, though dangerous, is one of the most powerful exorcism baths that a Mama Isi Hunan, who has permission to perform them, can offer. Special preparations are made days in advance, and certain Mami Isis are trained to conduct the healing ceremony with skill, comfort, and ease. Augusta, Georgia. Laying down the Yeveh Vodoun. Figure 29. Mama Arita and me preparing the sacred govis, pot, to lay down the Yeveh Vodoun. The fact that the Yeveh Vodoun, the oldest deities in the world, is being installed in America speaks to the large numbers in the diaspora whose ancestral soul and totemic deities are demanding attention. It is a historic act of divine proportion and a revolutionary act of spiritual vindication for the millions in the diaspora who were denied their inalienable duty to serve their ancestors and God, goddesses. Figure 30. My Mami Isi Shrine to Densu in Augusta, Georgia. Also the home of the Mami Wata Healers Society. Figure 31. Mama Zogbe. Figure 32. Mama Isi Vivian Hunter Hindru, author, with Azizas, Adala Loguede, in Lap, Georgia. Georgia. Coming home. The challenges of culture, language, and the establishment of legitimacy. Figure 33. A sacred pilgrimage to the ancestral village and shrine of Mami Areta's godmother, a remote village that can only be accessed by boat. Everywhere I was taken to pay my respects, the spirits demanded a ceremony, as is being performed by the Togbui Bokono, Togo, West Africa. By far, some of the most challenging aspects to overcome in reconnecting back with one's ancestral and spiritual roots are the difficulties in transcending the many centuries of cultural, ethnic, and linguistic separation, which has molded our philosophic, socio-cultural, political, and spiritual outlook of the world and of how we view ourselves. These attitudes are largely shaped by our individual and collective experiences and may be either complementary and therefore strengthening long lost kinship ties. Oftentimes, they can conflict with our present cultural value systems, forcing us to negotiate and make necessary compromises in order to ferment a much desired and deeper friendship and much needed spiritual connection. My being an African American and the first outsider to be introduced to the Egbe of Mama Arita took some adjustment. Initially, from the perspective of the other Mami Isis, I was a foreigner, an American, and as such, I was allowed some consideration, but not total. Many of the Mami Isis in the beginning did not embrace me at all. Many even secretly believed that I was not a true Hunan because in their minds, true Mami Isi Hunans only existed in Africa. This reminded me of the humiliating struggles Akuete endured as a young Hunan when he was not initially accepted by the powerful village's priest. He was told that although he was African, he was too fair in complexion, and that only the darker Africans could possess true power. Figure 34. Author Mami Isi Vivian, praying to the Earth Vodoun, Ahulu, with sacred gong, in the shrine of one of the village priests in Togo. It is the Vodou that demanded that prayers be made to him before all to witness. This is done to officially inform the village of my legitimacy. When Ahulu speaks, all must listen. The Vodou are extremely sensitive to what they know I will experience in establishing the tradition in America. It is the Vodou who bridges the cultural gaps that exist between African people across the world. Togo, West Africa. During one important Vodoun ceremony that Mami Arita had organized in my honor, although I wanted to assist, the senior Mami Isis did not allow me to work with them. If I went into the shrines, I was followed, and all of my actions were carefully scrutinized. In their eyes, I was a foreigner, and therefore remained, for the most part, outside of the spiritual family. The suspicious and doubtful looks told me that I was not yet one of them. Although, unbeknownst to them, I am initiated, triple crowned, a queen, Tchamba, from both sides of my family. I was not even allowed to touch them or the Vodou. This hands off attitude, compounded by their alienating behavior, continued for the entire 3 days of ceremonies. Undeterred and realizing that my presence as a Vodou cleric and not as a tourist, photographer, or researcher was a new experience for them, I remained optimistic and remained aloof until the ceremonies were over. I also made no mention of their disturbing behavior to Mama Arita. Finally, when all the Mami Isis and Akovis, elders, gathered together to pray to the all-important village Tchamba about the success of the ceremonies, Tchamba immediately rejected their prayers. Perplexed, the experienced priestesses inquired again, and Tchamba again responded in the negative. Stunned, they calmly surveyed all of their actions, inquiring of Tchamba if each scenario presented was the problem. In all of their inquiries, Tchamba consistently answered no. They then examined all aspects of protocol and procedures leading up to the ceremonies. Again, Tchamba rejected their prayers. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and a look of worry and foreboding settled on their tired and weary faces. Suddenly, Mami came and told me to tap one of the Mamisis on the shoulder and ask her, is it because Tchamba had not heard from me? Obediently, I tapped one of the shrine Mamisis on the shoulder and, whispering to her in broken French, presented the question posed to me from Mami. Doubtful of that being the problem, all of the Mamisis turned and looked surprised that I, an outsider, would matter at all. At a loss to what the problem could be, dutifully the elder Mami Isi presented the question to Tchamba. As soon as she did, Tchamba instantly responded an affirmative yes. As the triple-crowned queen of Tchamba, the Tchamba were offended that I was initially prevented from greeting them. As a result, the long, labor-intensive ceremonies the Mami Isis conducted were ruled not complete by the Tchamba. An audible gasp and a look of shock and disbelief echoed throughout the entire room. Quickly, the elder Mami Isis moved aside and handed me the gongogui, gong, and I commenced to offer the sacred drinks to Tchamba. Then I began in English to pray to them on behalf of our enslaved ancestors and our Mami Wata Healers Society in America. Figure 37. Many looked on in amazement as their ancient Chamba demanded that the American Mamisi take the Kangogui, gong, and pray to them. Unbeknownst to the senior Mamisis, I am initiated triple crowned, a queen in Chamba, inherited from both sides of my family in America. It is not possible for anyone to deny me the responsibility of making ceremony or prayers to Chamba, anywhere they may be in Africa. Again, it is the Vodou who make publicly known who their legitimate servants are. When I was finished, I humbly inquired if they, Chamba, had accepted the ceremonies, and they responded yes. It was from that moment onward that everyone knew, without any doubt, of my lineage. The elder Mamisis immediately began scrambling towards me. This they knew had offended my spirits and ancestors and had to be quickly corrected, or their own spirits and ancestors would punish them. Without my forcing the issue or even opening my mouth, it was the Vodou Mami and the Chamba themselves who told them directly, therefore putting everyone in their place. I never had any problems with the other Mamisis from that moment onward. Every location that I visited with Mama Arita, even in the most remote villages possessing some of the oldest Vodou and lineages, the spirits demanded that I pray to them. They know my Kapoli, Odu, destiny, and why I have been sent to Africa. It is they that have come forward each time to teach the African family that not only am I one of them, but that the Vodou, Mami, and Chamba is strong in the blood of the diaspora. And that is what makes them just as African as anyone born on the continent. However, these are important lessons and cultural barriers that must be overcome on both sides of the Atlantic. With the issue of my Africanness and spiritual legitimacy resolved, the Mamisis embraced me as their sister and soon began to look forward to my annual visits. As a final gesture of reconciliation, mutual respect, and friendship, the following afternoon, they all gathered together to sing all of the sacred songs to the Vodou and Mami, so that I might record them to teach our Egbe back in America. Figure 36. Praying to the Dans, serpent Vodou, of a sister Mami Isi in village. Some needed perspective. Many Blacks, particularly African Americans, have consciously made the journey back home to Africa in search of their ancestral roots, or simply to reconnect back to where they believe their ancestors may have been captured and forcibly transported across the great Atlantic to be enslaved in America. Many Blacks, too, usually travel as part of a heritage tour en route to either Gorée Island off the coast of Senegal or the slave castles of Elmina in Ghana. Some might even trek to the Tree of No Return in Qaeda, Benin. A few have even been inspired to have their journey captured by American television crews to share with a wider viewing audience. Either way, these heritage journeys are often very emotional and, for the most part, rewarding for those African Americans who are fortunate enough to partake of them. Often during these historic voyages, in almost all instances, the local Africans are usually very accommodating and try very hard, either motivated by sympathy or even economic reasons, to accommodate the often distraught Black American whom they understand has traveled a very long way. However, there are equally a great number of continental Africans who remain somewhat detached from the entire African heritage experience, traditionally viewing the African American culturally as an American and not necessarily as one of our own. The jury is still out on whether African Americans travel to Africa expecting to be ethnically validated or treated as an African, or whether they are simply completing an important ancestral journey for their own African ancestors, whose spiritual business remains, for a great number of them, unfinished. For the most part, Africans who tend to treat African Americans as friendly strangers are not behaving callous or insensitive to their plight. From the West African worldview, they are accustomed to foreigners, mainly European descendants whose ancestors were once their colonial rulers, arriving camera in tow and indiscriminately snapping photos of sacred voodoo or other ceremonies, many without permission or regard to tradition, do so only to return back to their native country to publish these unauthorized photos in books, adding their own biased spin, or without ever compensating the African villages. There are also those African Americans who may present themselves culturally as Euro Americans and behave or patronize Africans in a culturally prejudicial manner. They may be even unwilling to learn or to appreciate the local customs, often causing confusion, disappointment, and resentment. Additionally, in the West African worldview, slavery, though a devastating chapter in African history, is simply part of the overall African experience. Africa, being the home of humanity, has experienced her share of devastating tragedies throughout the ages, and many Africans simply do not view slavery as being any greater a crime than any other sufferings that have been befallen the great continent. Secretly, many Africans, too, subscribe to the notion that if their own families were not directly impacted by slavery, they simply have no comprehensive understanding of its horrendous magnitude, or even how it directly relates to their own political and economic situation. From where they stand, Africans are accustomed to enormous geopolitical and migratory shifts in populations, be they through empire, kingdom building, and collapsing, or through acts of war, drought, disease, or colonial invasions. Invasions of Africa's empires, as well as racial and cultural mixing, has been an ongoing reality for thousands of years. Therefore, foreigners are very common to Africans. All visitors, if they are not family, are treated accordingly. My being introduced as a fellow Mami Isi from abroad was just as new and unnerving to the Africans as it was for me. Centuries of separation has often created artificial walls and political and social boundaries that were even further complicated by language. However, because of our love and respect for the ancestors and the Vodou, it is to them that we all rely upon the act as a holy bridge in bringing our two worlds close together. It is in honoring them where bonds of trust and mutual respect permanently are forged. Figure 37. Centuries of separation can build artificial boundaries that must be worked through before bridges can be effectively built. Togo, West Africa. Lest we forget. Cast iron Mami Wata Memorial Monument, created in memory of the Africans transported across the oceans and enslaved in the Americas. Abomey, Benin. Part 4. Mami Yeveh Vodoun in America. Origins of the Vodoun religion in America. Figure 1. Monument of Cujo Lewis, Cujo, meaning born on Wednesday, was an Yeveh. He was amongst the last shipped of Africans captured from Dahomey, and whose ship, the Clotilda, landed directly into Mobile, Alabama in 1859. After the Civil War ended chattel slavery, Cujo and his shipmates founded Plateau, Alabama. The Vodoun religion of Africans enslaved in America came not from Haiti, but directly in their blood from these and other serpent-worshipping Sibs, clans. National Geographic, Escape from Slavery, Underground Railroad, Volume 166, Number 1, July 1984. Haiti is universally credited by Western scholars for introducing the voodoo religion to America. However, this historic claim is categorically untrue. If one considers that the Vodou deities are inherited directly in the blood of the African diaspora, the notion that they are introduced by another nation seems almost absurd. Haiti did not introduce the voodoo religion into the slave-holding states of America. The continual perpetuation of this myth lies in the fundamental misunderstanding by Western cultural experts of what it means to be Vodou, as it is known and understood in West African cosmology. Divine birthright. In West African cosmology, the Vodou are divine, specialized deities whom, along with specialized ancestral and totemic spirits, are cosmogenetically and biologically linked to the African at birth. As such, no individual or group can introduce these deities into one's biogenetic sphere. Further, the Africans who were imported and sold from the auction block into the American slaveholding states were transported directly from West Africa. The Vodou deities and their esoteric religion, meaning the culture of the deities, also originally came directly from West Africa by these enslaved Africans into America, Haiti, Brazil, Cuba, and elsewhere Africans were transported. Nago Vodoun. The two largest and primary groups of Africans who were transported directly from West Africa into the United States, upon whom the Vodoun religion would soon overlay, were transported from the Congo and from southwestern Nigeria. See Language Survivals in Appendix 5, respectively. The largest West African groups imported into America, who actually brought the Vodoun religion with them, came largely from the Yeveh, Gouin, and the Nago groups from Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, and Ghana. The Nago groups, Nigerians, were the Vodoun Yoruba,
worshippers who were comprised of the interethnic Yeveh, Edo, Igbo, Ijaw, and other admixtures. Their Vodoun tradition is centuries old and were long ago established in Badagry, southern Benin, and southern Togo as a result of their long history from ancient Ketu. This intercultural mixing continued well into their continual political and economic struggles and warfare in the establishment of the Dahumayan and the Oyo empires. In between both of these nations' quest for regional hegemony, there were sparse periods of interethnic marriages, mass migrations, mutual commerce, and intercultural sharing. It was these primary West African groups who initially laid the cultural, linguistic, and the religious substratum for the African spiritual traditions that existed in America. Exoteric versus esoteric practices. What is critical to understand is that although the exoteric culture of the deities, religious practices, were outwardly suppressed, the esoteric, meaning the deities themselves, continued to be born in the blood of the African diaspora as their divine birthright through their ancestors. Haitian and other cultural influences. As the exoteric culture of the deities, religious practices of these initial enslaved African groups were systematically suppressed in America, each new wave of West Africans imported would simply overlay or refresh what remained of the older traditions with the new, until they too were forcibly suppressed. This carefully programmed system of cultural and spiritual oppression affecting each new wave of Africans was, of course, designed to render the African pliable as chattel, breeding, and compliant slaves. The reason why many assume that the Vodoun religion was imported from Haiti is because Haitian cultural and religious influences were the last to refresh what was clearly the exoteric outer cultural expression of the deities. However, even Haiti's influence did not begin to take root until the early 1800s, shortly after they won their independence, and many disgruntled white French slaveholders fled to the U.S. and to Cuba, bringing many of their enslaved Africans with them. The Haitian groups who refreshed and overlaid the diminishing Vodou exoteric culture in America, specifically in Louisiana, were largely from the Fawn, a subgroup of the dominant Yeveh groups, and the final group to be imported into the New World. This is why the Haitian cultural blends remain the most recent and the most enduring. However, what is critical to understand is that Haiti did not and cannot import the actual Vodou spirits, which are already born in the blood of the diaspora through their ancestors as their divine birthright. Vodou's early presence in America. It would be a mistake to assume that the enslaved Africans in America simply waited for the Haitians to bring the Vodoun tradition to them. In truth, there were communities of powerful Vodoun priests and priestesses already present in Louisiana and throughout the United States long before Haitian arrival, many of them never having even met a Haitian. Furthermore, the Vodoun traditions, though modified in America, continued to be practiced in individual African American families, most ceremonies being held in secret or were masked in early Western Christian worship. In support of this historical fact, Henry Wyatt's monumental compilation of the African American folk traditions and beliefs in the southern United States, coupled with the African language survivals of the Gullah, see Appendix 5, disqualifies any claim that the Vodoun and other African religious traditions were non existent in the United States. What was lost was liberty to freely express the Vodoun's exoteric culture, especially as chattel slavery was outlawed and a dwindling supply of imported Africans were no longer able to refresh or to replace the African traditional religious practices being forced underground or lost. The point that is being made is that the Vodoun religion was introduced directly from West Africa into America by the Africans who were imported there and enslaved. Over the centuries, as a system of African religious and cultural suppression was affected, the Haitian blended influence, being the last, became the most enduring. It was the Vodoun deities and ancestors who led the slave revolts in the South. It was the Vodoun deities and ancestors who ignited and spurred the 1791 revolution led by Toussaint Louverture, leading to Saint Dominique's Haiti's independence. It was the Vodoun deities and ancestors who would accept nothing less than freedom for the enslaved Africans throughout the world. The fact the Vodoun religion was directly responsible for the angst in the enslaved Africans, forcing them to resist slavery, became an economic liability for the slaveholding states, whose grains and material products made with cotton served not only the South but America proper and Europe. Though the slave owners forbade the propagandistic teachings of Christianity to the enslaved Africans, they were forced to allow its teachings as a counter to the more ancestrally potent Vodoun religion. Figure 2, referred to as the bad serpent nurtured by the French, who despised him, Toussaint Louverture became the hero of the Haitian Revolution. However, it was the Vodoun ceremonies, calling down the deities and the ancestors, which aided the Haitians in their battle for freedom. The Vodoun religion, the main source of divine sustenance for the Africans, has always struck fear and terror into the hearts of Americans, especially slaveholding whites. Every effort was made to destroy its credibility and to wipe its sacred practices out of the consciousness of the diaspora, and hence out of American and world culture. Marcus Rainsford, An Historical Account of the Black Empire in Haiti in 1805. America's War on the Vodoun Religion. In time, after an aggressive campaign led by slaveholding whites and Christian evangelists supported by the U.S. government, all of the Vodoun religion would be ultimately stripped of its clergy, sacred rituals, holy celebrations, complex philosophy and theology, and finally reduced to the present day ethnobotanical and magical folk practices known in West Africa as grigris, juju, or hoodoo. The healing and beneficial aspects of hoodoo would be even further diminished to the stereotypical voodoo doll, placing curses, making charms, etc. And it is this Afro folk tradition that Hollywood and Christian evangelists enjoy labeling as the Vodoun religion proper. This racist propaganda is designed to reduce the competition in vying for Christian souls, dollars, and to dissuade the diaspora from exploring their spiritual selves, birthright, within an African esoteric framework. It is also meant to imply and to promote in the world the myth that Africa has never given birth to any complex system of spiritual practices worth respecting. Typically, today, one would never imagine to visit a priestess or priest of the Vodoun seeking spiritual wisdom, ritual healing, or moral guidance. Often, when one thinks of seeking the services of a Vodoun practitioner, they are trained by Hollywood and Christian evangelists to imagine wild and untamed bloodletting, orgiastic cults, or crazed zombies under the hypnotic and demonic control of wicked sorcerers, demons, and witches who perform curses, spells, etc., against their enemies. Such is the thorough job that the West has done in suppressing and degrading the religious birthright of Africans. However, suppressing Vodoun's cultural expressions or destroying its linguistic and ritual foundations does not force the deities and African ancestors to abandon their progeny. They, the deities, will continue to be born with the African people until their divine mission with each African soul is complete. Making the distinction between the cosmogenetic and biological link that Africans and the diaspora possess with the Vodou spirits and the culture of worship of the deities is critical to understanding the esoteric and enduring nature of the Vodou spirits and their special relationship with the African diaspora people. Though they might not have been formally worshipped, they still exist in the bio-spiritual soul of the African people and will manifest themselves in alternate ways until a system of initiation, ritual, and worship is firmly reestablished. Lastly, when a member of the Afro diaspora is sent to Africa by their ancestors or deities for ceremony, they are being sent because it might be in Africa where their deities are requesting certain sacred rites that are either only partially known or have been lost entirely in the New World. However, once these sacred rites are reestablished in the New World, the need to travel to Africa might involve reasons other than ceremonial. Ancient origins of the Vodoun religion. A myriad of irrational fears, superstitions, and myths abound concerning the Vodoun religion. A major myth being that Vodoun was developed in either Haiti or in Benin. A second runner up is this: the myth that Vodoun is a slave religion, or a religion created by the poor, ignorant, and the superstitious. Myth 1 is further reinforced by the West African country of Benin, the former Dahomean Empire, who is now proud today to hail the banner as the birth home of Vodoun. Of course, Haiti can quickly be eliminated as the ancient origins of the Vodoun religion because Haitian Vodou, as are all Vodou traditions that survived in the New World, have their ancestral roots in West Africa. However, although Haitian Vodou is ancestrally rooted in its West African mother tradition, it developed its own distinct cultural and ritual flavor. unique to its current environment and peculiar colonial, cultural, and political history. Additionally, millions of Africans transported and enslaved in the New World were already practitioners and devotees of the Yeveh Mami Vodoun religion. Further, it was not the enslaved Africans' economic, racial, and cultural disenfranchisement which created the conditions to breed a poor man's voodoo religion. The Afro diaspora are merely people who happen to be poor, oppressed, who are practitioners and devotees of an ancient religion that is rooted in African antiquity and whose ritual, philosophical, and theological foundation can be found in the early basic tenets of Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism. The fact that the world has been taught not to recognize nor to respect Vodoun makes this historical truth no less relevant. Dahomey, not original home of Vodoun religion. Within the Vodoun religion, the term Vodoun is applied as a general umbrella, designating a wide diversity of cosmogonies, theologies, pantheons, rituals, traditions, ancestors, and unique customs. Vodoun, since the beginning of time, has been practiced by an untold number of ethnic groups, dispersed over a far greater range in African history than its current, almost exclusive designation by the West to Dahomey, now present day Benin. Conversely, Dahomey, now Benin, was also not the original progenitor, ancestral, and cosmological root of the Vodoun religion. If one were to inquire where is the oldest origin of the Vodoun religion that arrived in West Africa, particularly as remnants of the ancient traditions of the Sibs and the rich pantheon of deities that changed names and functions over their 10,000-year millennia, it is not to the historical Dahomey that one should look. It is to the Yeveh, the Goin, Mina, Kuachi, Ga, Daadangbe, and other such groups, some stretching as far as the Congo, Nigeria, Mali, and Senegal, where one can find the ancient origins of the Vodoun religion. Many of these original groups' arrival predate the Dahomeyan Empire of the Fongbe. It is they who established the Vodoun religion in West Africa. To better understand why Dahomey, the darling child of Western anthropologists, is miscredited with being the origins of the Vodoun religion, it is necessary to offer a brief account of Dahomey's history. In doing so, many may come to realize in their search that they actually descend from the Vodou of the Yeveh as much as that of their Goen or Ga relatives. These were the primary groups who dominated the slave ships, particularly heading to Brazil and to the southern and eastern slave states of America. Reconciling Dahomey's ancient past. The mythological origins of the founding Dahomeyan kings and their royal lineage is shrouded in conflict and grave historical contradictions. Just as all African kingdoms, oral history was the primary method employed to reposit, and during important functions recount the history of one's founding Sibs. Oftentimes, these histories only included the reign of beloved kings, boasting of their divine birth, heroic rise to power, military conquest, honorable achievements, magical powers, and their undying generosity and devotion towards their subjects.
In Dahomey, the court official specially tasked to perform this was called an huemuho. During these occasions, the huemuho would commence by ringing an aflemugan, sacred bell, as he orally recounted in great detail the king's history, painfully aware that if he missed any part of it, he could be put to death immediately. Reshuffling of Vodoun's pantheon. In order to understand Dahumeyan royal culture, it is necessary once again to refer to the Vodoun. One of the tragic consequences that resulted from the rise of patriarchy throughout Africa was the suppression and limiting of the sacerdotal, political, and social power of the matriarchy. This, in turn, created a hurried reshuffling and masculization of the cosmological pantheon and the pyramidal, as opposed to circular, structure of the priestly ranks. Men, male priests, and diviners, placing themselves at its apex as a reflection and validation of the new global patriarchal order. It is also one of the reasons in attempting to make cosmological sense out of the current mythologies of the Vodou, one encounters numerous interpretations. In the first and oldest cosmologies, it is the divine African mother, Mawu, who gives birth to the seven sets of Vodou twins, each pair representing the divine balance within the seven spheres of natural and celestial phenomena. However, in the current mythologies, this original structure has been fragmented, revised, and replaced with almost exclusive male deities heading the pantheon from each divine sphere of nature, and brought forth by a male god. The only exception to this is with the water deities, of which its matrilineal successions cannot be denied, but its political and economic influence has been subdued with the current status of the African women. Additionally, with few exceptions, the work of alleviating some of this confusion is further complicated by Western scholars who have written about the religions and cultures of West Africa, Parinder, Malpoil, Alapini, etc., although they will acknowledge the existence of a matrilineal and matriarchal substratum still present within the Akan, the majority have consistently and emphatically denied this to have ever been the historical reality for the Yeveh and the Fawn. Mawu is referred to as God the Father, the fertile land as Father Earth, and the highest god of thunder, Hevioso, his twin sister Sogbo, is absent, who was actually the thunder goddess, who was the most powerful and revered in ancient history. Further, under the new patriarchal order, Mawu's representative is now referred to as the king of the universe, an honorific title bestowed upon Domain kings, in spite of the fact that Mawu and the Vodou pantheon, in its original matrilineal form, predates the arrival of the Dahomeyans. Further, upon careful examination, one will discover proof of the old matriarchal orders that still lingers in the language of the Yeveh and is still inherent within the subtleties of its divine cosmology. For example, in one older version of creation, the high god Mawu is referred to as the divine mother of the mountain, and the highest sacerdotal priestly title in the Mami Wata Vodoun tradition is Hunan. Ho meaning water, and Aun meaning ship, literally queen of the ship, is derived from Oannes, the name of one of Africa's most ancient Mami deities, who taught civilization to ancient African and Black Mesopotamian matriarchs after the Great Flood. The word Dada actually means grandmother. Moreover, it is with the divine permission of the Mami goddesses of fate and destiny, Ke and Kabadu, Odu, from which all male priests of Afa, diviners, receive their power and authority to divine. Without these Mami goddesses' permission, there is no divination. What's more, the mother of Ke and Kabadu is known as Minona, the same Mami goddess who was said to have founded the ancient matriarchal civilization of Manoa, credited now to the Greeks. More importantly, the lineage of the priesthood of Mami and the queenships are still inherited matrilineally. In chronicling the history of Dahomey, earlier Western scholars who were mostly white males, originating from patriarchal Christian cultures, never challenged, but instead perpetuated the myth that the Dahomeyans were the founders of the Vodou religion. Also, just as in ancient Egypt, their Western scholars' focus was centered upon the royal histories of the kings and their military conquest based upon official royal accounts. As a result, what they have brought back to America is a skewed perception of a social, philosophic, sacerdotal, economic, and political order that on its surface appears compatible with the mythological record that the royal fathers themselves invented. However, beneath this carefully tailored substratum reveals another side of Vodoun's earlier history, consisting of the lure of common folk that has not even been considered. Respecting their version of the history of Dahomey is critical to include and to analyze if the diaspora and the world is to better understand and reconcile its tragic slave past. The official account of Dahomey's royal lineage. Figure 3. Bahazan Wozu Bowele, the King's Shark, 1841 to 1906, 11th King of Dahomey, Geyser, Alger. According to the official account issued forth from the king's court in Abomey, it was in the ancient city of Ajatado, present day north central Togo, where the first founder, Dakudanu Afan, in 1625 settled with his sons and their families, eventually migrating southeast and founding the first kingdom of Alada. Daku Dano allegedly accomplished this by purchasing an extensive plot of land from the original local inhabitants and erecting a large residence. When he wanted to expand his empire for his sons, Daku Danu again requested more land from the local village chief, known as Agrigoma. When Agrigoma refused, Dakudanu killed the chief and ordered that his body be entombed beneath the soil, where the Dakudano built his second residence atop of it. Meanwhile, in the mid 1650s, Daku's son, Wegbaja, ascended to the throne, and it was he whom, following in the pattern of the Yorubas, expanded the kingdom through military warfare and conquest. Huegbaja's first victim was another local village chief named Dan, who refused to sell him more land. In the same manner as his father, Huegbaja killed Dan and built a large palace atop of his body and named it
Agbome, Abome. The two names together became Dan Oma, Dahomey, meaning the belly of Dan. Later, at the same point, a power struggle ensued between Daku's two other sons, which caused a bitter rift between them. One brother, Agasu, headed eastward and founded Alada, 20 miles north of Cotonou, and the other son departed and migrated south and founded the kingdom of Hogbonu at Porto Novo. The above is the official account of how Dahomey was founded. However, what is not told is that the above account was actually invented during the reign of King Agaja and Tegbesu. It was embellished with the myth of their divine origins in order to lend legitimacy to their claims of an official lineage and to the throne. Figure 4. Dahomean ceremonial tapestry, delineating the lives and sacred symbols associated with each king's divine birth and ascendancy to the throne. These stories are recounted by Huamhuhos, official court storytellers, who must, on pain of death, recount each detail exactly. However, crucial historical omissions detail another more ancient history of Vodoun's matriarchal origins, headed by Queen Mothers, and the usurpation of her shrines and sacerdotal authority by Huegbaja in the mid-1650s. Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. To further summarize the official version of this mythological account of Dahomey's dynastic royal leopard lineage and the fight between the brothers. It is said that Alegbono, a Tadu priestess, was walking through the forest and encountered a leopard who proceeded to copulate with her. From this encounter, she became pregnant, and soon a son was born, whom she named Agasu. However, when Agasu came of age, he was accused of being illegitimate and denied succession to the Tadu throne by his brothers. A scuffle ensued, resulting in Agasu and his family and supporters fleeing Tadu to Alada. Some remained in Alada, while Dakudonu and Ganyehesu eventually founding and becoming rulers of Abume, and later others heading south to found Porto Novo. As a result, all Dahumean kings, starting with Huegbaja, Wegbaja, who descend from the bloodline, are called Agasuvis, establishing their legitimacy to the dynastic patriarchal throne. The unofficial account of Dahomey's royal lineage. Figure 5. Dahomeyan ivory lofle, used in Afa divination, with image of Mawu or Gabadu, mouth of Mawu, the divine African mother. During the patriarchal takeover of the Queen Mothers, the Vodoun pantheon was reshuffled to place all male deities at the top of the hierarchy, diminishing the role of the female deities and the Queen Mothers. Western anthropologists consistently deny the matriarchal predominance in the Vodoun culture. However, history reveals another story. Musée de l'Homme. From the above official account provided by the royal court of Abume concerning the divine origins of the royal lineage from the leopard son Agusu, many contend was recreated to lend legitimacy to the kingdom and to explain the mysterious feud between the two brothers, Daku Donu
is no longer mentioned in most accounts of Dahume's dynastic origins, and most chronicle its early history beginning the dynastic reign with Wegbaja, as Dahume's first king. However, what is missing in these accounts is the divine origin of the princess who was seduced by the sacred leopard and whom allegedly gave birth to Dahomean's first royal king. Keeping in mind that since time immemorial in Africa, royal legitimacy of a king is always claimed through the blood of the African mother. Yet, this princess's name and her ethnic lineage is mysteriously omitted from all historical accounts of Dahome's royal beginnings. It is from gathering information from the locals that we learned that her name was Aligbonu, and the second princess who ruled after her was named Naye Sava. The question again begs, why were they, as the first princesses to whom divine honor is due, not included and given royal credit in Dahumean history? According to the brilliant investigative essay written by Professor Susan Blair, The Path of the Leopard, Motherhood, and Majesty in Early Dahomey, the entire story of Agusu and the divine leopard lineage of the dynastic kings of Dahomey is an interesting fable, but it is not historical fact. Hardly an ounce of it. Blair actually visited many of these historical locations and spent hours interviewing the local village chiefs and peoples. She also spent time with the family members of the official and omitted royal clans of Dahomey, including attending the funeral of a relative of one of Abomey's royal founders. Based upon the information provided by these descendants, the local rulers, and the testimony and lure of the local villagers, they all fiercely contend that the royal lineage of the leopard, some say panther, predate Huogbaja's arrival. In other words, it was already established and belonged to the local Towiyu, divine ancestors of the matriarchal Guidevi, Kapo, leopard, Vodoun clan, whose original home was in Wassa, a province of southwest Ghana near the Pra River. Blair's information is supported by novelist and historian Hazume, a native of Porto Novo. Hazume claims that the Dahomeans referred to these indigenous Wassa, Guen, Guin, and other Guede groups locally as the Ayinu, owners of the earth, who apparently migrated to Ghana from the Sudan and in one of several large waves around 1000 to 1300 CE. They and the Guin groups existed in the region and were practitioners of Vodoun and Mami traditions long before there was any migration of the Fan from Tado and the establishment of Dahomey. They further argue that the Bosikpon, leopard shrines, and descendants of these Guadevis are still in existence today in the Dokond region of Benin. Further, this princess, Aligbonu, originally venerated in a local village in Wassa, in Ghana, was actually a Tovodu, Tuawedu, founding dead ancestor of these local Guadevi clans. Even more compelling is this Tovodu was not related to either Dakodonu nor to Wegbaja at all. This royal ancestral deity, Alegbonu, was actually related to Huegbaja's wife, whose name was Adonon, a Mami Amengazi priestess, and caretaker of the Apo ancestral shrines. It is the Adunan, a local Wasa Ghanaian Alueve woman who is the ancestral mother-in-law of Dahome's first three rulers, Huegbaja, Akaba, Agaja, meaning that the succession to the throne should have been matrilineal. Adonon and Alegbonu and her Towiu, founding ancestor, are the ones who should have been venerated, and their matrilineal heirs should have ascended to the royal throne. In other words, she is the mother for whom the dynastic kings actually claim their divine legitimacy, and not through their mythological father, Agasu, who is neither listed nor venerated in the ancient city of Alada nor Porto Novo. Mythological origins of Dahume's name. Further, the interesting claim of how Dahomey acquired its name from the belly of Dan, the local village chief who was killed by Wegbaja, is also myth. This mythical account actually has to do with Hoegbaja's usurping the throne of the true local heir, which is directly related to the account of the feud between he and his brothers that caused them to flee and erect their own kingdoms in Alada and Porto Novo. This feud was actually a fight between the local family of Adonon over Huegbaja's unauthorized usurpation of her matrilineal brother's divine right to the throne. It has already been established that Porto Novo was founded 1800s, more than 100 years later than Alada, 1700s. Therefore, the official version of the two brothers venturing out into uninhibited and uncharted lands to found their kingdoms at the same time is purely mythical. However, what should be of interest to the diaspora is that it was many of these Wasa Guadeve groups and their descendants whom the dynastic kings of Dahomey were constantly at war because of their theft of the royal throne, establishing an exclusive patriarchal rulership. Further, that it was these Wasa Guin Guadeve royal lineages and their local descendants who were the first to be sold into slavery. Equally significant is that it was also these groups who were the local clans of the old Yeveh, ancient ancestral Vodoun lineages, Mami, Hevioso, Aholu, Sakpata, Tohuso, Loco, etc., which predates the Dahomean kingdom, and who were slowly allowed to reestablish their worship once Dahome's hegemony in the region was assured. It was particularly the priest of Ahulu, Mami, the local, and others who were at constant war with the Dahumean kings, which caused them, these priests, to be sold into slavery. Such fear did the Dahomean kings maintain toward these clans and their priests that they nor their Vodou were allowed to enter into the kingdom and erect shrines to them. Aholu. The Dahomean kings arrogantly claiming that there can only be one king in the kingdom, which was, of course, themselves. In fact, it was under the reign of the third king, Agaja, that so many of these royal priests of Ahulu and Mami were sold into slavery, almost decimating their entire lineages. Herskovits tells us there were too many plots against the monarchy instigated by the Sagbata, Aholu, Sakpata, gods and by the gods of the rivers and the silk cotton trees, loco. So many of the Vodoun and their followers were sold into slavery that today no one is left who knows how to worship the ancient gods of the rivers and the silk cotton trees, and these spirits are restless and harass the Dahomeans. Nonetheless, Aholu's shrines were eventually allowed into the kingdom after he felled three Dahomean kings with smallpox. Additionally, contrary to popular assumptions, the important port city in southeast Benin, known as Hoeda, Koeda, Waida, in ancient times called Glekoe, was not originally a part of the initial Dahomean Empire. It was not until 1726 that it was conquered and made a tributary to pay ransom to Alada. Dahomeans, not first to be enslaved in the New World. Thus, it was at both Porto Novo an important and prized tributary, seized and used by the Yorubas, and at Coeta, an important tributary of Alada, where their captives were stored and sold to the Americas and enslaved. What is further lost in the historical tale is that the slaves that were shipped from these ports, though conquered and labeled Dahumeans, were not true ethnic Dahumeans at all. It was against the law for Dahumeans and even for their common citizens to be shipped off as slaves. What has also been lost in history is that during the Dahomeans' Fawn's war with the Yorubas, they were expanding their kingdom and capturing prisoners to be sold as slaves in order to pay their own tributary to the Oyo Empire. They were fighting these wars with the Mahi, Eveeviemi, Aizo, Atakpami, Kritor, Klikor, Aja, Dejetovi, Ayonos, and scores of other local clans from these other Evive subgroups, whose chiefs were killed and whose lands were seized. These captives also included the Ga Adangbe groups, who fled Accra in 1620 and settled into Togo. Mami Wata and Vodoun introduced into Dahomey. It was from these primary Yeveh and Ga subgroups who became the first captives, so to the Agudas, Portuguese, and the Sojague, French, to be shipped and enslaved in the Americas. It was also these primary groups who were part of the so-called Dagbe and Dan, serpent-worshipping clans, who introduced the serpent Yeveh, Vodou, into Dahomey. And it is from them, at least in this region, where the Mami Wata actually descends. Even today, a local Evier priest is quick to tell one that it is not in Benin where Mami Wata is truly understood. It is with the Evier and the Guen clans where that tradition is understood best. It is the history of Dahomey as the warrior, vassal kingdom, and its fierce wars with the Oyo Empire, which has captivated Westerners and thus has received the most in depth research. Conversely, as Blyer has so poignantly pointed out, Western historians have paid little to no attention to the Capogitos, leopard royal mothers, who are evidence of a much older, powerful, matriarchal substratum, whose matrilineal successions were usurped and their history pushed behind the thrones of the politically and militarily more powerful dynastic Dahomean Fawn kings. The Fawn groups of Dahomey who were later sold into slavery, especially Haiti, are clearly later imports as captives of the Yorubas. many arriving only after the fall of Dahomey to the French. To further complicate the tracing of the many African lineages captured and sold into slavery, the Dahomeyans have been uncategorically credited by their own and by Western scholars as being the origin of the religion of Vodoun and Mami traditions. This claim is made without making the important distinction that the credit is due to all the local conquered, largely serpent clans, whose descendants were sold into slavery. These local clans living in Dahomey and their social, political, and ethnic history has largely been ignored. The Yeveh, who founded their city-states in Tado, Notsi, Togo, and southwest Ghana, have their own history and lineages from which they descend as children of the serpent and are equaled in historical importance to Africa's overall ancient history. Though many Evier and Gouin clans were captured and enslaved, their provinces were never conquered by the Fawn, nor were they formally a part of the Dahomeyan Fawn Empire. Dahomey's historical contempt for serpent spirit. In sorting through this history, it should not be denied that the Fawn possessed an extensive pantheon of deities of their own. However, as has already been mentioned, the Da, Dangbe, Alu, and Loko and others were not indigenous to them. They, Dahomeyans Fawn, originally harbored great contempt for the serpent, boa, python, and its worshippers. It was in Keida and in Togo where the serpent worshippers and their tradition finally settled after their arrival from Ketu in the early 13 to 1400s. The Fon originally held them, their Mami religion and sacred python, in great contempt. This prejudice was demonstrated in 1726 during the reign of Agaja, third king of Dahomey. In his efforts to capture the Savi province, he had attempted to invade Qaeda, but was strategically prohibited from doing so by the great python Dangbe. Dangbe acted as a bridge and would not allow Agaja's army to cross. However, finally, under Dahomeyan general Guadja Truda, he and his men crossed through another swamp, captured the python, cursed and disemboweled it, and then cooked and consumed it. It was not until decades later that the Dahomeyan kings systematically allowed the worship of Mami and the serpent Vodou deities, and included many of its priests and diviners on staff, in as much as they believed it would enhance their own personal political and especially military power. Amongst the Fon locals, Dagbe's worship spread like wildfire, especially after blood pacts, sacred marriages, and the civil unions and inter-ethnic marriages of totemic Sibs were allowed to proliferate. Benin and the Vodou religion today. As a testament to Mami and the Vodoun today, Benin, Old Dahomey, is the only African nation that proudly claims Vodou, an indigenous African, non-colonial, spiritual, mystical, and philosophical system of worship as its national religion. Today, it also can boast some of the most powerful priests and sorcerers in West Africa. In spite of this, in many areas around Togo and Ghana, the religion, cosmology, and mystical philosophy of the Evier is still indigenously more related with the Ga-Adangbe and the Goin groups than it is with their cousins, the Fon of Dahomey. Politically, these groups are loosely confederated, having their own Awoa Mafias, clan chiefs, peculiar to their particular ethnic group, totem, lineages, language, and culture. Frivolous and futile comparisons. So ingrained in the West is the misconception of Vodoun's origins, credited exclusively to the Fon, or Haitians, and even the Yorubas, that it is automatically assumed that all other forms of Vodoun and Mami are merely substandard, or are minor hybrids to that of the aforementioned. Though a convenient tale, the perpetuation of such a myth does a grave disservice to the Vodoun and obscures the effort to unravel an already mired history of mass migrations, colonial wars, and slavery in the region. However, providing as much lost and omitted history will definitely aid in understanding the mystical and cosmogenetic nature of the ancestral spirits and the indigenous clans from whence many in the diaspora might descend. What has been shared is simply more pertinent information, indicating a critical need to not view Vodoun nor its worshippers monolithically, and that there are important ethnological, historical, cultural, and cosmological distinctions and spiritual considerations that must be made concerning the various traditions in West Africa for which the generic term Vodoun, Vodou, Voodoo is applied. Sorting through the hype renders it less difficult to look toward other important locations, such as Senegal, Ghana, Southwest Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Togo. All ancient lands critical in the historical migratory mix. Tagbui master priest Akuete was born in Anejo, a rarely discussed yet important historical region to understand the Vodoun tradition. It is also a location where many Africans were brought and enslaved in America. Mami Sibbles in America. Figure 5. Mama Catherine, prophetess in Louisiana. Puckett, Folk Beliefs of the Southern Negro, 1922. Many of these women claim descent from a line of prophets. Although by the turn of the century, some remnants of Mami's worship did exist, their sacred rites and those born and consecrated to perform them had become a dying breed. Many African Americans by now, indoctrinated with the colonial Christian doctrines, were flocking to the churches, no longer in remembrance of their true spiritual identity. It is known that Mami's cultural worship still survived in America during and after legal slavery because of the written accounts of specific spiritual practices and ritual ceremonial events that, just as their ancient mothers, the Sibils, Mami Isis, were peculiar to the Mami Wata traditions. Nubel tells us that the Yeveh, serpent worshipping tribes, were brought to Louisiana as slaves. However, what is not universally known is that the majority of these tribes were descended from the more 40 different subgroups of Yeveh, Gouin, and Da Adangbe clans, who were the major groups and principal inheritors of the ancient Mami Wata tradition that was brought to America. The Fon, who are consistently and mistakenly credited with the entire voodoo tradition, are actually a subgroup of the Yeveh, and the greater number of them were sent mainly to Haiti. During pre colonial Africa, it was these children of the serpent clans, who originally introduced the serpent spirit tradition to the fauns. The fauns being allegedly descendants from the totemic panther and the leopard clans, initially detested the serpent spirit. In time, it was fervently embraced by the dynastic kings and then the common people. However, because it was not born to them, their totemic, it is usually maintained as a fetish, with live serpents kept in consecrated shrines. Whereas with the Yeveh groups, this is not traditionally necessary. Nonetheless, in Louisiana, the Sibyl Mami Isi priestesses of these serpent worshippers were known as queens, and the male Mami priests were known as kings. During one of these ceremonies, Bastide relates one eyewitness account where the ritual consisted fundamentally of the queen's possession by the serpent spirit, which predicted the future and answered questions put to it by worshippers. Membership was conditional upon initiation and apparently was the ability to go into trance. New members had to answer a secrecy oath on the blood of a lamb that was specifically slaughtered for this purpose. Bastide. All across the ancient world, from Egypt, Greece to Rome, the sacred rites of the sacrifice of a lamb, bull, and other consecrated animals were performed routinely in the Mami Isi temples of Isis, Mami, all throughout the United States where enslaved, indentured, and free Africans resided. The worship of the serpent deities followed. Many of these enslaved Africans were priests who honored their deities and gods in secrecy or as solitary practitioners, since the laws forbade African Americans from erecting shrines or gathering in groups for worship. Below is one of many accounts given in families throughout the diaspora. My uncle told me this story. He told me that he went down to South Carolina with the man several years ago, and he said this man was possessed with a certain spell, a spell that would worry him. So he went to some doctor who deals with serpents, and he, the doctor, took this serpent and told him, the man, to hold it. So he held the serpent. The serpent was stretched out across the top of the ceiling. He, the doctor, had a rack full of them. They looked like fishing poles. He said that's what he thought when he grabbed what he thought was a fishing pole, but it turned into a serpent. Well, the man became frightened and he began to scream. After having screamed for a long time, the doctor spoke to the serpent, and it curled back up on this rack and became a pole again. The man walked out, and the doctor charged him $5. He said he never had no more trouble with that spell. Hyatt, 1970. Translated by author from Black Slang. The above, serpent doctor, was not Haitian voodoo, but represented the overwhelmingly large number of Africans imported into the United States directly from West African ethnic groups, who were, as Nubel, Ellis, Herskovitz, and others, knew to descend from the serpent-worshipping clans. Moreover, because Western scholars have been so determined to credit Haiti with introducing voodoo to the Africans enslaved in America, it is often overlooked or poorly acknowledged that the sacred ceremonies and worship of the Vodoun and Mami spirits took place not only in Louisiana, but all throughout America. The enslavement of Africans, nor was African culture exclusive only to the southern United States. In fact, in the 18th century, African enslavement actually increased, and according to one 1790 census documented in the Journal of Negro History, As many as 679 Africans were living in every state and territory of the country except Massachusetts and Maine. Further, contrary to Northern abolitionist claims, most of the diaspora were not Christians, a deliberate myth employed and perpetuated with their good intentions to prove that Africans were civilized, thus deserving to be freed from bondage. In truth, African traditional religious practices, including ethnobotanical medicine, conjuring, and traditional folk magical practices, hoodoo, was the main source of both divine inspiration, personal protection, and medicinal substance in spite of efforts to suppress and eradicate its practices, especially since it was illegal under Jim Crow for African Americans to worship in the churches or to receive medical treatment in the local hospitals. African traditional religious and magical practices were the custom not only in the South, but all throughout the United States, where there was a significant African population. Bastide, 1971, tells us that these serpent worshiping ceremonies existed in Missouri and that initiation of adepts involved segregation from secular life for 9 days, a dream epiphany of the spirit that was the notices of the headmaster. Figure 6. 1972 painting created by Black seer and healer Miss Davis in St. Petersburg, Florida. She claimed the above spirit continued to come to her in dreams. In the Mami Wata Yeveh Vodoun, the above woman riding her golden chariot is recognized instantly as Aido Wedo, the rainbow serpent deity, who is also connected with the Mami deity Awusa, and more anciently with Cybele and Black Demeter, Diana. The diaspora are still cosmogenetically linked to their ancient deities and ancestors, and dreams are a direct way in which they communicate. Beasley, 1919. In chronicling the Africans who were crucial in founding the state of California, recounts the African ritual priest, particularly the Negro Estevanico, who not only spoke many languages, but knew how to communicate with the native Indians because of the mutual respect and knowledge of similar spiritual traditions. The diaspora, who often took refuge in Native American communities to avoid capture and re-enslavement, are heavily mixed with the blood of Indian ancestry than with European ancestry. Figure 7. African Americans celebrating Native American heritage in Louisiana Mardi Gras. Puckett, Folk Beliefs of the Southern Negro, 1922. Moreover, many of the women and men who were born with the Mami spirits and were fortunate to be initiated employed the same assimilated methods as their ancient ancestors, the Sibs, who founded the Montanist Church in Europe and North Africa. They, African Americans, formed secret organizations all throughout the United States, mainly founding the spiritualist churches and other esoteric societies such as the Black Orders of the Eastern Star and the Society of the Holy Order of the Sisters of Senegambia and other such orders. Just as the Sibs, these African American clerics proclaimed themselves prophets and prophetess, not of a Christian god, but of the old Mami goddesses and gods of Africa, concealing this mystical fact behind European portraitures of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. The majority of white America, lacking respect for the religious and spiritual intellect of the enslaved Africans as a rule, referred to their deities as demons. In an account written in 1893 in the Journal of American Folklore, a report by a Christian missionary named Heli Chatelain brought back a black man from Angola to work as his servant. He claimed that the man was possessed of demons, and although he had tried to exorcise them by using the Christian faith, it did not work for long. Soon these demons would return, and he, the victimized man, would prophesy. According to Chatelain, it would happen that a possessed person would feel called on to prophesy, that is, to speak in the name of the demon, and in such case he might express himself in a remarkable way, using the words, which is understood, but which are not normally employed, except save in prophetic utterances. Great reverence is paid to the persons in this state as representing the spirits, and their advice and counsel may be followed. The myth that the gods of Africa somehow left the souls of the enslaved Africans in America simply because it was illegal for them to publicly honor and worship them flies in the face of divine logic, as confirmed by the numerous written accounts no longer referred to by modern-day scholars. The aforementioned turn of the century written accounts describe the underground worship, hidden shrines, secret societies, ritual customs, and sacred folk practices and beliefs being practiced at designated meeting places, now abandoned to time, all across America. Additionally, the African language survivals, see Appendix 5, of the Gullahs reveals the survival of an African ritual and esoteric culture far removed from the peering eyes of hostile outsiders, but echo indisputable evidence of the many ethnic groups who were transported and disseminated all across America carrying their gods in their blood. More importantly, the evidence of the constant presence of the African ancestors and deities, gods, manifest in the psycho-spiritual pathology of many African Americans. Most who walk around today symptomatic suffering from years of spiritual malaise and ancestral neglect that neither the dogma of Christianity nor the overexcitation and emotive culture of the Black church can alleviate. Tormented, many not understanding the source of their illness, seek help through Western modalities, only to be shuffled to and fro mental health agencies whose toxic medications only exacerbate their misdiagnosed conditions. Religious persecution and suppression. In truth, African religious and magical practices greatly concerned white America, who for the most part regarded them as heathen, demonic, and threatening. Any opportunity the local churches or press found to report on their practices, they did, with much the same sensationalist venom that Black crime is reported today, accusing its practices of being responsible for the moral decay of America. To the majority of white America, African religious practices are viewed as criminal and immoral acts that needed to be monitored, controlled, and eventually eradicated from the religious fabric of American culture. The same discriminatory practices passed down to them from ancient Rome. An example of how African religious practices were viewed with fear and suspicion was exemplified as late as 1885. An article written in the Atlantic Constitution, copied from a northern newspaper, reported that there are in Atlanta perhaps 100 old men and women who practice voodooism. They tell fortunes, point out the whereabouts of lost and stolen goods, furnish love philters, and cast spells upon people and cattle. The patrons of these professors of the black art being to all ranks and classes of Negroes. It is by no means uncommon to find an intelligent house servant, a church member in good standing, and a leader in the Society of Holy Order of the Sisters of Senegambia, thoroughly under the influence of some withered old mummy of a voodoo doctor who keeps her in a state of abject fear and extorts a large portion of her monthly wages. Concerning Negro sorcery in the United States. Page 282. This kind of exaggerated, presumptive, and sensationalist reporting, enhanced by tragic caricatures employed in numerous racist Hollywood movies, supported by Christian evangelical renunciation of African religious practices, created the charged atmosphere, fueling the global lack of respect for African clergy, theology, and ritual practices. It further forced many in the diaspora to practice underground or to abandon their ancestral traditions altogether. This was especially true of the Black middle class, who began an earnest desire to be recognized as mainstream Americans, meaning an abandonment of their African spiritual selves, identifying instead with Western Christian religious dogma. Shame and the fear of being labeled African, which was synonymous during slavery and Jim Crow with being primitive, ignorant, and superstitious, forced a great number in the diaspora to abandon their traditions wholesale. More profoundly, the plantation owners who enslaved millions of Africans knew that African religions, by their very definition, would lead to war and revolt against their brutality and state sanctioned enslavement. Figure 8. 1938 business cards of priestesses using Christian symbolism to hide their mami and other African spirits. Many had no choice but to serve in spite of the hostility and hatred against them. Most were called by their ancestors and spirits to serve, as is the tradition since the beginning of time. In time, as newer generations of Blacks struggled to be included in white America, they too began to believe the stereotypes created by Hollywood and evangelists, and actively participated in the mocking of the older generation's belief in spirits. Alma Igan Hyatt Foundation. The 12 Signs of Zodiac of the Hidden Veil Magician and Advisor. On any business, marriage, home having been broken up, holding your own, wishes to your own request, lawsuits, building up business, curling. Oriental mystics. There are magic pieces that you can retain according to the planet under which you were born, as every man is born with magic in his body. For to master, you ought to have a magic piece. Dr. E.D. England, M.A., famous mentalist. Mystic voice incense, superb, exquisite, wonderful, relieves headaches, throat trouble, fumigates, purifies, destroys any unsatisfactory condition in the house. Liberal supply, $1.50. Liberal supply. Figure 9. 1938. Advertisement of Dr. E.D. England, M.A., magician and advisor. His head is covered in the traditional white, as is still worn today by some priest of Mami in Togo. In America, many priests of the Mami and the Vodoun were forced to hide their spiritual gifts beneath Christian symbolisms due to fear of harassment, arrest, and even death. Most priestess in possession of the ancestral knowledge would use code references to the deities, such as in the above. Every man is born with magic in his blood, and the hidden veil references to Mami. As the degradation of the Vodoun religion increased, so did each generation's inability to distinguish between the theological, ancestral tradition and the folk magical practices such as hoodoo. In time, hoodoo, Afro folk magical traditions became synonymous with voodoo and is still employed derisively by Hollywood and mainstream Americans to refer to all African tradition religious practices. Alma Egan Hyatt Foundation. Renowned spiritualist, viewed as subversive. Figure 10. Spiritualist and healer Mrs. Addie J. Johnson in Wilmington, North Carolina. Many Black women priestesses were forced to hide behind Christian persona to literally survive, being killed and vilified. Most tried to respect the mystical laws of the African spirits. The Colored Hotel that this priestess above was being interviewed in by Henry Hyatt was literally raided by white police officers, suspicious of her activities with a white interviewer. 1938. Alma Egan Hyatt Foundation. Papa. Figure 11. Photo of voodoo priest Henry Hunter, maternal great-grandfather of Mama Zogbe, author. Papa is wearing a modified gubo, jacket of protection. Born and raised in Louisiana, the Hunters were indentured as artisans, nannies, and masons. Papa eventually started his own business and moved his family to the Black Township of Brooklyn, Illinois, to escape the racism in the South. The African spirits never left the family simply because the religion could not be openly practiced. Mama Zogbe, Mama Isi Vivian Hunter Hindrew. During Jim Crow, American apartheid, those who were practitioners of African religions were often harassed, murdered, illegally arrested without cause, and their priests, priestesses, and elders vilified before their rural communities. These African clerics were viewed with hate, fear, and suspicion by white Americans, who considered their worship of African gods unchristian, unpatriotic, militant, and therefore seditious. A case in point is the account given in 1888. On July 30, 20 persons were arrested and appeared before the La Cour Prévôtale, local magistrate. 2,000 Negroes and as many Negresses crowded the approaches to the court. The chief burden of the accusation depended on the testimony of an officer who affirmed that the meeting had a seditious and secessionist character. All proofs, on the contrary, went to show that the high dignitaries of the Vodous, high priests, priestesses, had contributed powerfully to the maintenance of tranquility to the Black community. Reports of voodoo worship in Haiti and Louisiana. It is documented that the religious elders in the Black community devout Vodoun practitioners were actually the source of social and cultural stability, moral direction, and role modeling. However, it was the constant harassment, mockery, and vilification that discouraged many in the diaspora from maintaining these religious practices. Many, too, lured by the false promise of being fully incorporated and respected as Americans, openly denounced their own gods, proudly proclaiming their love and devotion as respectful Christians of the religion of their colonial masters. Because these African traditional clerics were also the local griots, raconteurs, historians of their communities, when they died, few of the younger generations were willing to suffer the humiliation and public harassment by local authorities to continue the sacred traditions. It was this awareness that led the Henry Hyatt Foundation to chronicle the ethnobotanical and folk knowledge of these learned men and women, spanning more than 5 volumes of personal testimony demonstrating their invaluable knowledge regarding African folk medicine, healing, prophecy, and conjuration. Today, although the New Age pagans and others are exploiting and profiting from this knowledge, few in the African American community are aware that these historical volumes even exist. In addition, the gods of Africa continue to be born, and the ancestors continue to manifest in the diaspora, demanding that they be honored. Further, many African Americans still practice some form of the traditional ethnobotanical folk medicine of their African ancestors. And fortunately, a great many too are critically examining the myths and lies which have prevented them from honoring their own ancient religions. Fortunately, according to Fontenot, Secret Doctors, 1994, the folk ethnobotanical medicine is still being practiced by many in the diaspora. It, just as its folk magical practices, popularly known as hoodoo and conjuration, is passed through oral tradition by families, just as it still is customary in West Africa. However, what has taken place today is a resurrection of the sacred knowledge and religious rites of the Mami Watas, who head the Vodou gods of West Africa and whose traditions were lost. Mermaid survivals in African American folklore. In Newbell Puckett's book, Folk Beliefs of the Southern Negro, 1922, he emphatically refutes the existence of the mythical mermaid in African American folklore. Instead, Puckett, like most early white writers of African traditional religion and folk practices, make the common error of believing that he possessed all there was to know concerning African mystical and religious lore. The mermaid is one of the oldest manifestations of the great Oannes, Nomos Sesanu, of Africa, its sacred knowledge being passed down for thousands of years in the priestesshood of the Mami Watas and has never been privy to non-initiates and particularly to foreigners. Enslaved Africans in the U.S. have quietly recounted stories of being taken beneath the waters and initiated by water deities, whose features ranged from great fishes, dolphins, whales, sea serpents, to mermaids. In West African Vodoun cosmology, it is known that in sacred spheres beneath the waters there rests the great Toio, divine ancestors, and where many of the African deities are born, and the dead must pass before returning to the land of the ancestors. Though not America proper, the presence of Mami Wata in Trinidad, Mama Dalo, and in Guyana, where Africans have described her body as bearing a snake-like affinity, who punishes those who pollute her waters, is well established. Warner Lewis. However, many of these stories are sacred, and for those who know the laws of the Mami Wata tradition, are aware that they are traditionally seldom spoken about. However, according to Dorson, American Negro Folktale, 1967, he discovered several accounts related by African American seamen and common folk who experienced mermaid sightings while on ship or in the South after visiting the waters to wash clothes or to tend to some other domestic chore. He discovered several common variations of folk tales, ranging from human marriages to conversations with mortals, to tales of obtaining gold, to literally being snatched by mermaids. What's more, in Henry Hyatt's African American folklore collection, he records an account given by a black fisherman and root worker in which his entire black crew of men were snatched, never to be seen again. He recounts, I was aboard a ship where all the crew had been taken off, swiped away, and no account could be given. I was on the lookout one morning between 4 and 5 o'clock on the forestage, and there came 5 pigeons and sat on the stage, and what they were I never could tell. I thought those 5 pigeons were the spirits of those dead that died. They said a sea serpent took those 5 men off that boat down in the Caribbean Sea, and that was in 1867. That brig was from New York, the Mary Celeste. Volume 1, page 59. Further, African American accounts of their encounters with mermaids sharply contrast those of Europeans. Dorson makes the observation that Southern Negroes believe too that mermaids exist as a species of underwater witch. They describe their ways in a consistent pattern, not previously reported in the United States, and differing substantially from European mermaid lore. Page 237. Dorson's observations are consistent with what is known about the history of the African and their relationship with the sacred waters and its deities. African American accounts of the mermaid and her actions does not depict her as a monster or as a cold, indifferent, or a detached creature, which is often the account provided in many European versions. Additionally, there has never been a priestesshood devoted to the worship of the mermaid deities in European culture or history. African Americans, in contrast, consider the mermaid, mermen, inclusive in a category of beneficent witches, a fact which testifies to their familiarity with them as part of a greater African cosmology. Though the term witch is not commonly employed to refer to the Mami Watas, it is in use today due to missionary influence and the degradation of African deities. Dorson further proclaims that the modern use of lipstick derives its use from mermaids, who are always pictured with bright red lips. In America, according to Dorson, lipstick was not in common use until it was reportedly used by these mermaids, based upon witness accounts. Finally, in one oral account, a black Southern woman apparently recounted a mermaid sighting to her husband, but would not elaborate any further. when a researcher named Suggs inquired of the husband how was it possible for someone to function as half human and as half fish, it is reported that his wife threw him, the husband, a look of firm consternation, which forced him to respond to the researcher, "It's too deep for me." Although there is humor in the above comment, there is a more serious and sacred meaning behind his wife's stern warning. The mysteries pertaining to the mermaid deities of the Mami Watas, as they are revealed to the African priesthoods, remain the secrets of its traditions. These divine laws have been maintained since the beginning of time. Although there is much folk and popular lore pertaining to the Mami Watas as mermaids in West Africa and elsewhere in the world, the experiences reported, though consistent, are unique to the experiencer alone and are not to be broad brushed across the entire spectrum of Mami Wata deities, a mistake often made by Western scholars. The point that is being made here is that African Americans did not lose their relationship with the Mami Watas simply because they were transported and enslaved in America. As their cosmogenetic descendants, many have maintained an intimate individual relationship and harbor unique experiences with the waters and with these deities since their arrival in the New World. However, crucial to their experiences is the consistency and the apparent intimacy in which these mermaids have had with them, just as in Africa. Today, with so many in the diaspora no longer having regular access to the waters, the waters, now relegated to oceanfront property for the rich and the middle class, many have lost touch or are out of alignment with them. However, this alone does not disconnect them from the Mami Watas, which for them is not relegated to only a physical environment. When these encounters are experienced by them, often it requires initiation. Neglect of the diaspora soul. Many in the diaspora whose spiritual needs can only be addressed through the ancient rites of their ancestors and gods are being systematically denied access to them daily. Prejudice, ignorance, harassment, shame, mockery, and fear has prevented many in the diaspora from seeking out qualified African practitioners who might be better able to assist them. The perpetuation of the American myth of Christian homogeneity and the refusal of Americans to acknowledge and respect the religious freedoms of those who choose not to worship as white Christians continues to impede the ability of African practitioners and devotees to honor the ancestral religions with the same national fervor and community level support as our mainstream religions. Conversely, researchers who profess expertise in African based religious traditions usually do not respect them as being moral or as theologically sound, and ritually specialized traditions that are contemporary and practical for today's world. They continue to relegate them to the field of anthropology and as primitive cults of a remote past. Many even publish books on the subject and yet consistently fail to make the cosmogenetic and spiritual connection between the social malaise in the Black American culture, mental illness, suicide, drug addiction, depression, cultural alienation, and their lack of access to those Afro spiritual traditions that might serve to identify and remedy the problem within an African ritual and philosophical framework. Social service agencies who, due to ethnic bias or ignorance, do not include or seek the intervention of African religious practitioners when developing holistic treatment modalities that might better aid African Americans and others. Therefore, African practitioners are not covered by insurance or considered legitimate psycho-spiritual medicine. Additionally, and regrettably, an entire generation of Harry Potter, Wiccan, and other pagan groups have taken an interest in African religions and are publishing books that cater to their magical fantasies and practical needs, but hold little substantive spiritual substance for the diaspora, who are still attempting to gain their ancestral footing within these African based spiritual systems. The gods and ancestors of Africa are biologically and cosmogenetically linked to the souls of its African diaspora people. The ongoing political, religious, and cultural assault in nearly every aspect of American culture against African based traditions is a very serious issue that can no longer afford to be ignored. Fortunately, today, a growing number of younger diaspora generations are seeking out knowledge of their ancient ancestral traditions, and many are slowly incorporating them into a new holistic vision of themselves as African people. It is to them that the future of these powerful ancestral religions will ultimately depend. Part 5: Religious Persecution of Africans in America. Why African Americans Fear Their Cosmogenetic Paths to God. An Illustrated History of Racism and Religious Persecution in America. Figure 1. John Promis, Paul, 1857 to 1921. Prosperous Mami Wata and Vodoun priest, great-great-grandfather of Mama Zogbe, author. Paul used to take us across the small bridge that he'd built. For years we'd track on across that bridge and never thought nothing of it. It wasn't until later that we realized that it wasn't no bridge at all, but a great big old serpent. You see, in those days, before the white man started clubbing and shooting them to death, they, the serpents, used to grow that big. Accused of being a warlock, Paul was chased into a barn by a group of Christians who then set it ablaze, waiting to retrieve his body to parade as an example to others. It was never found. Has been the subject of secret family lore ever since. Mama Zogbe's family lore. Here, the investigation into Prognathus, ape race, must close, leaving the most interesting part, fetishism, the indigenous religion of the African tribes, untouched. It is the key to the Negro character, which is difficult to learn from mere experience. E.N. Eliot, Cotton is King, 1860, Augusta, Georgia. 200 years of religious bigotry. Figure 2. African priestess buffooned and sold as Americana. The Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia. By far, one of the most notoriously underreported iniquities in the annals of slavery and colonialism in Africa and in the New World was the indiscriminate religious persecution of Africans. In Africa, this carefully planned inquisitorial undertaking was
achieved through the systematic disparagement, violent torture, social ostracism, imprisonment, and murder of the queen mothers, the priestess, priest, and diviners. Just as in ancient Greece, Asia Minor, and Rome, hundreds of African shrines were either destroyed outright or converted into Christian churches. Along with this wholesale destruction came the deliberate or undermining and discrediting of the African sacerdotal authorities, meaning its ancient systems of eldership and queenship, which formed the bedrock of African moral, social, religious, and cultural life. Many were either manipulated into forcing villagers to accept the corrupted and heavily plagiarized Christian doctrines, while others were viciously attacked and publicly mocked and murdered if they refused. Myth of Christianized Africans. So successful were slaveholders, Western scholars, and Christian evangelicals of intimately associating African religions with paganism, witchcraft, Satanism, barbarity, primitivism, and cannibalism that many sympathetic whites and even black ecclesiastics and abolitionists omitted its very presence and practices from American history out of respect, they believed, for the African liberation cause. American historians have almost completely ignored the widespread presence of African religious practices during their enslavement and its violent suppression, an omission leading to the false belief that Africans were joyfully Christianized, or worst, culturally impoverished and morally bankrupted slates, upon their forced arrival in the New World. The incessant and resounding myth that Africans enslaved in America were already Christians or being Christianized is one that flies in the face of the growing anecdotal and historical evidence. This history proves that these myths, perpetuated by Christian sympathizers and abolitionists, were little more than political abolitionist fairy tales. In truth, what most abolitionists and Christian sympathizers always knew was as recent as the early 1900s. More than 70 to 80% of African Americans still adhere to and preferred their native traditional religious practices and folk beliefs. Owing to the nature of the African religious and philosophical makeup, it was nearly impossible for them to separate themselves from their spirituality without totally shattering their African identity. This fact is acknowledged by Professor Terry Matthews in his thesis, The Religion of the Slaves. Long before their contact with whites, Africans were a strongly religious and deeply spiritual people. There certainly may have been an element of truth to these observations about the persistence of African American spirituality in the face of efforts of whites to erase it. The Ashanti had a folk saying that no one shows a child the supreme being. Although the African's world was populated by a plurality of powers, including the forces of nature, and a legion of magical spirits, most tribes believed in a supreme being who was viewed as a creator, giver of rain and sunshine, the all seeing one, the one who exists by himself. Moreover, traditional African religion made no distinction between the sacred and secular. All of all, not part, was sacred. Nor was there any sense of a division between this life and the one to come. All of life was part of a continuum,
in which both the living and dead took part. By the standards of the early 19th century, African Americans were said to be a wretched stock of heathens, in utter darkness of a loathsome pagan idolatry. Various plantation owners expressed the concern that the superstitions brought from Africa have not been wholly laid aside. Witchcraft, alleged superstitions, and fetishist practices were often cited as evidence that the plantation slave refused to abandon African paganism for American, meaning white, Christianity. Whites often commented on these pagan practices and fetishes and were threatened by them. As a result, great effort was expended on eradicating these practices. War against African religious worship. In America, the very threat of African religious survival, which emphasized the warrior gods to aid in their fight against forced enslavement, posed a very real fear for whites, both because of its efficacy and its disruption of Southern cultural values, meaning the Africans' perpetual servitude. This fear escalated into Code Noir, black laws, outlawing almost everything African, especially their religions and languages. Severely oppressive, these draconian laws forbade the making of ritual drums, musical instruments, dancing, singing, praying, and even congregating for spiritual worship, except in the presence of a white overseer. These inhumane laws were justified through a national and state sanctioned Christian cult like culture of racist mockery. Africans, their persona, culture, and religious practices served as the dichotomous dark primitive other that sanctioned their oppression and enslavement. This atmosphere served to allow the Western world to amass enormous amounts of wealth and power as they perfected and instituted a political and social meaning for whiteness to justify their and Europe's newfound prosperity. During chattel slavery, especially in the South, African religious traditions were vilified and their active practices outlawed by punishment of heavy penalties, torture, and death. Many priests, priestesses whom slave owners feared might incite civil disobedience and war, insurrections, were actively sought out and accused of witchcraft and sorcery, and publicly tortured and murdered. This state sanctioned terrorism was meant to set an example of what would befall the rest should they continue to identify with their African selves. As a result, African ancestors and their deities were forgotten or improperly propitiated. The burial rites of enslaved Africans, their parents, and their children were often shamefully inadequate or haphazardly performed or outright forbidden. The unceasing monitoring and active search and destroy missions of the state for any suspicious mound, ritual object, consecrated site, or suspected public gatherings forced African worship permanently underground. Further fueled by the degrading and racist images of Hollywood and Christian evangelical condemnation, millions of African Americans began to reject their most potent system of spiritual knowledge and divine connections with their ancient ancestors and deities. Inherent inferiority of African soul. In truth, The persecution of Africans and the suppression of their religious practices in America was not sparked by fear of insurrections as much as it was precipitated by whites who believed unapologetically that Africans were lesser evolved humans with childish minds. They asserted that Africans were spawned from primitive cultures, nourished by malevolent spirits, and as a result, they could only be saved through perpetual servitude. That is to say, one half of the existing commerce and industry depends upon raw products raised by Africans in servitude. In return for that servitude, the Africans receive civilization and Christianity, in addition to physical support. Without that condition of service, they would be pagan cannibals. Saved from African barbarism. Voodoo, initiations, ancestor propitiation, holy ceremonies, and other sacred rites acquired its dark and mysterious reputation because its adherents had been forced by the state to practice it in secret. African religions were categorically rejected around the colonial New World, and its place as the historical source of Christianity and most major systems of divine worship in the world was concealed and denied and lost forever to its future generations. One of the greatest successes of European religious propaganda was not only to convince the West Africans enslaved in the New World that they were being saved from a barbarous system of idolatry, but that their primitive systems of worship were a bizarre and shameful aberration from the traditional theology, rituals, and customs of those civilizations in North and East Africa and in turn the world. The Christian Church, acting as the moral arm of the Confederacy, maintained its hegemonic control over other faiths by continuing the successful suppression of all its religious competitors. Since nearly all Christian churches in America supported slavery, they achieved their success by waging a vicious battle of propaganda against all traditional forms of worship, especially if those empowering traditions interfered with the enslaved Africans' ability to produce. Figure 3. Later generations of Black mothers, having forgotten their own faiths, were often forced to indoctrinate their children with corrupted Christian doctrines, which sanctioned their enslavement and dehumanization. They believed that if they succumbed to the faith of whites, they would be accepted as brothers in Christ, and therefore spared further humiliation, social ostracism, and suffering. The Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia. Fear, shame, and ignorance haunting diaspora. By the mid late 1900s, millions in the diaspora had forgotten how they came to fear, disrespect, and to lose the most sacred aspect of their African heritage. The majority, in their desire to lessen the sting of social ostracism and racism, unquestionably embraced the myth of Christianity as being one of the beneficial rewards of forced servitude of their ancestors. Unfortunately, many today have little understanding as to how these conditioned beliefs evolved. In American democratic society, which prides itself on religious freedom and self expression, African religions are the only systems of worship that are still allowed to be universally mocked and buffooned by Hollywood, rap artists, public personalities, and demonized by many Christian evangelists. Many Christians, white and black, even until today, still believe it their divine duty to convert Africans and others without regard to their own indigenous faiths. They still view African religions as a product of primitive superstition, and its deities and clergy as agents of their devil. Millions of dollars are spent by Christian churches on missionary work throughout Africa than on the development of Africa's infrastructure or on her industries ravished by centuries of colonialism, war, and corruption. Figure 4. Many African Americans whom are now spooked by appearances of their ancestral spirits once understood their mysteries and did not fear the spirit world. However, whites mistook their respect for not offending the dead as superstitious, ignorance, and fear. Often they would buffoon blacks in newspaper editorials and on popular television. Over time, in a desperate attempt at assimilation, blacks discarded their complex theologies and ancestral religions in favor of universal white acceptance. The Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia. Implosion of whites in African religions. Within the past 2 decades, there has been an implosion of whites who have sought refuge under the cloak of African traditional religious practices. Many, ignorant of its history, philosophy, cosmogony, and sacred rites, have mistaken them to be the next hierarchical complement to their various pagan, satanic, and Gothic practices. This is viewed by the diaspora, many who are beginning a new appreciation and study of African spirituality, as a continuation of the cultural vulturization and perpetuation of the same racist stereotypes, and are therefore resentful. Many in the diaspora also express a deep resentment at the presence of whites in African religions and what they perceive as their arrogance and sense of entitlement to what the diasporas believe to be their ancestral birthright. They, whites on the other hand, often react angrily or are confused and hurt by this rejection. Part of the problem lies in whites and others not having learned or who remain indifferent to the brutal and violent history of African religious suppression in the West. Because these new generations of whites and others are seeking solace, as their more ancient ancestors once sought through African spirit, they too have an obligation to learn and to understand its history in America, and why the diaspora might view their presence with caution and suspicion. Journey into America's racist past. To aid in this understanding, the following pictohistory offers a brief overview of just how pervasive and widespread the destruction and demonization of African religious culture pervaded American and European culture. Learning this history is critical to an overall understanding of why many in the diaspora appear so uncomfortable with the present trend of what they perceive as cultural vulturism, contextual misrepresentation, and the arrogance exhibited by the many whites and others whom they feel are merely there to exploit their ancestral traditions. If these images appear emotionally charged, one can only imagine what its victims, both past and present, were, are experiencing. Perhaps the next battlefront or the new civil rights of the 21st century might be for religious freedom for all. Nearly all of the photos are used with the permission of John Thorpe's Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia. Black women's suffrage. Figure 2. An October 3rd, 1868, political cartoon from an unknown popular American journal depicting a mob of protesting white men against a deliberately masculinized black female suffrage. One man is violently stomping on a pile of books they have previously set ablaze. On the dress of the white woman is a label which reads, Southern Democracy. Written across the hair she has cropped off the enslaved African woman is the word suffrage. Hair has always been viewed as the source of power for women. The statue above them is their rendition of the biblical patriarch Moses, allegedly pointing at the Ten Commandments. What is interesting to note is the symbolism associated with this African woman. She is draped in white cloth, her breast violently exposed, and resting on a lamb or sheep's wool rug. To her left rests a smoking censer. Her prophetic books are being burned, while to her far right rests a coiled serpent. All classic ritual symbols of the historical Sybils. However, to the enemies of her freedom, they are mocking what they believe are symbols of her sorceress spirit, symbolizing her demonic and untamed nature. Qualities which they fear, if unleashed, would portend moral and spiritual decadence for the whole of puritanical America. Village Chief. Figure 3. Village Chief. The leopard skin is a sacred symbol in the Vodoun religion, as it was in India, Afro-Syria, Afro-Babylon, and ancient Egypt. It indicates the totemic lineage of the wearer, possessing the spiritual power and sacred knowledge of the ancestors. Once revered and respected, Europeans of rank encroaching into the interior of Africa originally displayed great honor and obedience to these divine village kings. However, after their successful colonization and control of Africa and her human and material resources, these demeaning and racist images subsequently followed. Simple-minded African. Figure 4A. Figure 4B. Newspaper clipping. Once the Portuguese, French, Germans, and British, etc., were assured of their foothold into Africa, it became necessary to create racist propaganda to justify colonialism, exploitation, and slavery. The above scene was typical of Europe and America's collective efforts to undermine the spiritual intellect of Africa's priesthoods. The scene features a local village priest rushing to inquire of the white priest, Father Joseph, about his wife who'd just given birth to an albino child, being carried on her back. The implication being that it is a white baby that Father Joseph might have fathered. But the simple minded, brutish African, perplexed and not making the connection, rushes to the white priest for an intelligent explanation as to why the baby is white. In which Father Joseph replies, These are the secrets of nature. You have to accept them without understanding them. This, besides the fact that historically Africans have been giving birth to albino babies for millennia, and the divinatory powers of the priest inquires of the divinities and ancestors if such births portend maleficent or beneficent benefits for the community as well as for the child. It should also be noted that many of these European priests were not actually ordained, but merely merchants posing as such. Because Africans are traditionally tolerant and respectful of all faiths, it was an assured means by which the merchants could gain a foothold and audience directly with the kings. White woman prostitutes would often accompany them posing as the Virgin Mary to seduce the kings. During the ruthless battles between the Europeans over Africa's wealth, whatever it took to acquire a competitive edge in Africa is what many of them resorted to do. Maasai Girls, Figure 5. Bugs Bunny cartoons were some of the most racist on network television. Here, Bugs Bunny is mocking East African Maasai girls. Cannibals, Figure 6. African priests depicted as cannibals. Captions read, "Am having a howling good time." More cannibals. Figure 7. Caption reads, "Grand banquet tonight." Millions of households all across America, and indeed the world, tuned in to MGM, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, and Warner Brothers Studios children cartoons. Almost from the cradle, the impressionable minds of Black children and the world were seared with these grotesque images, debasing their Blackness, African culture, and religions. Africa and Africans were viewed as uncivilized and wild jungle inhabited by Black savages, and cannibals with a special appetite for Christian whites. This despite the fact that there are no jungles in Africa, nor has there ever existed any evidence of cannibalism. On the contrary, Walker, 1983, notes that the Dorian Greek tradition of homophagia was originally a cannibal orgy in which the victims were ripped apart and eaten raw. Missionary zeal in Dahomey, Figure 8. Dieppe, merchants of Portugal. The Portuguese's primary mission was to target their religious propaganda towards the priests, priestesses, diviners, elders, and the nation's rulers, believing that if they were successful in their conversion of them, the common people would automatically follow. Keeping in the tradition of their predecessors, these Dieppe merchants in 1762 brought the first Euro images of the Madonna and Child as a gift to King Tegbesu of Dahomey. Shortly thereafter, they built their first Christian church at Elminia. One of the roles of this facility was to Christianize the captured Africans waiting in their dungeons to be transported across the Atlantic to the Americas and enslaved. The Portuguese were the first to label African sacerdotal images as fetishes, which simply means idols. The Portuguese were notorious for destroying the temples, images, and books of native peoples, whose philosophy and practices did not agree with their corrupted Christian doctrines. In Cadiz, the Portuguese, French, British, Hollanders, and Danes solicited Africans to build their fortress where they could engage in what was first slaves for weapons, gunpowder, textile, etc., and later evolved into something far more horrendous, with the backing and blessings of the Holy Roman Imperial Church. Le Bocono, Figure 9. A diviner, Bocono, mocked as cuckoo charlatan, stupid fraud, as they have been so labeled by the French in Togo. In colonial Africa, these priests posed the greatest threat to colonial interest, and a direct and deliberate campaign was implemented to discredit them. Sand divination by sand drawing is an ancient system invented by the Black matriarchal Korites and other African clans of the southern Sudan and northeast Saudi Arabia. The Nutcracker, Figure 10. Nutcracker, made from wood or metal. Black woman dressed in ritual white. The nut is placed between her legs and squeezed to crack it. The cultural regulators. The prognathous ape race requires government also in their religious exercise, or they degenerate to Saturnalia. A discreet white man or woman should always be present to regulate their religious meetings. Ian Eliot, Cotton is King, 1860. Saturnalia was a major matriarchal African and Tamil festive day celebrated in ancient Greece to commemorate the safe journey of the ancestors, Io, Oanes, from the flood. Figure 11. Black worshippers regulated by white overseers. A typical scene experienced throughout the Old South, labeled as dark and dangerous, primitive and demonic, Africans were never free to practice their spiritual traditions openly in America, earning them the dubious label of being dark and maleficent. A white overseer had to be present to make certain no African religious practices or liberation theology were being preached. This was so because when Africans prayed to their own angels, divinities, and ancestors, they came to their aid. Such was the fear of whites that even prayer by Africans was forbidden in many areas throughout the South. Gabriel, an insurrectionist known as the Black Samson, is a case in point. Using familiar African coded spiritual moral themes written in the Old Testament, Gabriel encouraged Africans to revolt. Thousands eagerly compiled in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Louisiana, and Mississippi. In that same time period, in 1831, in Southampton, Virginia, an unmixed, enslaved African by the name of Nat Turner, possessed by the ancestral spirits, staged an insurrection that left a trail of death and terror in its wake. Though unsuccessful, Turner's actions terrorized every slave-holding state, leading them to strengthen their already oppressive Code Noir, black laws, dehumanizing laws which declared in part that more than 5 male slaves were declared an unlawful assembly. Neither slave nor free Negroes were permitted to preach unless before 5 respectable slaveholders, and the Negroes so preaching were to be licensed by some neighboring religious society. Licensed by some neighboring religious society meant that many African Americans received their primary religious education from Black preachers who were forced into sanctioning their forced bondage, a trend which continues unabated even until today. The continued acceptance of Eurocentric patriarchal theologies has become a major dilemma for many African Americans, who are actually descendants of Africans who were spiritually cultivated in either a largely matriarchal African society or in a culture where the feminine principle, as goddess, great mother, was highly venerated and respected. The Voodoo Curse, a film produced by Gordon Films, Gala World Productions in 1965. Figure 12. Curse of the Voodoo. Hollywood brainwashed generations all across the world to believe that African Gnosis, ritual, and spirituality were synonymous with evil, backwardness, superstition, and debauchery. Exemplified by the film synopsis, which reads Bryant Holiday, Devil Doll, and Dennis Price. While on safari deep in the African jungle, a big game hunter, Mike Stacy, kills a sacred lion in the territory of the feared Sambazi tribe. The tribe places a voodoo curse on the hunter, vowing to torture and kill him by witchcraft. Can the great white hunter stop the jungle curse of the crazed Sambazi? Or will he be the next of an unspeakable voodoo vengeance? The above film is typical of the racist and bigoted perceptions of African spiritual gnosis, and viewed by the Europeans and Christians, and promoted around the world as historical fact. If the same story were to be examined and interpreted from its African cosmological, religious, and cultural perspective, it would reveal a European foreigner who intrudes upon the sacred African landscape, uninvited. His sole purpose is to maliciously murder a lion, an animal deemed a sacred symbol by the Simbazi clan, to take home as a prized trophy. Because the European, through his own racist attitudes, spiritual ignorance, and careless actions, demonstrates a lack of knowledge and respect for that which is sacred, he murders the lion, thus causing a spirit of the Simbazi ancestors and the lion to lay claim to his soul for either restitution or retribution, a divine price he must pay in order to bring peace to the soul of the lion and to cool the wrath of the Simbazi ancestors. Instead, the European, in his infinite arrogance, irrational fear, and racial hatred, flees from his moral responsibility and labels its spiritual aftermaths as evil and the offended Africans as crazed. A haltingly symbolic and familiar theme that would repeat itself all throughout Africa's long and tumultuous history with Europe and Europeans. Voodoo Mama, Hoochie Mama, Aunt Jemima, Hag. Figure 13. Voodoo, Orgiastic Priestess. Today's Americans are unaware that the sacred fertility dances performed by African women during ritual possession by their divine African mothers and deities and the Europeans' ignorance and fear of them earned her and the African goddess the reputation as the harlot, whore, prostitute, etc. This attitude sanctioned the widespread rape and perverted violation of Black women's bodies during slavery and Jim Crow. To prevent these violations, many generations of Black women, conditioned by these racist images, moved further away from their African roots to mimic a white, irrational ideal of sexual morality and femininity. Even until the present, Black women's bodies are viewed as pornographic, and their gift to creatively swing and gyrate their hips is viewed as offensive. Voodoo, Orgiastic Priestess, the Temple Prostitute. Figure 14. Movie poster which reads Sex to Sexy Voodoo. 99. Temple Prostitute. Above, the so-called temple prostitute, so often thrown in the face of Africans by European writers who, in their arrogance and ignorance, interpret African spiritual ritual through their own sexually repressive and perverted lens. The role of the Vestal Virgin priestess has remained one of the most misunderstood aspects, centering around the worship of the divine African mother. In truth, sacred prostitution had less to do with lust and immortality and everything to do with the sacred fertility rites instituted to spread Ache, divine blood of the African mother, through the general population. During African matriarchy, it was the mother's blood descent that was the most important. Many sacred kings and saviors were conceived in this fashion to prevent sorcerers from learning the ethnic clan identity of the father, lest they destroy their seed. It is believed that Christ was also conceived in this manner, thus, him never knowing his biological father and being assigned one by religious revisionists. The Church later concealed this mode of conception by inverting the myth of Immaculate Conception and by replacing the ancient order of African Vestal Virgins into today's white celibate nuns. The Numbers Witch, Figure 15, Old Hag. The use of numbers as a system of divination and magic has been in existence in Africa for centuries. The application of the magical and mystical value applied to numbers is as old as Africa herself. Born in the mystery schools and mother temples of ancient Egypt, Mycenae, Ionia, and Asia Minor, the Egyptians, Sibs, and Chaldeans knew long before Pythagoras and Agrippa that the world was built upon the power of numbers. Africans enslaved in the New World were well familiar with the mystical power and use of numbers in working ritual as magic. Few Americans are even aware that it was African Americans who invented the phenomenally successful gambling game of running numbers, from which the lotto and other games of chance are based. Black women prophetess, seers, and priestesses have been also divining with numbers for centuries. The deliberate depiction of the wise woman above as an old witch hag is typical of how American culture strived to not only suppress and demonize Black feminine spiritual power and ritual mastery, but also to minimize its major contribution to Western popular metaphysical and occult sciences. The slave assembled in the swamps. Peter Randolph, who grew up in slavery on a plantation in Prince George County, Virginia, received his freedom in 1847, following his owner's death, and then served as an anti slavery agent, a newspaper editor, and as a Baptist minister in the North and in Canada. Following the Civil War, he served as minister in the Roland or Old African Baptist Church in Richmond, Virginia. This selection describes the disparity between the version of Christianity that masters taught to the slaves and the version that slaves taught to themselves. Many say that Negroes receive religious education, that Sabbath worship is instituted for them as for others, and were it not for slavery, they would die in their sins, that really the institution of slavery is a benevolent missionary enterprise. Yes, they are preached to, and I will give my readers some faint glimpse of these preachers and their doctrines and practices. Not being allowed to hold meetings on the plantation, the slaves assemble in the swamps, out of reach of the patrols. They have an understanding among themselves as to the time and place of getting together. This is often done by the first one arriving, breaking boughs from the trees, and bending them in the direction of the selected spot. Arrangements are then made for conducting the exercises. They first ask each other how they feel, the state of their minds, etc. The male members then select a certain space in separate groups for their division of the meeting, preaching in order by the brethren, then praying and singing all round until they generally feel quite happy. The speaker usually commences by calling himself unworthy and talks very slowly until, feeling the spirit, he grows excited, and in a short time there fall to the ground 20 or 30 men and women under its influence. Enlightened people call it excitement. The slave forgets all his sufferings except to remind others of the trials during the past week, exclaiming, "Thank God, I shall not live here always." Then they pass from one to another, shaking hands and bidding each other farewell, promising, should they meet no more on earth, to strive and meet in heaven, where all is joy, happiness, and liberty. As they separate, they sing a parting hymn of praise. Sometimes the slaves meet in an old log cabin where they find it necessary to keep a watch. If discovered, they escape, if possible, but those who are caught often get whipped. Most of the songs used in worship are composed by the slaves themselves and describe their own sufferings. In some places, if the slaves are caught praying to God, they are whipped more than if they had committed a great crime. The slaveholders will allow the slaves to dance, but do not want them to pray to God. Sometimes, when a slave, on being whipped, calls upon God, he is forbidden to do so, under the threat of having his throat cut or brains blown out. O reader, this seems very hard, that slaves cannot call on their Maker when the case most needs it. Sometimes the poor slave takes courage to ask his master to let him pray, and is driven away with the answer that if discovered praying, his back will pay the bill. Peter Rudolph, 1825 to 1897, Slave Cabin to the Pulpit. The autobiography of Reverend Peter Randolph. The mockery of religious freedom in America. Headlines read, Special to the New York Times dated Friday, August 14th, 1925. Caption reads, Seized price list of voodoo doctor. Police get circulars offering wishing dust and lucky charms to Negroes at $1 to $1,000. Figure 16. Religious persecution. Special to the New York Times. Atlantic City, August 13th. 12,000 circulars said to have been sent to this city by a New York voodoo doctor were seized by the police here today as they were being distributed to Negro homes on the north side by 6 Negro boys. The circulars bore the address of D. Alexander of 99 Downing Street, Brooklyn, New York. All sorts of love powders, wishing dust, lucky charms, and incantations are offered for sale on the circular, with prices ranging from $1 to $1,000. Guffer dust, New Moon, number 1, good, $8.60. Happy dust, $40. Black cat's ankle dust, 500. Black Cat's Wishbone, $1,000. King Solomon's Morrow, $1,000. Easy Life Powder, $100. Tying Down Goods, $50. Chasing Away Goods, $50. Boss Fix Powders, $15. And Buzzard Neat, $100 were some of the goods offered. Inquiry developed that bringing back powders were designed to return an errant wife or husband to a grieving spouse. Tying down goods were said to keep the object of one's affections from departing, while chasing away goods had the opposite effect. Boss fix powders keep one's employee in a friendly mood. At 99 Downing Street, Brooklyn, a three-story frame building, the name D. Alexander was on the windows of a locked store in the basement. Bottles of fluids and powders were displayed there. Persons in the house above professed ignorance of the basement's occupant. By the early 1900s, the religion of Vodoun had been successfully maligned and forced underground, and its outward practices eliminated or forgotten entirely by the younger African American generations. It was also during this time that African Americans were experiencing unprecedented theft and illegal seizures of their land in the South. The folk medicine and ethnobotanical magic that remained, known to most as hoodoo and conjuration, is a rich cultural folk magical tradition practiced all over the African continent since time immemorial. In the U.S., this practice was mislabeled and universally regarded as the so called voodoo religion. Because African Americans were denied quality health care and legal representation, the folk doctors and conjurers became essential. These traditions, rooted in African theology, philosophy, culture, ancestral power, and magical ethnobotanical knowledge, were fused with Native American ethnobotany and concealed under acceptable European folklore, which ironically is derived from ancient African Old World beliefs. Because African Americans were routinely denied proprietary licenses to open businesses in their own communities, the supplies needed to practice this folk art were sold in botanicas, mainly monopolized by Jewish merchants. Just as with Vodoun and its priesthoods, African American hoodoo priests and priestesses were routinely harassed and put out of business or exposed as quacks and frauds. African Americans were forced to sneak and hide or made to feel immoral, unrighteous, non Christian, if caught visiting these priests or seen purchasing or empowering themselves with their wares. Ironically, today, hoodoo, passing as voodoo, and lacking the sacred power and knowledge of its forebears, is the fastest growing magical tradition practiced by non African Americans. Who invented the cola beverage? Enslaved root woman, inventor of Coca Cola. Figure 17. Caption: the natives are restless for Africola, 5 jungle flavors. It soothes the savage thirst. Perhaps the entire world is indebted to the enslaved Africans in America, from among other things, the probable invention of the world's most favorite and addictive beverage, Coca Cola. Its main ingredient, the cola nut, is native to West Africa and has been in use not only in West Africa, but by all of Africa since time immemorial, known as Bisi or Goro to the Iwe and Bisi in Ghana, Guiti in Benin, Oji to the Hausa and Igbo, and Boroji, Obi, Goro in northern Nigeria. This bitter 2 to 4 lobed fruit was imported and used extensively by Africans enslaved in America. From the Sterculiaceae family, it is grown from a variety of evergreen species. Cola natita, cultivated and sold in the West African markets by the Hausa and Yoruba. Onyesu, 1978. Msana, 2000. Traditional uses. Figure 18. Tony Cola, vintage poster of popular West African and French cola. The cola nut is especially sacred in both the Vodoun tradition of West Africa and of the diaspora, the Ifa Orisha of the Yoruba, the spiritual traditions of the Igbo in southeastern Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, etc. One of its main active ingredients being caffeine. As a medicine, the seeds are used as a tonic, stimulant, diuretic, antidepressant, and to treat dysentery, herpes, fractures, nausea, indigestion, fatigue, hunger, labor pains, and even as an aphrodisiac. Its roots are used as a dentifrice, chewing sticks, and mouth sanitizer. Its bark is used to make ceremonial objects, boats, and furniture. For religious purposes, it is offered as a holy sacrament and as food to the ancestors, divinities, and as a tool for divination. Culturally, it is used in West Africa as part of a dowry, preceding marriage, or given as a wedding gift, and is often used as a peacemaker in settling disputes. It is the main ingredient in the world's most widely drank and popular beverage, Coca Cola. Myths of Coca Cola's American origins. There are 2 versions of how Coca Cola was invented. The official version claims that when the enslaved Africans brought the 4-seeded pods to America, its medicinal and healing properties were suddenly recognized and discovered by a local white Georgia pharmacist named John Pemberton, who through trial and error discovered that by mixing the ground seed with sugar and soda water, it produced a nerve stimulant and tonic. Thus, Coca Cola was born. However, in the Black version, it is believed that a root woman, enslaved as a house servant, would make the tonic to relieve the depression and indigestion of her master. In doing this, it would prevent his usual violent outburst, and the slaves would be spared his brutality. So impressed was he with the healing beverage that he took it to the local pharmacist to determine its ingredients and how to mass produce it. Thus, Coca Cola was born. Re-education. The truth about Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun. Figure 19. Mama Zogbe, Mama Isi Vivian Hunter Hindru, giving presentation on Mami Wata and Yeveh Vodoun religion. Mami Zogbe, Mami Isi Vivian Hunter Hindru. Figure 20. Atlanta Conference. Mama Wata Historical Society. Mama Zogbe, Mama Isi, Vivian Hunter Hindru. It is important to re-educate the diaspora and the general public the truth about Vodoun and Mami Wata. It is time for African religions to be accorded the same respect and exposure that other religions have enjoyed for so long. The Vodoun and other African-based traditions are the birthright and the true divine power of the diaspora.
The more they learn, the more they will understand and realize what they and their children have been missing. Mama Zogbe, Mami Vivian Hunter, Hindru. New World Vodoun and Christian syncretism. Who borrowed from whom? Figure 1. Painting by Andrea Mantegna. Adoration of the Magi. Italian, 1495 to 1505. Black Madonna and Child. Christ adorned as Magi of Black Chaldean order. For decades, Western social and cultural anthropologists and religious clergy have written extensively about the use of Christian symbolism in the African Vodoun traditions that survived violent suppression and persecution in the New World. These experts have credited Western Christian ritual, theology, liturgy, and symbolisms with being largely responsible for the creation and development of the New World Vodoun religions. They further imply that its Vodoun's very foundation could not exist without it. This myth has been repeated so often that it is difficult to research any credible source who has taken the time to examine its legitimacy. It is true that Africans enslaved in the New World were forced to hide their deities behind images of European saints and the revisionist mythos that accompanied them. However, this superficial cultural layering was necessary in order to protect the survival of African spirits and religious culture. The enslaved Africans understood the cosmological and ancestral impossibility of European saints being remotely connected to their own African deities. For them, the saints were not on the same cosmological or divine level as the African deities, nor even the elevated African ancestors. Images of European saints served merely as a superficial cultural mask to guard against a hostile and racist environment. What began as an intelligent and desperate response to spiritual preservation simply evolved into a cultural and religious expression in New World Vodoun. These cultural manifestations symbolize the adaptability and indestructibility of the African divine, and that Western anthropologists, again in their underestimation of the African spiritual intellect, mistook it for syncretism, borrowing, or blending. Moreover, never do these same experts acknowledge the fact that if images of these saints were suddenly removed, as many in the diaspora have opted to do, the Vodoun, since it is born in the African people, would stand, just as the Vodoun in West Africa, cosmologically complete, theologically sound, and ritually and liturgically whole, as it has for more than 10,000 years. The saints, on the other hand, a foreign element would be left to prove their own divine legitimacy in a questionable Western religious theology and cosmology. Many believe them, saints, to have been originally ancient African ancestors, later Europeanized. However, when one considers the actual origins of these Christian saints, a more revealing and comprehensive picture might emerge as to the true roots of Christian ecclesiastical rites, theology, liturgy, religious customs, festivals, and cultural beliefs. This, in the long run, may be a good thing.
In doing so, it may finally lay to rest the perplexing question of just who borrowed from whom. African woman, originally worshipped as divine god, goddess. From reviewing the ancient history of the African matriarchal Sibs, the role of the Black warrior queen princess was represented and worshipped as Queen Mother and Goddess, meaning that she was the original, universal embodiment of the divine feminine principle. We also know that the triple headed Black goddess is the primary source of the now Christianized Holy Trinity. Moreover, the worship of the Black Madonna and Child comes directly out of the Isis and Osiris mythos. And as a result, the popular mythology of the White Virgin Mary is a deliberate, distorted, and corrupted version of this original tradition. Further, few can successfully dispute that the prophecies concerning the coming of a Savior was probably lifted from the prophecies of Sibs, which predate all of the male apostles. We know also that the mythos of a Savior being born at the winter solstice, ultimately triumphing over the powers of darkness and evil, rising at the vernal equinox, and achieving immortality, was taken whole cloth out of Afro Egyptian cosmology. And the sacred rites of Isis, Atagatis, Cybele, and Demeter, et al. Rites of Catholicism introduced by Black King. According to Greek biographer Plutarch, 46 CE to 120 AD, the entire Roman ecclesiastical hierarchy was copied from the African Gentiles, who can be described as the African and Tamils, Afro Elamites. Patriarchal history also tells us that the Black Roman king, priest, and legislator, Numa Pompilius, actually created the sacerdotal dress, ecclesiastical rites, liturgy, and sacred ceremonies of what is now known as Catholicism. Higgins tells us as well that there is not a single ordinance of the Christians which they can properly call their own. Numa, a priest of the Mami deity Ageria, Tanet, introduced flamen, or domed hat, and scarlet robes worn by bishops. It was also Numa who introduced the black Vestal virgins, now replaced with white nuns. He instituted the initiation rites of enthroning and baptism with the Holy Ghost. He introduced the African tradition of confession before sacrifices and the important custom of asking pardon and forgiveness, still practiced as sotsoke in Mami Yeveh Vodoun. The practices of tithing and offerings and payment for sacrifices. The Church borrowed directly from the African College of Priestess. It should be kept in mind that though Numa is credited under patriarchy with these introductions into the Roman Church, he is not its inventor. These religious practices were long ago extant in the ancient world, having been introduced by the Queen Mother priestesses of Isis through her temples. Similarly, the ritual practice of sprinkling with holy water before Mass, ceremonial chanting, votive lights, incense offerings, bells, vestments, and processions in white, accompanied by music, comes directly out of the African Egyptian rites to the sacred ancestral serpents, and Mami Wata, Black Diana. The rites of the seven sacraments, tithing, and the Eucharist were taken directly from the Mithra orders of Persia. Even the holy day of Easter was borrowed directly from the Mami Wata tradition of Astarte, from Syria, and the very important Mass and votive offerings, Missio, was taken directly from the temples and traditions of Isis. Churches at the Cara Santa at Loreto in Italy still display the black heathen Sibyl of Cumea, enthroned and surrounded by gold and diamonds, where she was widely worshipped. Figure 2A, burial tomb of the prophet Daniel, located in the ancient Black Elamite capital of Susa, in the Shush province of Khuzestan, what is now southwestern Iran. There he is worshipped as part of the original Black Chaldean Mithraic Essenes. Orders and access to the temple is forbidden to Christians. Hence, from the Levitical Hebrew perspective, Daniel, just as Abraham, was a Chaldean high priest. Higgins, and both studied in Egypt and were versed in astrology, astronomy, magic, alchemy, augury, nature, especially bird divination, dream interpretation, and all manner of African religious practices. These practices were later forbidden by Deuteronomy because Jewish scholars could not easily explain away why they do not today possess these abilities. Daniel's tomb is shaped in a dome, omphalos, representing the Old Babylonian sacred stone of Astarte. In the Bible, it says that Daniel is credited as the traditional author of the Book of Daniel. However, it is believed that his real name was Dan-el Walker, and that he was not a man at all, but rather the Phoenician god of divination, whom the Jews hid behind the name Daniel. They then converted him into a prophet and attributed the adulterated prophecies of the Sibyl of Cumea to him. It was not Daniel, but the Sibyl who first prophesied using metals as allegorical symbols for nations. Figure 2B. Sacred Byblos, stone of the Mami deity Tanit, located in Carthage, also worshipped as Astarte and Black Venus. Ancestral veneration and honoring the dead, borrowed from Africans. We are informed by Higgins that the Christians have not only copied the practices of bowing down to the idols of their great men, saints, they have not only adopted the practices of the apotheosis, elevating ancestors, but they have done it with the same rites and ceremonies and give the same attributes to their deceased men. The methods and dress of the mendicant monks, an ascetic order who renounced all materialism and lived by begging, and the dress of the Roman Catholic Franciscan monks of St. Francis, are the same exact practices and replicas of the black male priest of Isis. In Mami Wata Vodoun, ritual begging is still a common and ancient practice. The Roman celebration of the Feast of Charistics, charity, is taken directly from the African religious traditions of recalling the names of ancestors who have passed on and contemplating their joys, failures, and triumphs as a means of solidifying ancestral and family bonds. The ceremony of Good Friday, known in ancient Rome as agony, was taken directly from the women weeping for the Babylonian thunder god Tammuz, Attis, originally borrowed from Isis weeping for Osiris. These rites were ultimately transferred into the rites of Cybele, imported by the African matriarchal queens who fled to Asia Minor. Ancestral veneration not indigenous to Europe. That the African theology, religious culture, and liturgical and ritual predominance has been carefully excised and concealed from Greek and Roman history reveals itself completely in the practice of ancestral veneration and the belief that the spirits of ancestors remain connected with the living, even after death, and that they would return again through the blood of their family. This fundamental, completely pagan theological fact, more than any other, was foreign and even considered absurd and ignorant to Europeans, whom Massey tells us that the Paleolithic men in Europe saw a total lack of reverence for their dead. The earliest immigrants into Europe took little, if any, care of their dead. A Book of the Beginnings. Massey reiterates a belief already established in African theology, being that the veneration of the ancestors marked one of the most significant evolutionary achievements in civilization, for it forced nomadic clans to settle down to a central focal as not to leave their departed ones behind. The reverential aspect and awe that Africans knew was important to display for their ancestors was mocked by Europeans and later used by church authorities to degrade the religions of Africa, India, and elsewhere. This attitude has carried over until today, for inherent within it is the concept of inheritance of the wrongs of one's ancestors, or sins of the father, and viable restitution. Yet, the Romans and later the Church adopted the concept of venerating their ancestors and others as saints and incorporated them into their eschatology of Christ. It was also from the temple of Mami, Ceres, in Bethlehem, that the Christians learned to burn candles before them, saints, in solemn processions and as sacerdotal offerings. Ritual sacrifices to ancestors practiced in Roman Church. The ritual practice of making sacrifices to the ancestors was imitated by the church and carried out by a largely African college of priestess. Consider the following statement by Higgins. It was the general belief of the pagans that the souls of the dead would return, to demand of the living that they should offer sacrifices for the purpose of relieving them from the pains which they endured. The pagans differ from the Romith priest in this, that offered up their prayers for the dead on the ninth day, the Romith on the seventh. This is confirmed by Polydore Virgil. Christian angels, originally depicted as serpents. It is documented that the origin of the word for the much cherished cherub, winged white people riding on clouds, is actually derived from the root circle, and rub, serpent, which is the ancient Egyptian and Vodoun symbol of the Ananta or Ouroboros, meaning the serpent biting its tail, and symbolizing eternity and the life cycle of birth, death, and renewal. Saint Peter, the diviner and astrologer. In 1524, when the French took possession of Italy, they were shocked when they examined the sacred throne of St. Peter and found it to be carved with the black Chaldean zodiac, the very chair that the popes sit on to rule their infallible, non-idolatrous empire. Hallelujah! Praise name of African thunder god. More than 1,000 years before the Dorian Greeks, Rome, or Christianity, the Mami Wata traditions of the Afro-Ionians were singing the sacred praise, Hallelujah, Alleluia, in their songs, in the Mami shrines at Delphi and Libya, and in the temples of Solomon and later in Rome. Hallelujah, derived from the Egyptian signifying praise, Heru Heru, Aru Aru, and Horu Horu, are Egyptian and Afro-Elamite words meaning praise to Jah or praise to the Lord. It was originally sang to Oanes or Mami as part of a war dance, but it was later changed in honor of the sun god Apollo, who is none other than Osiris. Christian burial customs borrowed from African religions. The Protestant practice of throwing dirt onto a coffin and proclaiming ashes to ashes, dust to dust was taken directly from the ancient African Egyptian funeral practices, in which the priest would throw dirt 3 times on top of the body as an offering to the spirit of the deceased. Macy tells us that the first Christian altar originally used when conducting communion or the Eucharist was held on top of a coffin called a mensa. This ritual of feeding the dead tradition was taken directly from the rites of Osiris, in which his spirit rose from the mummy to partake of the Eucharistic meal. The Eucharist, ritual of feeding the dead ancestors, is performed in all African religions, for it is nothing more than a ceremonial feeding of the spirit. It is as old as Africa herself. Fast and self-flagellation, borrowed from African religions. The Jews fasted and flogged themselves in the temples, and so did the votaries of Isis, Cybele, and Demeter. It was Numa who instituted the fast, originally for the African ancestral earth goddess Ceres, Kore, especially after a beautiful harvest. December 25th, originally birthday of Egyptian Horus. The Egyptians celebrated the birth of Horus on December 25th. The Roman Church overlaid Christ's birthday to absorb this African ceremony. Even the number of the 7 planets, or 7 African powers, has been copied into the Christian tradition as the 7 deadly sins and the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Popes, emperors, claiming maternal divine African blood. It was even fashionable for Christian popes and emperors to claim African maternal lineages, in order to establish themselves as legitimate, divine authority, such as the case with Constantine, who claimed direct maternal lineage from the Ethiopian Queen Helen of Troy, in which he maintained all of her sacred festivals for the Black Divine Mother. He overlaid all of her sacred festivals to the Virgin Mary. Roman emperors can be seen displayed on minted coins with a black goddess such as Tyche, Athens, Demeter, or Cybele on the reverse. Baptism by fire and water, ancient African ritual. The baptism by fire and water, an ancient purification and initiatory Vodoun rite, as taught to the Romans by the African priestess, was originally performed by jumping through the flame of a sacred fire 3 times and being sprinkled with water from a branch of laurel or palm. This ritual practice was also usurped by the Roman Church. The laurel sacred to the sun god Apollo and to the Mithraic orders, and used by the Sibyl of Cumae to write her prophecies, was often substituted for the sacred palm. Saint Peter, Rock of the Lingam. Figure 3. 200 to 300 CE, bronze statue of Saint Peter. Figure 4, astrological chair of Saint Peter. Above is the statue of a dark-skinned, woolly-haired, Ethiopian-looking Saint Peter, the son, initiate of Janus, a sometimes four-headed Afro-Etruan deity. Janus is a remnant of the pre-Roman Afro-Buddhist orders, who was said to hold the keys of heaven, and was the main opener and shutter of roads, doors. Simon Peter is seen here crowned with the pagan solar nimbus, indicating his avatar status. A sacred African matriarchal icon outlawed by the Papal Church as the heathen symbol par excellence of the Black goddess. The astrological signs carved on the front panel of the chair are presided over by their respective divinities, each side draped by solar rings representing the sun, masculine principle. The crown of the seat is topped with the sacred cone, the Mithraic Persian symbol for fire, and more anciently the Zaketo, or hat of Osiris. Peter's hand are displayed with 2 fingers extended, an originally Afro-pagan signature representing the hand of the Black goddess, or the Holy Spirit. Now, with the divine African mother booted out, this hand symbol is used to represent himself, Peter, as the second person of the Holy Trinity, a position that the Pope claims his absolute, infallible, ecclesiastical authority. God, of course, being the first. Meaning of phrase, Peter the Rock. It is put into the mouth of Christ that Peter was to be the rock or stone that the Christians in their ignorance thought to be a physical church. However, what he was actually referring to was the limestone lingam, penis, another ancient Afro-pagan Kemetic symbol of the generative, creative masculine principle, of which an offering, anointing of palm or olive oil was to be made. In Afro-pagan Christian Rome, all saints and popes are seen with this lingam erected next to their statues. Origin of name Peter. Since the British were not around during biblical times, the name Peter is clearly an anglicized form not of a first, but rather of a surname. Peter is derived from the word Petra, meaning stone or lingam. What's more, Petera, Petar, Petor, Petora, Pedra, Pator also means the sacred rock or Omphe, headed by the Pedafare, who were African priestesses of Mami, and the priest of the Omphe or temple of Ammon were called Pedafare. The Jewish rabbim called Joseph Pator because he interpreted dreams. Peter's first name, Simon, means the son. Events surrounding Peter's death. Simon Peter was executed, inter dos metas, between two spinous thorn bushes, at the foot of the Egyptian obelisk at Roman Emperor Nero's 54 to 68 CE court. Though papal authorities have revised biblical history, there is no evidence that Simon Peter ever lived during the time of Christ. He was probably executed at the Roman Church's order for heresy, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding his execution, the Church has chosen to remain eternally silent. However, it is probably safe to assume that Simon Peter was never a Christian nor a martyr at all, but was an initiate of the Osirian mystery schools so prevalent in Rome, and his teachings were probably against what the papal authorities were doing to the African temples, i.e., murdering their clergy and corrupting and plagiarizing their theologies. Peter's militant act might have been what cost him his life. What is also revealing is that Simon Peter is buried under a temple, now a church, that was originally classified as pagan and was left for total neglect and destruction. It was not until 400 years after Peter's death that Constantine, an admitted Afro pagan, built the first wood roofed basilica, allegedly atop Peter's grave, an age old African custom. Figure 5. Sepultura di un bambino. Mummified body of diminutive African child, symbolizing the Osirian resurrection, found buried next to St. Peter. Peter buried in ancient Afro-Egyptian custom. The small plot that Peter was buried on is surrounded by other tombs of Egyptian-styled, mummified, linen-wrapped bodies, and the body closest to him is that of the Sepoltura di un Bambino, tomb of a black boy, child. Bambino is the Italian word for the black, Horus. Moreover, the entire burial description indicates an ancient Egyptian rite to the god Anup, lord of Kra, embalmment. Kra is both an Ewe and an Akan word for soul. This ancient African burial custom is a sacred funerary ritual where a diminutive sized child representing Osiris with the halo of Mami Isis representing the rays of Ra is mummified for the resurrection. At the end of the ceremony, it is the spirit, Kra, within this child who speaks. I am the babe. I renew myself, and I grow again. These ceremonial rituals, karast, were copied and practiced by the Roman Church as the prototype for Christ's burial. Because of the sacerdotal, ancestral nature of these sacred rites, none other than African priests could have performed them. Additionally, the object of these rites had to be of a certain African ancestral lineage in order to receive them at all. Ancient image of Ethiopian Christ. Figure 6. Detail of 526 to 530 CE. Afro Byzantium mosaic of original representation of Christ descending on a carpet of clouds. The nimbus, halo, around his head was understood that he was a pagan, meaning African prophet. The Afro Byzantium of the Amhara Abyssinian clans, also known as the Ophites, Cushites, serpent worshippers, probably were remnants of the Mitanni Empire, who immigrated to Rome and southern India from Asia Minor. From the drawings in the Roman catacombs, they appear to be the ones who were persecuted as pagans by both the Roman Church and the Levitical Jews. The Ophites, serpent people, did not reject the divine African mother, nor the serpent spirit in their holy trinity. They originally represented Christ as a serpent on a staff, brazen serpent. It is important to note as well that Jesus was a very common name in the ancient world, and that the Jesus of Bethlehem was called Jeskua, Ham meaning Om, or anointed, savior. His totemic animal was the black panther, Higgins. Additionally, their Coptic Christian church in Ethiopia predates Western Christianity and follows a different theology from the New Testament. Paulinian Christianity invented by the Roman Church. Their Coptic Bible was eventually stolen by the British and is now on display in the Vatican, where one can only take a glimpse of it, literally under armed guard. When Christianity became the state imperial religion under Constantine, the Coptics were in competition with these more ancient African ascetics. These groups were subsequently classified as heretics, their priest crucified, just as Christ, and their temples pillaged and destroyed. The above mosaic was commissioned by Felix IV, Santi Cosma e Damiano, Rome. Virgin, Mariam, Mami Isis. Enough has been written about the more than 1,000 images of the Black Madonna, still in existence throughout Europe and in other parts of the world. Many have speculated their origins to be in an earlier form of generic god-goddess worship, particularly of Isis and Osiris. In truth, there has never been generic god goddess worship in Africa. This deceptive concept is strictly a product of Western feminism and another way of obscuring the history connected with these Black images that have perplexed and embarrassed the European world for centuries. These African images represent one of the many aspects of Mami Wata and her queen mothers, and the magnificent temples they maintained during the African matriarchal presence, which dominated the ancient world for more than 6,000 years. After the Sibs' Vatican seat of sacerdotal power was finally conquered in Rome, in order to neutralize her divine authority, the passive virgin aspect was the only image allowed. Historically, the Sibyl's premier role and the more numerous images represented by her as Queen of Serpents, Mami, prophetesses, Sibyls. These serpent images were systematically suppressed or destroyed, and its African matriarchal connection far removed from the world after the Roman Church papals seized her temples. They then took control and plagiarized her books of prophecies, psalms, proverbs, etc. Presently, the Pope is acting in her role and has assumed all of her sacerdotal functions as head of the divine Sesanu. However, since his role is both racial and political, he does not possess the sacerdotal powers of Mami, prophecy, healing, etc. As a result, the Church is quick to condemn these attributes as demonic, heathen, especially as they continue to be manifested in Black priestesses and priests all throughout Africa. Today, what has been labeled Christianity is none other than a Euro-patriarchal corruption of a more ancient African matriarchal theology and ritual practices as established by the ancient Sibyl priestesses of Mami Isis. The church papals were not the first usurpers. The temples and sacerdotal authority of the Sibyls was already in a state of decline due to their takeover centuries earlier by the priest of Ammon during the rise of African patriarchy. When the African patriarchs lost their military predominance in the ancient world, these temples were seized where they now exist under European patriarchy, who have recreated the theology and holy icons in their own image. Image of Pope bowing to divine African Mother. It was they who seized her temples and assumed her sacerdotal role. African god, goddess, ritual attire worn by popes. Figure 7. Saint Augustine, wearing African matriarchal yoni, ritual vestments. He also sports an African pagan nimbus, halo, indicating his avatar status, a divine ranking he hardly earned. History tells us that male priest and shaman since ancient times have adorned women's ritual attire to try and absorb their magical powers or to be more effective in their own rituals. In 392 CE, after officially outlawing African religious practices in the Roman Empire as heathen and pagan, and after condemning Black priestesses as witches, the new ecclesiastical papal authorities wasted no time imitating and replacing them in their role as high priestesses of the common masses. Above Figure 7 is a representational drawing of St. Augustine and a modern nun, replacing the Black Vestal Virgins wearing the same vestment, Albi of Isis. Pre-Christian attire was introduced into Rome by the Black legislature and Mami priest king Numa. The solar nimbus and the yoni-shaped pallium covered with the phallic cross are what the sibyls and high priestesses wore as a symbol of Ammon, while officiating ceremonies. The solar rada, or nimbus surrounding his head, is actually an African crowning custom to symbolize a deity or the crowning of a deity after initiation. It was introduced into Greece by the African goddess Sibs of Demeter. For centuries, the church forbade its use around the heads of their own saints because of its pagan connection. In his hand, St. Augustine is holding the sacred fruit, tapush, with his index finger extended in the ancient Chaldean sign of the phallus. This posture represents a holy offering and ritual sign executed by them before entering the sacred grove of Mami. Augustine sits on an oak, wooden carved throne, adorned with the crest of two falcons, the ancient symbols of the priest of Horus. Romanized Sibyl prophetess, figure 8. Model posing as Phrygian Sibyl on the tomb of Pope Hadrian IV, Rome, 1524 and 1529. Roman model posing as Black Sibyl on the tomb of Pope Hadrian IV, 117 to 138 AD. Claimed to be the last of the non-Italian popes before John II, it was Hadrian, a Black Phrygian from Thrace, now northeastern Greece, who set the literary, cultural, and religious style of Rome during that time period. It was considered fashionable for popes, emperors, patricians, and dignitaries to claim an African divine maternal lineage from the serpent spirit, and the above Phrygian Sibyl Phrygia exemplified this. It was even believed that Hadrian, Augustus, and all 12 Caesars adopted their names and calculated their reigns based upon the Sibyl's prophecies. They believed the Nero's reign would be the period in which the Messiah would come. So committed was Pope Hadrian that as emperor, he sent for a tutelary African ancestral spirit to be ceremoniously placed in the temple of Jupiter. Hadrian later wrote to a friend, "Those who worship Serapis are also Christians. Even those who style themselves the bishops of Christ are devoted to Serapis." It was especially during Hadrian's reign that the divine Serapis was worshipped, sitting in full implements and regalia, on his throne, with Isis standing next to him, holding her sacred sistrum in one hand and a sheaf of wheat in the other. Beneath them read the inscription, "Immaculate is Our Lady Isis," which of course was later attributed to the new image of her made over as the White Virgin Mary. Though modern Western historians, revisionists, have tried to conceal or deny an African world predominance, the trail of African deities and their specific and unique bioancestral characteristics reveal another story. African and Afro-Phrygian, Afro-Judaic, Ophites, Cushite, Afro-Pelasgian, Afro-Byzantium, Afro-Etruscan, Afro-Umbrian, and Afro-Greco religions and culture was already dominant in Italy long before the formation of the Roman Empire. However, white models became common practice under imperial Rome, a time when the church had fully formulated a European religious and racial identity. During the classical, actually revisionist, era, the Romans began to commission artists to replace the Sibyls, the Black Madonnas, and other African goddesses, thus implying a European antiquity that simply did not exist. It is these deliberate misrepresentations that have been passed down to the world today as authentic his story. Black Diana, our original Lady of Divine Grace. Figure 9, Black Diana. Figure 10, Original Virgin Mary, an invented composite of Mami Isis. The European Virgin Mary was constructed from a composite of many of Mami Isis's multi-aspects. Her black image and sacerdotal role as the Holy African Mother of the people was eventually subsumed and overlaid onto the present images of her as the White Virgin Mary. The most important of Mary's roles as the modern day Holy Mother was taken from the ancient image of Artemis, Black Diana, found in ancient Greece, Ephesus, 100 AD. Black Diana's arms are stretched towards the world, emblematic of her pre-Christian role as Great Mother, preserver and sustainer of culture, and bringer of blessings, mercy, justice, and healing. The holy nimbus halo, her foremost popular symbol, indicating her avatar savior status, was originally outlawed by the church as African and pagan. It was later reincorporated into the White Virgin by the Church for future generations who had no knowledge of its African origins or meaning. Though the sacred rites to Mami have been lost in the New World, in an historic, almost convoluted reversal, it was these white images that were later force adopted by the enslaved Africans and overlaid onto their African Mami deities in the Afro traditions in Cuba, Dominica, Haiti, and Louisiana voodoo in the South and elsewhere. Mami Isis, the First Lady of Perpetual Help. When the emissaries of the church were sent throughout the world and ordered to forcibly convert the natives and to destroy all existing images of the divine African mother, Mami, it was no easy task. Figure 11. Black Madonna, Byzantium. Many of the Black Madonna's images were ordered destroyed by the church or were secreted away in the Vatican musty vaults and basements. Figure 12. Non-historical Romanized Madonna. As the Roman Church invented itself, it Europeanized the African deities and overlaid ancient African rites onto a new racial political theology called Christianity. Our Lady of Perpetual Help, Black Madonna. Image on left resembling more the original Black Coptic Ethiopian image of Mami Isis and child Horus, created in Asia Minor, not by Christians, but by the Ethiopian Judas Jews, a Black ascetic clan of original Jews and followers of Black Krishna, Higgins, who migrated to India. Its esoteric celestial meaning symbolizing the divine African mother, with her solar consort, the sun. It was the divine African mother who gave birth to all solar gods, from which the savior divine kings were born. They could only claim their divinity through her blood. Horus' image as the divine child became popular throughout Europe and was thought to bring good luck. In Italy, he was called the Black Bambino, and one could see him painted on business signs, outside expensive homes, and other non-secular buildings. During Europe's colonial and imperial conquest throughout Africa, his images were no longer considered good luck and became personified as the Black Sambo. Europeanized version promoted and now universally accepted as the authentic Virgin Mother of Christ. Krishna was not originally a Hindu god. He was worshipped as the true Christ by the African and Afro-Elamite Yuda ascetics. Later on, after it could not be suppressed, he was begrudgingly added to the pantheon of deities that the new Iranian invaders called the Hindu religion. Nike, the original Lady of Holy Protection. Figure 13. Pre-Christian African Nike, draped with wings, winged serpent nimbus, and solar rays all represented the wisdom of the holy ancestral oracular serpent demonized in Western Christianity. Romanized Nike. Because it was the known symbol of the Black prophetesses, the divine serpent was slowly omitted and systematically replaced with a scarf draped across the arms. Crude drawing of the Mami deity Nike, Victory, found in medieval catacomb of Sibs, Via Latina, Rome, 361 to 363 CE. This sacred image, whose formation predates Christianity, are among some of the first representations of angels. The Roman Church Europeanized Nike as a composite of the White Virgin Mary, in the same posture, holding a white cloth draped across her arms, which was often substituted for the sacred python, especially during the Roman Church's persecution of the Sibs, in which they were forced to hide Mami beneath new Euro imagery, ironically, of themselves. The above image is also representative of the winged rainbow serpent, so well known in the Vodoun religion. In truth, there is no historical or archaeological evidence of a White Mary or cult of worship anywhere in the ancient world prior to the Roman Church's artists' renditions and recreations of her from the old African pagan goddesses. Unfortunately, backed by the Church's wealth and influence, it is the white images and the invented theology which is disseminated around the world as his story. Many of these Christian emissaries who attempted to remove the divine African mother from traditional worship after seizing her temples and building their churches atop of them, as Paul's disciples soon learned, were killed. See Corinthians, Thessalonians. Their deaths were made to read in biblical history as divine or martyrs for Christ. The cultural, theological, and ritual theft and deconstruction of the sacred traditions of the divine African matriarchal goddess that sprouted in Rome and all throughout Europe was not immediate, because the Black goddess was so well known and beloved throughout all the ancient world. Her removal, the church papal authorities knew, would cause much unrest. However, the church determined started with subtle, conciliatory gestures. They began with the usurpation of Mami's, Isis, Demeter, sacred rites, by overlaying their popular festivals within its newly formed liturgical practices. Over time, the progressive removal of all pagan, meaning African visible symbolisms and sacred imagery that had represented the original logos since the beginning of time was almost complete. With the new European identity formed and most of Africa conquered, and its sacred traditions repackaged by the Roman Imperial Church, it was time to complete the conversion. Amongst much grief and resistance by her Black Diana, Mami Isis devotees, a wholesale campaign of destruction was soon implemented. All ancient symbolisms of the divine African mother were insidiously replaced with white imitations and promoted around the world as the new Christendom. It must be kept in mind that none of these aspects of the Black goddess were originally related to Christianity. In fact, even maintaining the Black goddess in her white form created bitter ideological rifts between competing Christian sects and cults, such as Lutheranism and Protestantism, who, knowing their original African origins, flat out refused to include them under the name of idolatry, meaning Black paganism. Price menu for ritual sacrifices in Rome. Figure 15. Roman list of taxes per sacrificial ceremony, found as inscription on the ruins of the temple of Malakbelos, outside Porta Portis, Rome. For the blood of perhaps a bull, and for its hide, if the victim be entirely burnt, for the blood and skin of a lamb, if the lamb be entirely burnt, for a cock entirely burnt, for blood alone, for a wreath, for hot water per head. In Afro-Roman religious culture, all sacrifices at the public shrines were officiated by a priest-priestess. Fees were levied by the Roman state, depending upon the type of animal and ceremony. The priestess would perform the sacrifice based upon the client's ability to pay. Ideally, the priestess would perform the ceremony and the entire bull or lamb or cock incinerated. This is where the term Holocaust is derived. If the person was poor, the priestess would cook only the entrails, quick procedure, and the remaining raw meat would be taken home and included as part of a sacred meal or sent as a special gift to a relative or friend. As a rule, the hides and skins, the most sacred, were always kept by the church temple. Taxes were levied for each level of procedure. Over time, the religion had become so commercialized and elitist that it became almost inaccessible to the poor. Those who were rich were able to perform their own sacrifices, immunis sacrum faciendi, and have an altar built, whether they were spiritually ancestrally connected to the deity or not. It was simply the thing to do. This created a decadent culture, manifesting bizarre and sacrilege sects, unrelated to the African traditional customs. Sacrifices continued well over 600 years after Christ had come and gone. Holy sacrifices, along with the mandate to discontinue the worship of African deities by the Roman Papal State once they became an imperial power. Black Egyptian Sphinx found in Rome. Figure 16. Black basalt sphinx of Egyptian king Amasis and obelisk of King Hopra in Christian Rome. Found not in Egypt, but in the temple of Isis and Serapis in Rome. Unearthed in 1883, excavators discovered the Saitic mystery school on the grounds of the Via Dies Ignazio capital, now converted to the Collegio Romano and the Baths of Agrippa. In the 5th century, King Amanus, also known as Amos the First, founder of the 18th dynasty, defeated the Hyksos, Persians, Iranians, and booted them out of Egypt, Palestine, and Sudan. He restored Egypt and her territories back to the Africans. His mother, Queen Ahotep, was ruler of Thebes and held down the fort during these military escapades. However, his reign was short lived. When Hopra came to power, his military campaigns against the foreign invaders of Babylon and Libya were a total disaster, causing his followers and those of Amasis to flee to Rome. Once Cambyses, king of Persia, Iran, conquered Sais. Cambyses so hated Amasis that he dug up his tomb and desecrated it, chopping off his nose and breaking off his symbol of maternal royalty, the uraeus. The remains were shipped whole by his followers to Rome and placed in the temple of Isis and Serapis. The Africans felt at home in Rome, since prior to the imperial state, when the church seized total control, the Roman Senate and College of Priests were predominantly African, biracial, or initiates of the African mystery schools that were flourishing in Rome. It is from these schools that the Roman Church copied and modeled their ecclesiastical rites, canons, and liturgies in the Mami Wata Vodoun tradition. Amasi is also the name of a special ritual, healing bath, given by Hununs. African sacrifices. The rave in high society Rome. Figure 17. Arch panel of Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, 121 to 180 CE, sacrificing in front of Temple Jupiter, Africus, St. Martin Province, Piazza della Consolazione, Rome, 121 to 180 CE. Above is a pictorial panel from the Arch of the Temple Jupiter Africus, the Roman name for the Egyptian thunder god Horus, Zeus. The Roman pontiff called him Papa, just as he is called today in the Vodoun. Higgins. It shows a scene of Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius preparing to make a sacrifice of a bull to Horus to consecrate the new temple in background, what he had built as a gift. Though the poor and some nobility were sincere in their votive offerings to the African deities, it was considered fashionable and even expected of Roman nobility to erect shrines, most actually to themselves, on behalf of their favorite African deity. There were many to choose from. The Romans had learned from the Africans how to pay tribute to a deity if one had miraculously survived an act of nature, such as a thunderstrike, or had gained a victory at war. The Roman nobility would pay for the rites to make their own sacrifices and have it etched into a pictorial relief panel of the temple, such as the one above. The Romans considered these sacrifices to be the highest exhibition of personal and spiritual power, to imply that the African deity would accept directly their offerings without priestly intervention. Such was the ignorance and arrogance of the times. What was also important to note is that the architectural style of the temples were not a Roman invention. These artistic styles were copied from the Egyptian, Carthaginian, Afro-Greco, and Afro-Byzantium styles. They were also found in ancient Carthage, Tunisia, Turkey, Manoa, Mycenae, and Asia Minor, largely from the temples of the African Mami goddesses, built by the Amazons and the Chaldean masons. Some of these temples were literally Egyptian imports, shipped colonnades, double cells, and all, piece by piece, from the banks of the Nile to those of the Tiber River. Imports included a library, Bibliotheca Casanatense, attached to the Temple of Isis, which the papal church authorities, for obvious reasons, upon discovery of its ruins in 1719, kept secret. Lanciani. After Christianity became the state imperial religion, the literally thousands of African shrines, temples, and schools were reclassified as pagan and earmarked for destruction, or Christian churches rebuilt on top of them. The libraries, expensive statues, gold, ivory, and other precious gems were plundered, and the images melted down and turned into limekiln or reshaped into new European images. Those priests, priestesses, and worshippers, scholars, mystics, and philosophers who would not convert, even for political reasons, were enslaved, executed, mauled by wild lions, attacked by venomous snakes, wild bears, or forced to become gladiators in the Colosseum for public entertainment. Contrary to Christian mythos, once Christianity became the official religion, no one of any knowledge would accept it. Only the poor and ignorant Romans, who were often the criminals, thieves, rapists, and such, were the initial converts. It was these social deviants who were commissioned during the Inquisitions and became the marauders and executors of those deemed heretics, which were the wealthy and others, that included a large class of Africans. Later revisionist Christian writers would claim that the Christian religion was rejected because of the non acceptance of Christ. As noble as this might sound, history reveals an entirely different story. Emperor Aurelius, a pagan, may have been initiated into the mystery schools and is credited with being the author of 12 books of meditations, largely a regurgitation of what he was taught by the Africans. Today, he is reclassified as a Stoic, and the Africans who taught him are still classified in history as slaves or primitive heathens. The trouble with adoration of the Magi. Adoration of the Magi, Figure 18. Quentin Masses, Flemish Northern Renaissance painter, 1465 to 1530. Juus van Kelv, 1526. Hieronymus van Aken Bosch, 1415 to 1516. For centuries, the Gospels, a carefully selected, heavily edited, and plagiarized collection of writings attributed to Hebrew prophets, was aggressively disseminated by the Roman Church. However, for the spiritually learned, these writings had, since their inception, been historically referred to as the spurious Gospels. During the thousand-year dark ages of Europe, African and other mystery schools were invaded by inquisitors who crucified and murdered their priestesses. They pillaged and looted their temples and burned nearly all of the books on science, philosophy, literature, history, architecture, and mysticism. As a consequence, Europe descended headfirst into an age of abominable ignorance, lawlessness, and mayhem. With the exception of the monasteries where monks studied and copied those books that they did not burn, nearly all of Europe's inhabitants went uncultured, unclean, and illiterate. Disease, criminality, marauding gangs, high infant mortality, alcoholism, and prostitution was the order of the day. It was from this element that the Roman Church recruited its inquisitors, explorers, Jesuits, slave traders, and converted its first followers into the Christian cult. Problem was, they could not read, and even if they could not read the Bible because it was literally written in Latin, a language they did not know. Even if they could read, they could not discern and intelligently challenge the Bible's legitimacy. For not only had the church murdered and crucified all of its competitors under the dubious charge of heresy, it was outright forbidden by penalty of death. Learning largely took place by individual family members who had acquired some wealth and through visionary artists. Some of the art created during this time and during the early Renaissance was commissioned by the church and was the only credible employment a starving artist could aspire. Because the Christian church had no original theological, liturgical, eschatological, or cultural foundation of its own or of any antiquity, it had to invent one. These starving artists were usually forced to utilize their great talents in revising history by creating elaborate frescoes and murals manifesting biblical fantasy, allegory, and mythos, passing as historical fact. These fantastical biblical renderings at the expense and substitution of ancient truths were critical in providing psychological comfort and in establishing a historical foundation for Western Christianity and European culture. Today, though Hollywood has largely taken over this function, most classroom textbooks still unopposedly reference these artistic renderings as history. Within one of these artistic renderings, Adoration of the Magi, celebrating the church's fantasy of the birth of their Savior. One character that has stood out somewhat awkwardly in the minds of most in the diaspora is the often lone Black African king, Belshazzar, Baal meaning Astarte Mami, a Chaldean king and high priest of the Magi, a pagan and heathen, magician, astrologer, and diviner who has come to pay homage to the birth of someone whom the church claims will end all of their careers as pagan priest. Most are unaware also that the Sibs and other African high priestesses of Isis were known as Majo, the feminine of Magi. They, too, have been completely erased from biblical history. Nonetheless, clearly the question begs, why would this African, pagan diviner come from far away bearing frankincense, myrrh, and gold, all gifts offered to the pagan sun gods, to honor a European savior? whose ultimate goal is his total destruction. Perhaps it is not the Black Chaldean who is out of place, but rather the accompanying characters, the religion, and the entire mythos itself. During ancient times, it was customary for African Ebonites, Chaldean priests, when they went to the home of anyone who would beckon them, to come in threes, the Timurti. One is the diviner to determine the destiny of the child, the other the root doctor to make ama, medicine for the child, and the third, a ritual priest to take care of any abnormal condition of the child's spirit. Placed back into their African cultural context, these priests would be called bokonos and babalaos, performing African religious customs that have been in practice since the beginning of time. Mama Deva, ancient name of Mother of Christ. Figure 19. Mama Deva, and not the Anglican Mary, was the ancient name of the birth mother of Ieus, or Jesus. Above is Roman fresco taken from actual underground catacomb of Priscilla, depicting the Virgin in dialogue with a prophetess. The prophetess clearly appears to be a large-size black woman, perhaps the famous Black Sibyl of Cumaea, since men are not allowed in the inner yoni of the temple. Higgins was one of a growing number of scholars who, inspired by archaeological evidence, DNA, strengthened by cultural and linguistic support, completely rebuked the white virgin myth and other fables created by the Roman Church. The years following Christ's death, mystics and scholars who claim to have found his actual birth mother knew her as Mama Deva. Higgins tells us that the Casa Santa of Loreto, on the Italian shore off the Adriatic Sea, everyone knows is the real house in which the mother of Jesus Christ lived at Nazareth, or the city of Nazir. Here sits the mother of the god, Mama Deva, the Regina Coeli, with her infant in her arms, both as black as jet, loaded with diamonds and every other kind of precious stone. Her humble cottage is covered with a casing of beautifully worked other kind of precious stone to screen both in and herself from the impertinent curiosity. And over the door, to guard it or to ornament, stands the statue of the Erythraean Anatolila Sibyl. In Massey's Egypt, Light of the World, he recounts in impressive detail the entire mythos of how the birth and life of Christ was taken almost verbatim, directly from the mysteries of Osiris's tradition of the Savior Kings, rooted in the African matriarchies and the mysteries of Mami Isis. Vodoun religion predates Christianity. The Vodoun religions of West Africa is not a mixture of Western Christianity. Western Christianity can arguably be classified as a corrupted theology and variegated practice of many forms of African mystical traditions. The Vodoun of the New World contains ancient African rituals and festivals borrowed and reincorporated into a Western Christian theology. In other words, the Christianity that Africans and the diaspora, indeed the world, have been forced to accept was devised directly from ancient African, Afro-Hebraic, Mithraic, and Afro-Elamitic cosmogony. reworked, and relayered with a new mythos that is uniquely European. That the diaspora have found comfort in the solemn atmosphere of churches and are offered hope through prayer, controlled ritual, and psalmist verse is because these attributes are familiar to their ancient soul as African, and they predate Western Christianity. It is Mami and the Vodoun. Figure 20A. Holy Vodoun Mound, or Omfe, with the cross, solar sun, and dove, representing the complementary masculine and feminine principles of Mami in her aspect as the Holy Spirit. Copied by Roman Imperial Church while it was suppressing African religious practices. Figure 20B. Iconic African symbol, Circle of Venus, where the black goddess Victory rests atop. It was used by Roman emperors atop the Capitolina. It was later copied by the church, and Victory was replaced with just the cross. The Western Christian racist and arrogant use of the word idolatry, pagan, animist, and heathen to debase African spirit is tantamount to the use of the word nigger to deride the African bodies and souls from which these spirits are born. To imply that the soul spirits of Africans need a Euro Christian foundation in order to thrive is not born from history. In time, the diaspora will come to realize that they are at war in the worst possible way with themselves when they reject their soul gods in support and perpetuation of their colonial conditioning. It is the natural order of things as many become more aware of their divine history and the authentic expressions of their own African spirits. The transformation will gradually take place. It has already begun. Before our very eyes, the world is witnessing the evolution of African American churches, progressing into more intense ritual, African drumming, and ancestral ceremony that are nothing less than Vodoun, Akan, Congo, and Yoruba in nature. It is only a matter of time when the gods themselves will descend and begin a new dance of true African revival. Contemporary images and illusions of Mami Wata. The intrusion of racial and political polemics in the worship of the divine African mother. Figure 1. Italian maiolica, glazed plate of a mulatto mermaid taken from a dish designed in Faenza, northern Italy, circa 1490. The maiolica art form began during the Renaissance, when particularly African statues of Isis and other black goddesses in Rome were being resculptured as European. This image is probably a Sibyl figure or one path of Mami Wata, Victoria and Albert Museum, London. As previously discussed in the Mami Wata Vodoun tradition, the piscine, fish, mermaid imagery is of great antiquity. Over the ages, it has transformed itself from the crude amphibious scaly forms to evolving into a series of more human personas. These contemporary forms are usually representative either of their own divine character or are reflecting some mystical or functional aspect that they manifest in serving a particular culture. However, no matter what form Mami Wata may manifest themselves, the trained eye understands that these physical attributes are symbolic and contextual of a far greater divine or profane reality that are rarely ever to be taken literally. Figure 1 above is known in Italian art as istoriato, history, depicting images from mythology and the Bible. Figure 2. Contemporary image of Mami Wata on shrine of Togo priest or priestess. Contrary to Western myths, the mermaid was not introduced to Africans by European sailors. Africans introduced the mermaid as an organized tradition of water deities into ancient Mycenae, Iona, Asia Minor, Turkey, Greece, and Rome, beginning with Isis, Aphrodite, and the Black Diana. Depending on their message and function, they have always ranged in complexion. Some men report seeing a mulatto woman in their dreams. However, whiteness in African cosmology is not, nor has it ever been, connected or infected with the racialized culture of the West. Symbolically, esoterically, and literally, the color white has an entirely different connotation, lost to the outsider who are conditioned to view these images within narrowly defined concepts of race. Gerd Chessy, 1980. Mama Wata, Original Vatican. The above image is clearly drawn from a remote past when Mami Isis worship existed throughout the ancient world, including Rome. Many of Mami Isis's rites were said to have been introduced into Rome by the black legislature King Numa Menu, who himself was a priest of the water deity Egeria. Once the original Vatican seat of the African Queen Mother's sacerdotal power, Mami Isis's temples were numerous and were the main center of political, social, and spiritual edification for both the rich and the poor Roman masses. During the destruction of her temples by the growing Roman Church, all of Isis's images were destroyed, her prophecies were stolen, her priestesses discredited, and her worship forbidden. And just as in Greece, under the White Dorians, Isis's history was relegated to mythology, never again to be recognized by the world. Mami's original implements. During ancient times, though the mirror was part of Mami's cachet, she actually held in her right hand a Sidonia, golden apple, Greek, quince, and in her left an African ivory plectrum for plucking the lyra. Esoterically, both implements are sacred to the deities of the Sun people, and exoterically, it stood for earthly pleasures in moderation. Mami, originally represented as African in ancient world. Figure 1. The mulatto complexion and negroid features, the mirror, paper, currency, and peacock feathers are all ancient and contemporary symbols of one of the many popular aspects of the African ancestral water deities, worshipped as Mami Wata. In Togo and in the diaspora, this particular image has survived as Awusa. In ancient popular culture, she may have been worshipped under her many appellations and manifestations, i.e., Astarte, Aphrodite, or in her most oldest image as Venus Melanis, meaning in her original Black African form. However, in today's world, the mermaid image, such as the above, are merely modified, contemporary renderings, which have lost their esoteric, cultural, and spiritual significance due to the imposition of Christianity supported by a racialized Western culture that denies and devalues the African genesis of their more ancient past. Figure 3. European mermaid taken from Danielle perfume bottle. Contemporary image of Mami Wata sold in Togo as European import. Many of the white Western mermaid imagery are inspired by merman sailor stories shared in many parts of Europe. However, their encounters are often hostile and brief, and her signature comb and mirror are viewed as symbols of her vanity and heartlessness. Graves and Hardings. Although these white images can symbolically serve as modern cultural metaphors of Mami Wata's cosmopolitan persona, they are not related to the actual deities that are cosmogenetically and ancestrally born through African matriarchal lineages, nor those that are maintained in the consecrated sacred rivers, ponds, and groves throughout Africa. Figure 4. Oriental image of mermaid. Archaeological evidence indicates that the ancient Black Chaldean Astarte traditions of Babylon were strong in China during the Han Dynasty. Temple. According to a 3000 BC Chinese myth, their civilization was founded by a mermaid, Fuzu Nugua, who came from the Li River. He supposedly taught the Chinese writing based upon the Bagua, or yin and yang, which later developed into the feng shui system of harmony and the I Ching system of divination. The Japanese also claim a similar mermaid-like goddess named Kawa no Kami. Again, just as the first Isis logos of the African matriarchs, the yin-yang expresses respect and balance of both feminine and masculine principles and is not a politically driven form of Western feminism. Mami Wata and African perceptions of race. Prior to the uniquely Western cultural phenomena of race, overlooked is the fact that no images of Mami or any African deity were ever primarily created to reflect a racial or political agenda. The majority of African religious art reflect some dominant mystical attribute or clan quality of a particular deity or ancestor. These particular qualities are often expressed symbolically in human, animal, elemental, or any mixture of these forms. With the exception of ancestral images, a great many of the deities do not reflect the ethnic characteristics of the clan, but if taken literally, may appear to reflect the typical features attributed to someone of Asian, Arab, or of Indian descent. In some cases, many of these African deities might even assume an extraterrestrial appearance. Unfortunately, Western cultural anthropologists and archaeologists wasted no time in crediting all of the above as the foreign influence in African artistic design. The incredulous belief that Africans somehow invented a fantasy white deity comprised of borrowed ethnic and mystical aspects of foreign cultures is still prevalent in academia and espoused by scholars who should know better. Proclaimed experts who feign ignorance of how African spirit is represented and understood by African people. In truth, Mami could manifest in someone's dreams, in any race, and as any deity, and in any form, be it Buddha, Shiva, Dattatreya, Isis, Mohammed, or even as the popular mythical images of a Europeanized Christ and Mary. Mami, the most elusive and indefinable of the god goddesses, is all of these, and yet they are none of them. As a single defining concept, even the popular image of the snake charmer, African priestess, is a recent contemporary adaptation that many display today to advertise or simply because it reflects their connection to the modernity of the West. Worshipping white women. Some Western researchers have consistently and erroneously implied that Mami Isis and other devotees of Mami were worshiping white women. They reasoned that African women were vicariously expressing their impoverished, tangled, unattractive, and miserly lives through the beauty, refinement, and opulence of the bourgeoisie white female class. So pervasive is this belief that, as recent as 1970, Dr. Ronald Winthrop, an American research psychiatrist, went on a special mission to Liberia by the United States government, suddenly noticed an unusual number of African American men who had previously expatriated to the country seeking psychiatric treatment. They reported developing severe symptoms of what he described as psychosis, depression, and of experiencing erotic dreams involving a mulatto or white skinned female. The idea that Africans are worshiping white women and the Mami Wata tradition remains a steadfast, often implied opinion by Western scholars. After examining these men, Dr. Winthrop reached the following prognosis. Finally, there is the concept of the desired but prohibited object, the white female, that the spirit is called Mami Water. The nature of this fusion of fantasies would demand that their meaning remain hidden from essential consciousness, and this might explain the operation of the denial mechanism in identifying Mammy Water as white skinned rather than Negro. Dreams of sexual intercourse with her would indicate the breakthrough of incestuous impulses in a disguised form, and thus the gratification of repressed infantile genital wishes. Figure 5. American racist caricature of black man awaiting the arrival of the white water nymph. The idea that the black man's sole goal in life was the acquisition of a white woman, including his superstitious beliefs in mermaids, predominated turn of the century Freudian psychology. Nearly all of the research literature written about Mami Wata by Europeans, including American, hint subtly at this assumption. In a racialized culture where power, wealth, and the maintaining of power is identified with whiteness, and poverty, ignorance, and primitivism is identified with blackness, Dr. Winthrop's conclusions are in keeping with the continuance of the established order. However, these erroneous and simplistic explanations actually bespeak of the serious limitations of a society that is steeped in rational thought, infected with layers of pathological and convoluted racist ideology. A narcissistic culture lacking the spiritual maturity to explain the exoteric phenomena of a cultural group more ancient and in possession of a far more complex and advanced history of spiritual phenomena. Since the Mami Wata deities themselves are not human, outer attributes are only symbolical and are meant only to express or emphasize certain cosmological material or sociological qualities of a deity. This is especially the case with ancestral water deities such as Awusa, whose original image had always been African, in which now the mulatto or white image as a cultural statement is a relatively new manifestation out of any number of her traditional aspects. Figure 6. Contemporary image of mommy usually displayed inside shrines or painted outside on shrine walls as a modern form of advertisement of services. The above is hailed as an original invention, designed by the Hamburg German artist Schlesinger. However, it is clear that the German artist was inspired by the original ancient African depictions of Isis as the beneficent, holy Virgin Mother. In these original forms, she is displayed with the solar child Horus and with the ancestral python draped around her neck. Images of Ishtar, Astarte, Atargatis, Iyensu, and others were represented in this form long before the above German design. Many in the diaspora are choosing to resurrect her original Black images as a means of reclaiming their ancient birthright, or as visible symbols of their racial and spiritual identity. In this respect, the difference is not only political and spiritual, it is also literal, historic, and some might even suggest revolutionary. Original Serpent Mother, Figure 7. Circus poster reads The Fair Circassian Lady, the Original Snake Charmer. Shelburne Museum, Vermont. 19th century circus sign, clearly inspired by Mami imagery, depicting fair Circassian lady as the original snake charmer. Though Europeans have always entertained a morbid fascination with the so-called snake charmer and snake lady, it has no counterpart in European culture, where serpent worship is not indigenous. Western Christianity, borrowing from misogynist, patriarchal Judaic texts, long ago associated and demonized these snake cults to the African and Tamil Taurian clans who introduced it to them, and its direct connection, particularly with the black goddesses Isis, so loved by the Greeks and Romans. However, despite contemporary white images, Mami Wata's ancient mysticism, sacred rites, theology, and matrilineal priestesshoods can only be understood within its original African culture and cosmology. Mami, inherited through bloodline. Since time immemorial, all throughout Africa, the Mami Wata deity has been inherited or born through Black matrilineal bloodlines. Centuries later, during the formation of divine African kingships, which have their beginnings in Africa, the king's divine authority was based upon his matrilineal descent from the mummy crowned queen mothers. However, in today's Mami Wata imagery, the white or mulatto female aspect may clearly be expressing contemporary society's attitude toward race and beauty rather than any divine attribution. Mami, racism and the tragic mulatto. Sociologically, to judge harshly Mami's whitened image in the New World, one could argue that the mulatto image of Mami may portend a view less flattering. It may be reflecting a hidden and sordid legacy of slavery, rape, oppression, bigotry, and exploitation. Or it might represent a culture obsessed with race, superficiality, arrogance, and narcissism, born from an unnatural obsession with wealth and the pursuit of meaningless materialism. All arguably legitimate claims attributed to the character of Western culture, of which the white female may rightly or wrongly only symbolize. For those who subscribe to such cultural pretentiousness, it could be a dangerous proposition to engage into the world of African spirit, where race takes on a totally different meaning. Oftentimes, an African deity may appeal to human vanity, yet may be simply mocking or feeding into the false security, gluttonous frenzy, and grandeur delusions of a morbidly repressive and despiritualized environment, usually where for centuries their adherents find themselves forced and having to compete unfairly. Mami, ritual, and healing from centuries of racism. Creating sacred ritual in the diaspora through Mami may serve as a necessary shield in order to heal the truly wounded. Thus, Awusa, as the tragic mulatto, may have been created by the ancestors as a symbolic need to express and heal those frustrations emotively through constructive ritual. These creative approaches further serve to validate the potency and antiquity of the diaspora's divine melam, blackness, so cherished since ancient times by the gods. Since Mami represents the creator of all, only she has the power to possess and reabsorb whomsoever she chooses in all of her Africanness. A stark reality which is never obscured, patronized, nor diminished, but is self evident throughout the entire healing process. Mami, spiritual wealth of diaspora. Inherent within the context of ceremony for the African diaspora, there rests an even deeper understanding that if one were to measure the transient nature of material wealth, power, and superficial definitions of beauty against the phenomena of deity, inheritance, and ancestral lineage continuation, one might rightly argue who really is in possession of the true wealth and power in the world. In the end, it is always an attempt to accord Mami Wata and the Vodoun the respect and honor as an all pervading, omnipotent force, connecting both the ancient and modern worlds. Black images of Mami on the rise. Today, considering the social, political, and economic circumstances in both Africa and in the diaspora, Black images of Mami may act as a visual validation, as well as aid in the healing and reconnecting the racial and divine aspects of an African spiritual identity.
Two crucial concepts Western culture has been careful about connecting in the same sentence. For some, it is a necessary reclaiming of what is seen as another appropriation without due credit or compensation of African culture. In a world blinded and badgered with images of white power, joined with superficial displays of white beauty. This instinctive awareness is especially important, as many in the diaspora and Africa witness what they view as a foreign invasion of African spiritual traditions, which history has taught tends to distort, exploit, and dilute its essential meaning and divine essence through the commercializing and political sieve of Western culture. Figure 9. Europeanized Mercury with winged serpent, precursor to Christian angel. Most are under the assumption that the Mami Wata deities are female. Many are unaware that they are also male and are quite numerous. Western rush to serve Africans' gods in white face. Devastating economic policies of the West towards the East has left countries in which Mami Wata and Vodoun reign strong, desperate for material resources. This has fueled a market to exploit the ambitious thirst for power and recognition sought by many cash laden Westerners flocking to Africa's and Haiti's shores. The end result is evidenced by a plethora of poorly written books and dangerous ritual practices, reinforcing the same racist stereotypes and undermining the ancestral predominance of Vodoun, to where it is hardly recognizable as an African diaspora ancestral tradition. Although it is believed that Mami Wata's worship will reemerge as a powerful spiritual force in the West, it is important that those who venture into her turf proceed with the greatest of caution, as with any other forms of worship, exposing many of the myths and preconceived notions of what Mami Wata represents by learning from those who have actually carried their legacy for centuries is vital to one's overall understanding. Mami Wata, not a feminist deity. In Africa, Mami is often prayed to and seen as the guardian and protector of abused children and women. It is not unusual to see women praying and making ceremony to Mami, or some village priestess conducting sacrifices on behalf of a woman who has been beaten or psychologically abused by her husband. Under African patriarchy, women have been suffering for centuries without redress. Many turn to the religions of their ancient mothers, which has too taken a back seat to the patriarchal dominant religions of Christianity and Islam. However, the Mami Watas can serve as the protector of anyone who is abused. Though the unjust plight of African women might be served in a political forum, Mami Wata acts to bring justice to the cause of anyone who is treated unfairly. Unfortunately, in the West, the politicizing of Mami Wata has already begun, as Western feminists have claimed Greek versions of African god goddess to use as metaphor in espousing their own agendas of autonomy and equality. Though it is true that European and Arab influenced patriarchy have badly damaged and undermined the social and cultural structures
and spiritual boundaries of what were largely African matriarchal societies. African deities do not enter into the senseless furrow of favoring one gender over the other. Mami Wata, in particular, is not and has never been an exclusively feminine deity. Mami Wata is a pantheon of deities, representing both genders. The matriarchies that they gave birth to during prehistoric times were built upon upholding and representing their complementary aspects as divine forces, rather than a strict dual or absoluteness of one gender over the other, as it exists in European and Arab religious culture. During ancient times, prior to the introduction of patriarchal religious thought, African men did not have a problem nor a choice in accepting and honoring the omnipotence of the divine African mother. It was understood in esoteric undertakings that she is the mystery behind all there is. In Afa, African system of divination, there is no Kapoli, Odu, without the divine African mother. In West African and diaspora Vodoun, without Afa, there is no Vodoun, and what remains will only wither and degenerate into a hollow shell of tradition. Consequently, for African and diaspora women to fall prey to Western concepts of liberation at the expense of not considering the historic and political factors that have shaped Black male patriarchy would serve only to further divide rather than to bridge the growing gap that many complain exists between them. The same argument holds true with African and diaspora males, where Mami is claiming them today in almost equal numbers. It is true that African traditional religions, ATRs, as they are practiced in the diaspora and many parts of West Africa, are infested with an unhealthy air of patriarchal dominance, and this too must be brought into balance. However, the process of reclamation, experiential education, and healing must take place on both sides. By understanding the inherent nature of the deities and how they relate to the unique circumstances of an enslaved diaspora. In this respect, the use of Black imagery by the diaspora to represent the divine and ancestral aspects of Mami Wata and the Vodoun can be viewed as not only necessary, but inevitable for both psychological healing and cultural preservation. Figure 10. Contemporary image of African Mami Wata, taken from cover of children's book Mami Wata and the Monster, written by Veronique Tajo, London, Millet Publishing Limited, 2000. An African children's story which places Black Mami back into one of her primary roles as protector of children, especially against monsters of the sea. More Africans diaspora are recognizing the need to manifest their deities within the parameters of ethnicity to maintain cultural preservation. Inclusion of multiracial images of Mami. For many in the diaspora, the idea of maintaining or even including contemporary white images of Mami Wata represents a continual and historic disrespect, deception, and even violation of their African sacredness. Some even fear that it may serve only to validate or to imply a mythical white
or foreign origin of African spirit, and therefore many are unwilling to bargain the chance and to include them. It is probable that this extreme attitude might lessen as history is presented in a fair and balanced fashion in which Africa's contribution to the world is sufficiently recognized and their religions are respected, as are others. Irrational fears of cultural appropriation. Some in the diaspora have expressed fears of the use of white Mami Wata imagery as a mere continuance of the same predictable pattern of cultural vulturism and cosmological perversion or cultural theft of their birthright. However, these fears can be tempered with the security of knowing that the deities are blood-born, cosmogenetic, and therefore can and should be shared, but by definition can never be appropriated. They have survived in the blood of the African diaspora since prehistoric times, and they continue to live on until, in their own time, they are ritually awakened. Moreover, though the inclusion of contemporary Black images may serve to establish this cosmogenetic fact, it must be understood as well that the images alone could never act to reflect the divine essence of Mami. No single image nor essence can adequately accomplish this. Conversely, implements such as the comb, conch, mirror, pearls, cowries, and other fine accoutrements, emblemic of the tradition of Mami, Isis, and Hatar, was understood as symbolic of a far more complex relationship between the infinite wealth of the great serpent mother, rewarded to those who obeyed the stringent rules of moral and divine law, the Sedi, Logos, as it is understood in African philosophy. Even then, as now, these blessings are readily snatched away from those who might allow vanity and excessive pride to override the virtues of Kopoli, life path. Final word on Mami Wata and white imagery. Lastly, all of that aside, if one were to penetrate further beyond the narrow confines of Western explanations, one would learn that within the actual traditional Mami Wata culture, there is the tendency to reflect the non racial color white as symbolic of spirit and white light. Aliyah, Cowlin, is often employed ceremoniously to reflect participation in the world of spirit, especially of the dead, or to reflect purity of intentions, or manifestational attributes of a particular ancestral or divine spirit. Finally, Massey, terribly frustrated and perplexed with the West's ignorance and arrogance in attempting to explain African spiritual phenomena in racialized terms, more than put to rest the myth of white worship in explaining why the color white carries such important spiritual and symbolic significance in African cosmology and ritual. He states clearly that the symbols of whiteness, such as the white down of birds, pipe clay, chalk, flour, the white stone, and other things employed in the mysteries of the Black races derive their significance from white being emblematic of spirit, or the spirits which originated in the element of light. The turning of Black men into white is
an African way of describing the transformation of the mortal into spirit. When a black fellow was buried, the one word, anima diate, was uttered, which denoted that he was gone to be, in the totemic mysteries made into white men, by means of pipe clay and bird's down. This mode of transformation was not one intended as a compliment to the pale face from Europe. Neither did white spirits and black originate with seeing the human ghost. Egypt, The Light of the World, Volume 1. In the end, what is required is great patience as the West witnesses the miraculous reemergence of African deities in the land where the labor of their children has brought such enormous wealth. Part 6. Bringing the Gods Home. The reemergence of Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun in America. Yeveh Vodoun in America. The ancient ancestral heritage of the Afro diaspora. Note: the Vodoun religion is not polytheistic. It is one of the first religions to recognize one god, goddess, and an untold number of lesser deities or divine helpers. In the Christian religion, these helpers are referred to as angels. In the Yeveh Vodoun tradition, they are referred to as Vodou, spirits, or minor god, goddesses. Aholu Sakpata, Figure 2. Aholu Sakpata, who can also change gender, is the Vodou deity of Mother Earth. His masculine aspects have been emphasized under patriarchy, known as Babalulaye, by the Nago. Aholu is actually an ancient Vodou. He is most known as the father of disease, pestilence, and plagues, and is believed to be the same deity who cursed the ancient Babylonians, Canaanites, and Egyptians when they disobeyed the African goddess Anath, Tanit's laws, and orders from the Divine Mother sent by Moses. Fear of Aholu's ability to teach moral lessons through infliction of disease has overshadowed his primary beneficial role as the great healer. During slavery in Dahomey, it was the priestesses and priest of Aholu who were sold to America. The kings feared him because he punished to death 3 of their kings with smallpox for their refusal to allow the native people to worship him in the kingdom. Ajakpa, Figure 3. Ajakpa is an alligator of the fresh springs and is connected with the ancient African ancestors and Mami. Most of these descriptions of the Vodou will be very brief and nondescript. The Yeveh Vodou, the most ancient in the world, does not like to be discussed publicly. They have allowed the Mami Wata Healers Society to share these images. Don Sessanon, Figure 4. Don Sisinon, the two-headed, fire-breathing, horned dragon and his consort. They are some of the oldest Vodou in the pantheon and in all of Africa. Connected with the ancient volcano and fire sun gods, their philosophy can be understood in the older pre-Islamic lore of ancient Sudan, Libya, and Egypt. They also prefigure in ancient Mycenae, in the legend of Awusa, in one of her older aspects, as Ceres. There it is recounted that before traveling to the underworld, she lit torches at the sacred volcano of Mount Etna. She then mounted her chariot, drawn by two winged dragons. In the Yeveh Vodoun, these winged dragons, Dan Sessinon, carry all Mami deities away in a golden chariot to the underworld, fighting their enemies along the way. Hevioso, thunder god. Gu, god of iron, industry, and war. Ekanu, holy offerings. Figure 7. It was within African theology in service to the divine Mami and ancestral Sun Father, manifested through sacred rituals, that all holy offerings were first instituted on the planet. Contrary to the bloodletting rituals propagandized by Hollywood and Western patriarchal religious dogma, in African theology, it is Mami, the divine African mother, who first instituted sacrifices and has always demanded them since the beginning of time. Because of this, animals are sacred in the Mami Wata Yeveh Vodoun tradition and are offered to Mami and the Vodou in holy communion with its devotees. In Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun cosmology, it is the deities themselves who are both the guardians of all nature and of the universe. It is they who protect the sanctity of life, and it is they alone who possess the divine authority to partake of the first fruits of all living creatures that inhabit the earth. The arrogance and ignorance of Western anti African rhetoric, nor will human political agendas ever override the needs and desires of the divine guardians of the earth. In continuation of the ancient rites that were denied the diaspora, the wishes of the deities will finally be carried out through its devotees in America. Legba, road opener, holy ceremony. Animals are sacred in the Mami Wata Vodoun. It is cooked and prepared for the Vodoun in a sacred meal that is shared as a holy sacrament by all initiates. Azizas, Odela Loguade, hunter spirits. Dan and Dan Aloho, Aido Wedo, rainbow serpent spirit. Figure 1. Vodoun of Mami, all in serpentine form. Oldest lineages of African Vodoun deities dating back to ancient East. Augusta, Georgia, USA. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter Hindru. Mami Vodoun Hunan Shrine, showing the Yeveh Sib lineage. Yeveh, meaning ancient ancestor, and is sometimes used interchangeably with Iwe, are the oldest Mami Vodoun lineages, dating back to the ancient East, representing the air, fire, earth, and water. These deities are the first manifestational mound in serpentine form of which the divine serpent spirit was created. A matrilineal inheritance, just as with the Great Mother Sibyls, these serpent mounds are the same exact equivalent as the sacred Omfe, and are installed by certain levels of Mami Wata Hunan, or Amengasi priestesses. The Sibyls migrated to ancient Ionia, Crete, and Asia Minor, Rome, etc., finally settling in West Africa, creating their sacred serpent deities. An untold number of these African Sib members were transported across the Atlantic to the Americas, carrying their lineages in their blood. These sacred deities can be installed to heal, elevate one spiritually, or direct and even transform an individual's life. What we believe. Basic tenets of Mami Wata Yeveh American Vodoun. 1. One all-pervading dual god-goddess that can change into female or male at will. 2. A pantheon of powerful, beneficent deities exist that are not polytheistic nor animalistic, but are supernatural beings, created and invested with specialized power and a divine function within a definite hierarchy. A. These deities are the first to have ever existed in the world and taught the original logos, divine law, and civilization to humans in Africa, who in turn shared it with the world. B. These deities have never walked the earth in human form, but serve as representatives and divine agents of the god-goddess. They are assigned to the natural material and invisible worlds, and to selected humans who are pathed to carry forth their will. C. These deities, as divine agents of the god-goddess, exist for the good of humans and can be communicated with only by those whom they have chosen as consecrated, initiated, theologically and ritually trained priest, priestess, diviners, prophetess, and prophets of the African traditional or traditionally based religious systems. 3. The specific deities are cosmogenetically linked at birth to specific individuals or groups within a biological family and kinship system. A. African people have a unique relationship with specific deities, peculiar to their ancient families, both known and unknown. B. These deities are cosmogenetically linked to the blood of African people, and major traumatic family disruptions such as slavery does not disconnect them from these ancient ancestors or deities. 4. These deities can be inherited or assigned by the god-goddess, along with a guardian ancestor at birth. 5. Veneration of ancestors as the first direct cosmogenetic link in the divine hierarchy of human access to the god-goddess and the deities. 6. A belief in a continuation of life after physical death, that certain ancestors can be summoned to supernaturally intervene, protect, guide, and make decisions in the interest of their living kin. 7. Ancestors have a direct positive impact on the living family when appeased and might allow economic hardships and personal misfortune to prevail when neglected. 8. Elevated ancestors work in conjunction with each deity assigned to their living biological kin, and they must never be ignored. 9. The spirit, divine force, animates and is all-pervasive in natural elements: water, trees, rocks, caves, mountains, deserts, and all natural life. All life is sacred and must be respected and not exploited for personal gain. 10. The divination by consecrated clergy is one prescribed method by which the god-goddess, the deities, and ancestors communicate with the living. 11. That transpossession within ritually structured ceremonies are direct and experiential paths by which communication with the deities and ancestors is achieved. They celebrate their connection with the living and bestow blessings through healing, personal transformation, prophecy, wisdom, and guidance. 12. Music, dance, cape, drumming, and song are unique means by which the ancestors and deities can be summoned and propitiated. 13. Animal offerings are a holy act and divine means by which propitiation to the ancestors and deities can be used to right wrongs, remove negativity, provide ritual cleansing, prepare meals for Holy Communion, and aid in restoring harmony and balance to the individual, family, and community. 14. Ancestors and the deities can and do act as political and prophetic voices and divine intervening forces when their family or kinship groups are threatened, abused, or denied justice and due compensation. 15. One's destiny is fixed before physical birth by the god goddess and can be determined and confirmed through divination. It usually can be changed. 16. Education, discipline, self respect, and respect for elders are inherent and inclusive in the divine paths, leading to self realization, divine wisdom, spiritual transformation, and even avatar status if one is so pathed. Mokeke, sacred festive days. Sacred festive days are conducted based upon the rites and Mami Wata Vodoun lineage, of which a house was founded. Each house is even further specified by the specific rites of the Akovi, house mothers, individual lineage, and Mami deity. In the Mami Wata Healer Society of North America, Inc., there is the Yeveh Vodoun of Iwe, Mina, and the Goen of Gliji, who immigrated out of Ghana. They are some of the first founders of the Mami Wata Vodoun Sibs, who were enslaved in America, and whose traditions predate the Dahomean Empire. Month, January to June, event, cultural activities, cleansings, amelele, agbandatos. Month, June to August, event, initiations, Mami, Vodoun, Tchamba. Month, June, Hanodrope, Woizododo, celebration of Vodou. Month, August to September, Kepisoso, Agbagbozan, traditional harvest festival, Epi Ekpe. These are harvest celebrations that take place in Togo. In the U.S., they are overlaid to coincide with traditional holidays with immediate family, in which the Tchamba are celebrated. Ranks within the Mami Wata Vodoun community. Priesthood, initiate, non-initiate. Non-initiate, Klukosi. Initiate, Clan Sib, elevated ancestors. Afa, elevated ancestors of personal family, Vodou. Under Vodou are Vodousi. Under elevated ancestors of personal family, Trosi, Husi. Under Afa are Bokovi. Under Clan Sib, elevated ancestors are Yoesi, preservation of ancestral lineages by upholding laws, celebrating founding ancestors, and perpetuating culture and ethnic traditions, under which are Tchamba. Priesthood. Under priesthood are Mami Wata and Vodoun, and Alpha ranking. Under ranking are Tagbui. Under Vodoun are Chief Priestess, Amenganzi, parallel with Chief Bokono. Under Amengazi are Adzagbana, Alugbedi, Bokonon, and Bokovi. Next to and parallel with Mambo Hagan and Hokui Agabasi. Under Mami Wata and Vodoun are Tagbui, Chief Mama, Mamaisi, Hunon, Huno, Mamaisi Nana, Husunakpe, Adonakpe, and Mamaisi Hunsi. Word about rank and duties. Common misconceptions and necessary corrections. Mami Isi Hunan Vivian, laying these sacred aloje, Mami beads, around neck of Mami Isi Nana, Denise McKenna Zano of Atlanta, Georgia. Initiation into the Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun is about healing and alignment with one's ancestors and personal destiny. Unfortunately, today, ego-driven individualism coupled with profound social conditioning influenced by Western Judeo-Christian and Eurocultural concepts of the priesthood and its sacerdotal functions has adversely affected the way in which many in the diaspora assume their initiatory roles within ATRs. Knowing one's spiritual boundaries is an important mandate that is poorly understood and difficult to accept by most. This is evidenced by the fact that more than 80 to 90% of all ATR African traditional religion initiates in the West claim priesthood status versus the opposite in West Africa, where most are not functional priests, meaning that they are not pathed to serve the community as diviners or as spiritual and ritual healers. The majority who are initiated acquired their deity for their and their family's personal edification only. In the Vodoun tradition, it is very important to respect the law and specific boundaries of one's spirit, or the personal consequences can be devastating for the priest, priestess, the affected individual, and to the community. As African traditional and diaspora religions become more grounded in its theology and sacerdotal functions, many of the misconceptions centering around the aforementioned will hopefully diminish as initiates understand and become more competent in their sacerdotal roles. Vodou as magic. A deeply ingrained misconception concerning the nature of the Yeveh Vodoun religion is the mistaken belief that it is a magical practice, meaning that whatever initiations are in order for an individual, afterwards they must do something magical with the sacred implements that are received. More specifically, that one must invoke the spirits to obtain a desired objection for the benefit of either themselves or for someone else. This erroneous belief, so widely held,
and disseminated largely by Hollywood and authors who are not ancestrally rooted in the Yeveh Vodoun religion, has frightened many in the diaspora away who are not desiring to become magicians, but rather are seeking to simply connect with their ancestors and their personal deities and destiny. Those who enter into the Yeveh Mama Wata Vodoun tradition quickly learn that the Vodou religion is not centered on magic, nor is its primary focus concentrated around invocations for the benefit of anyone. Many are surprised as well to learn that the intrinsic nature of the Vodoun religion has always been centered on family, healing, and the ritual alignment of one's soul with their personal deities and with their ancient ancestors. It is not magic that allows this to happen, but rather it is the supernatural manifestation of divine law as was originally established by the divine African mother at the beginning of time. In general, if the correct ceremonial rites are performed in accordance with the divine law, then the deities will allow the sacred alignment to take place. Any ritual act performed outside of this is considered sorcery and magic. Rank and sacerdotal power. Another common misconception concerning initiation and rank is the myth that rank automatically bestows upon an initiate the full vestment of sacerdotal power and priestly authority, or that one's professional status, educational level, or fame will accord one more favor or power and influence with the gods. In the Mami Wata Yeveh Vodoun, it is not any of the above that is vested with sacerdotal powers, but rather the esoteric function of rank as it applies to the initiate and the particular path or destiny of their deities. Not all are priests, though they might possess the same initiatory rank. For example, not all captains in the military are the same, though all military captains might receive the same military base pay. They are pathed, professional duties, differently. For example, some military captains might become infantry commanders, some might become band leaders, some might become doctors, some might become chaplains. Though they possess the same ranking, they are pathed differently. In other words, rank is a relative notion that might accord one some modicum of respect and help to pinpoint and maintain important social and sacerdotal boundaries in the Mami Wata Yeveh Vodoun tradition. However, rank in and of itself is not a qualitative indicator of an initiate's measurement of Ache, divine power, nor does rank offer a comprehensive mirror into the depth and limitations of an initiate's sacerdotal power and functions. In the Mami Wata Yeveh Vodoun, an individual can be initiated at the rank of Hunan, Vodoun's highest initiatory rank, yet possess the overall ache of someone who is initiated at the lowest rank of Hunsi. This might be so because, as a Hunan, the sole function of the Vodoun in their lives is to effect healing to their Selidu, soul, Ori, and to strengthen their alignment with their ancestors and with their human family. The path of their Vodoun, no matter how hard they might desire,
is not priestly, meaning that they are not allowed by their own Vodou to perform any of the sacerdotal functions associated with a priestess or priest, as in healing, initiations, divinations, etc. There are many who come to the Yeveh Vodoun with their Selidu, Ori, so badly neglected and damaged that by the time all of the ceremonies are instituted, in order to bring about complete healing and proper alignment, they might need the support of many Vodou deities that they will have achieved technically the rank of Hunan. But they are not true Hunans. The Vodou for them is Ataiki, or medicine, as it is for most initiates. A final example would be an individual who might be initiated only to Mami and yet are diviners. This is because the function of Mami for their Selido, Ori, is to bring about healing and alignment in order to strengthen their gifts of clairvoyance, which they are pathed to demonstrate in this particular life. Whereas the initiate who might possess the rank of Hunan and a shrine filled with Vodou may not be pathed to divine, heal, or perform any sacerdotal functions for the community. These distinctions are critical to understand, especially for the unknowing community, many who lack sufficient information when searching for a traditional healer. It is important to ask the initiate, what public functions can you perform at your ranking? They are obligated by the law of the tradition to tell you. The power of the Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun is that it is the Vodou themselves who will punish an initiate who performs sacerdotal duties outside of their prescribed path and divine function. They will not assist them in performing any ritual for the public if they have not been pathed to do so. In some cases, they might even allow the initiate to become spiritually injured if they are so stubborn and determined to fulfill the sacerdotal role not pathed to them. Rank, initiation, and spiritual gifts. Lastly, another common misconception that needs clarity regarding the nature of initiation in the Yeveh Vodoun is the notion that after one is initiated, they will suddenly acquire enormous ache, divine power. Not so. All divine gifts, such as clairvoyance, second sight, clairaudience, hearing spirits, cartomancy, tarot, card reading, healing, etc., come directly from Goddess and are performed at the birth of an individual. Initiation does not make these gifts manifest if they were not present at birth. How priests are pathed. Most priests are pathed to serve the shrines, Egbe, of their godparents, family, and or to assist those who are pathed to serve as community diviners, spiritual and ritual healers. Many may be pathed to perform only one of the above functions or none. A great many also function as herbalists, amasuvis, and or grigris, agameshi, makers, as well as maintain theirs and their godparents' shrines, especially during organized rituals. A great number are also pathed to simply enhance their own professional, artistic, creative endeavors, such as writers, poets, painters, musicians, business owners, etc., all being important in the community building and personal and group empowerment. No such concept as in vitro initiation in the womb. It is important to caution that though these gifts might be present at birth, the individual is not initiated to them. There is no such concept as in vitro initiation in the womb or self-initiation in the Yeveh Mami Wata Vodoun. All initiations must be performed by priestesses and priests who are pathed and fully trained to conduct them. Gifts of the Spirit must be grounded. Therefore, an individual may possess gifts of the Spirit and may assume that the God Goddess is all that they need. However, the individual must be unaware that there are certain deities whom the God Goddess has appointed as the guardians of their gifts and must therefore be properly honored. For these individuals, initiation is very important for proper alignment and the correct enhancement of their gifts. When this is not performed, mental and emotional instability, negative interference, bad possessions, illness, and even insanity can and does result. Rank in West African and diaspora Yeveh American Mami Wata Vodoun. The following is simply a general description of rank and sacerdotal functions and can vary from Egbe to Egbe. General ranking descriptions in descending order. Mami Isi, Hunsi, or Asi, or Aoso for male. This rank is bestowed upon an individual who has either been born to or seized via possession or seized in the wild, rare today, by Mami Watas and has been initiated to them. Their role as Mami Isi is largely one of a consecrated congregate in a church, meaning one who worships Mami Wata through specialized songs, dance, daily devotion, traditional dress, and annual celebrations. They are also the ones who are normally possessed during ceremony by the Mami Watas. Their role is also administrative, in which they traditionally maintain, guard, and oversee the shrines of the Mamiisi Hunans, Amengazis, chief priestess, whose egbe they have been initiated under. They also clean sacrificed animals, maintain order, and safeguard newly possessed initiates during ceremony. These Mami Isi Hunsis are the backbone of the tradition, and it is they whom many anthropologists, Drewall, Jelbalsen, Chasey, Beckwith, and Fisher profile as the standard for the Mami Wata traditions as they are practiced in West Africa. Though a Mami Isi at this level can perform some divination and assist in some ritual work, it is very limited and always under the tutelage of a Mami Isi Nana, Ahugon, or Hunon. Amengazi, path to do such work. All Mami Isis who are initiated at this rank must have shrines with the corresponding Vodou and Mami Wata installed, present, and are usually not necessarily devoted to full-time shrine work. Many have outside jobs, which is their primary source of support. Bundusi, Hansis. These are the Vandusi Hansis, who are not Mami Isi, but are initiated to a Mami Wata divinity, usually for protection, health, mental stability, or usually because their Selido, Ori, has certain personality characteristics similar to them. They are not called Mami Isi, but take on the corresponding name of the Mami Wata divinity, such as Ayun Suvi, Din Suvi, etc. If they are males and are also pathed and initiated to Fa, Afa, they take on their title as Bokonos, Babalaos, etc. Finally, there are those who are not initiated to Mami Wata, but are initiated to the Vodou only. These ranks and titles are based upon the same factors as in the Mami Wata, except the initiate takes on the name of the divinity to which they are consecrated. The overwhelming majority of foreigners who have undergone ceremony in West African Vodoun typically fall into this category. Mami Isi Nana, or Dabgo, Ahogan if male. This designation is bestowed upon an individual who has been initiated to Mami Wata, some of the Vodou, usually the rainbow serpent deities, Da and Dan Aido Wedo. As priestess, they may also be caretakers of the Tovodon, ancestral shrines. If pathed, they may also be the ones who perform all of the ritual functions: initiation, sacrifice, healing, divination, as well as act as the intermediary between the Vodou and Mami for the community. This role is usually acquired either by birth or through direct inheritance. All Mami Isis who are initiated at this rank must have shrines with the corresponding Vodou and Mami Wata installed present. Traditionally, most Mami Isi Nanas are not necessarily devoted to full-time shrine work. Many have outside jobs, which is their primary source of support. Mami Isi Honan, or Huno, Hunan, queen of the ship, bestowed upon an individual who has been initiated to Mami Wata, presides over all of the Vodou of their blood lineage. If pathed, they are also the caretakers of the Tovodon and perform all the functions, usually full-time, of a Mami Wata and Vodoun priest. All Mami Isis who are initiated at this rank must have shrines with the corresponding Vodou and Mami Wata installed, present, and if pathed, are usually devoted to full-time attendance of their shrine duties. Not all Hunans are priests. As stated before, this rank can be achieved if an individual's ori is in need of many vodou in order for them to maintain spiritual balance, or to temper specific good or bad challenges unique to their character. Mami Isi Tagbui, Amengazi. Tagbui, meaning chief, same for male. An earned or acquired, at death of family priest, title of respect and reverence bestowed upon priestess or priest who have served both the community, Mami, Vodou, and their Tovodou ancestors in an honorable way. Usually can be extended to those who have worked ethically and proficiently in the tradition for many years. Can also be given as an honorary title. Hunan, Amengazi. The epitome of the Mami Wata Vodoun religion. The rank of Amengazi is bestowed on an individual who has inherited the ancestral ability to summon and to talk to the dead. They are a special and unique class in that they can also summon all deities, irrespective of tradition. Ori, personal soul, Vodoun, Nikisi, Orishas, Obosom, etc. Amengazis are the main arm of Ifa, and it is they whom many seek assistance when they do not trust the word of a Bakono, Babalao. Amengazi perform all sacerdotal functions within the tradition. Not all Amengazis are Hunan, meaning they install Vodou, conduct ritual ceremony, etc. Many are born simply to commune with the dead. Hunan, Amengazi, calling up the dead in America. Calling up the dead. An ancient tradition comes to America. Mami Isi Vivian, now Mama Zogbe, installed by Senior Amengazi, initiated as Hunan Amengazi, in Togo, West Africa, January 2005. Mama Zogbe was initiated by the above Amengazi, headed by Master Vodoun priest Akuete Dushba, and her maternal great-great-grandfather, Prince Hunter, both of whom reside in the spirit world. The tradition of calling up the dead is inherited matrilineally. The ceremonies are secret, and its sacred rites are as old as Africa. The name Zogbe was given to Mami Isi by her great-great-grandfather and translates as, no matter how powerful the whirlwind, it can never penetrate the waters, meaning that her enemies will never conquer her. Mama Zogbe, posing with fellow Amengazis and Hoho, spirits of great-great-grandfather and mother, Togo, West Africa. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Mama Zogbe, being ritually prepared. Amengazi ceremonies are very serious and challenging. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Ceremonies successfully concluded. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Mama Zogbe, with great-great-grandparents. Lome, Togo, West Africa. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Part 7. Tchamba, Divine Slave Sibs. Mama Tchamba, the return of the enslaved ancestors to the diaspora. Figure 1. First Tchamba, Zekpui, ancestral stool, and shrine in Martinez, Georgia. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi Vivian Hunter, Hindru. In northern Togo, about 35 kilometers from Sokode, in what is known as the Tchamba district, there exists a multi-ethnic mixture of mainly Fulani groups who are known as the Tchamba. These rural districts consist of numerous towns and villages with Krikri, Kambole, Danto, and Kusutu, comprising some of their main village centers. Buli and Gur, also known as Ache, is the language spoken by these Chamba groups, whose inhabitants reside across the entire West African landscape, including in northern Ghana, Upper Volta, Burkina Faso, Togo, Mali, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and among the Kabyi, Iwe, and the central Kara region of Togo. The ancestral spirits of these numerous Fulani groups are served in the lineages of the Iwe, Mina, and Kwachi clans in southern Togo. Many of the Fulani women who fled northern Togo in search of work in the south were often held in perpetual servitude by some Iwe families, who often did not pay them due compensation for their lifetime services. When these Fulani servants died, their spirits would return to the Iwe families from which they were indentured and demand to be honored, and that their children be justly compensated. In the majority of these cases, the ancestral spirits were interethnically mixed because many Iwe men married their Fulani servants and bore children with them. Divine compensation, righting moral wrongs. Because the system of divine restitution is inherent within the Yeveh Mami Vodoun Iwe cosmology, special ceremonial rites are held to honor those indentured Fulanis, whose ancestral lineages are as old as Africa herself. In return for their honor, the Iwe are rewarded with blessings of wealth, health, and protection of their own children, as well as divine relief from the law of restitution. Although the Tchamba groups are found today in northern Togo, their history is an ancient one that extends to a far more remote period in African history. The system of divine restitution is also not exclusive to the Fulani. It has its roots in the matriarchal, compensatory systems of ancient Africa, where no African soul is lost, but are resubsumed back into the cosmogenic families of their ancient Sibs. The Fulani groups are some of the oldest Africans on the planet and are therefore genetically connected with all African groups, sometimes being completely absorbed by the local groups wherever they have settled. They could very well be descendants of the ancient Cushitic Phrygians, whose culture dominated the ancient East African and East Indian world. However, the Tchamba slave Sibs also did not begin with the Iwe. It has its origins deep in the soils of Africa's oldest matriarchal ancestral spiritual systems. Origin of word Tchamba. Tchamba. Although attributed to the Fulani, Tchamba is actually a cosmological concept rooted in restoring justice to the ancient totemic and elevated ancestors whose children have been wronged by other Africans. Without this system of divine justice, the offending African clans will suffer misfortune and even extinction if justice through agreed compensation is not restored. According to some sources, the word Chamba is a German phonetic corruption of the word samba or somba, meaning naked. The colonial French spelling is Chamba and was attributed to the Fulani groups of the West African Atlantic regions and among the Mande in North Africa. However, the word chamba could have its etymological origins in the word chamha, as it was known by the ancient Ewe Syrians, and changed to hama by the ancient Persians, which means the sun, or children of the sun, or more extant, temple of the sun, referring to one of the oldest matriarchal Mami temples located in the Swaya Desert in southwestern Egypt. This ancient Omfe, oracular temple, was later usurped by the priest of Ammon and renamed Temple of Ammon. Nevertheless, the Fulani, Iwe, and Da Adangbe groups share an ancient cultural and prior to their conversion and usurpation by Islam, spiritual history together. Ancient connection of matriarchal Tchamba to the Muslims. The Fulani groups that currently exist in northern Togo and other aforementioned locations are all later immigrants from the western and central Sudan, particularly in the Kano, Bornu, Idoma, Igbria, and Igara regions. It is in these locations where the oldest matriarchal kingdoms of the ancient Phrygian groups known as the Sabaeans, Natabeans, and other matriarchal Sibs once ruled, before the invasions by the fiercely patriarchal Jukun. It was the pre-Mohammedan Jukuns who first usurped the ancient Mami traditions in the Sudan, overtaking them with a rigid and oppressive patriarchal structure, later to be known as Islam. This is clearly why today the Fulani in northern Togo are mostly Muslim. However, their Muslim roots were originally nurtured under matriarchy. The Islam practiced by these groups extends to the religious and sacred rites of the original Mami deity, known as Al-Uzza, Awusa, Al-Uzza, who was later known as the Black Aphrodite by the Arabs, was well established in southern Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Turkey, and in the Sudan. For centuries, Mami Alat and Awuza was god goddess, before her rites and traditions were usurped and masculinized under patriarchal Islam. The Fulani, slavery and divine compensation. It was forced usurpation of the original matriarchal Sibs, which divided the Fulani clans, with many of the patriarchs adopting and imposing the new misogynist Islam upon its resident queen mothers and clan members. Those who did not comply were tortured, killed, or sold into slavery. What distinguishes the Fulani from other Africans who later participated in the West African slave trade is that they were the first to establish an organized system of commerce in chattel slavery, which they began by selling off their own fellow ethnic clan members to the white Arabs and later to the Europeans. The Fulani were the major business intermediaries of slave commerce throughout Africa, and they made no compunction about selling those matriarchal clans who would not comply in converting to Islam. In the New World, on the island of Trinidad and in Tobago, the name Chamba and Chiamba still survives and is directly identified with the Fulani slave traders or the speakers of the Gur languages. It is for this reason that the Fulani prefigure so strongly in the West African slave Sibs of the Chamba, heading the ancestral pantheon of elevated ancestors. It is under Mami Awusa who have resurrected the souls of these matriarchs and those who sold them to now serve their descendants as part of their divine restitution. In other words, it is the elevated ancestors of the ancient Fulani who must compensate all of the victims of the slave trade and are responsible for retrieving and redirecting all enslaved Africans back to their ancestral Sibs. This is what makes the Chamba such a powerful ancestral system in America and elsewhere, because all Africans enslaved anywhere in the world are brought back under the domain of the Chamba, who then realigns them back to their original biogenetic ancestors. The original face of Islam, remnants from the African matriarchal Mami Sibs. Figure 2. The above books, The Ritual of Animal Sacrifice in Islam, and Remedies from the Holy Quran, are survivals of the older African matriarchal Sibs who are the original mothers of Islam, as it existed with the worship of Mami, Alat, and Awuza, now honored in the Mami Wata traditions of West Africa. The remedies for the Holy Quran reads like a book of African American hoodoo. It contains formulas for attracting love, wealth, and even for killing one's enemy in the name of Allah. For centuries, modern day Islamists have waged a continuous campaign of slaughter, oppression, and enslavement of the older African traditionalist, especially in the southern Sudan and in Algeria, where Africans are still being sold into chattel slavery. Because they have their genesis in the ancient matriarchal spiritual systems, the Islamists have condemned African traditional religions as primitive and heathenistic, and the wholesale labeling of those who refuse to comply with their brand of Islam as infidels. They have also hidden the secret for centuries that many of the traditional rites, such as the annual pilgrimage of Kaaba, the fast of Ramadan, the shaving of heads, animal sacrifices, praying several times a day, the giving of alms, Friday's prayers, ritual bathing, ablutions, absolutions, taboos against incest, the throwing of stones in Wadi Mina, Sacred Mountain, were well established by these Black Sabaean and Nabatean matriarchal Sibs long before the arrival of their prophet Mohammed. Few modern day Islamists are perhaps aware that it was from the Kush Korite clan, born of the blood of the black goddess Kor, from whom Ibrahim, whom was neither a Jew nor an Arab, descended. Terah, Azar, Abraham's father, a black Chaldean from Ur, ancient Babylon, was descended from a line of astrologers, diviners, and sculptors who made their family wages constructing votive images of their Mami goddess of vegetation, Kor. In ancient times, for the Nubians, and Sabaeans, their principal Mami deities were Alilat, Aluza, meaning the Almighty, and Morning Star, whose shrines were situated between Al-Tauf and Mecca. Another Mami deity was Ma'anat, or Tej, the goddess of destiny, whose famous shrines were along the road between Mecca and Medina. Figure 3. Original face of Islam is depicted in this Tchamba woman and priestess of Awusa, Eluza, in Togo, West Africa. She is wearing a hat sewn with leather pouches, which contain verses from the Quran, originally Book of Kor, and carrying the holy prayer beads, which were all sacred implements to Mami, predating Mohammedan Islam by centuries. These Sabaean and Nabatean clans fled to West Africa after suffering horrendous persecution at the hands of the new patriarchal Islam. Many were sold into slavery to America. The Tchamba are the most powerful ancestral slave Sibs in Africa. It is the spirits of the enslaved ancestors of all enslaved clans who are served by the ancestral spirits of the Fulani, tasked with making divine restitution for their opening up slavery to the white Arabs and Europeans. Mama Zogbe, Mama Yisi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. It was Aliyat and Al Uzza who were symbolized as the Kaaba, originally Temple of the Moon Goddess, the holy black granite Omfe stone. It is also Mami, who demands blood sacrifices, which is why the patriarchal Islamists and Christians profess such hatred for the practices. The custom of holy sacrifices, originally born from the Mami traditions, are sacred rites that are still practiced quietly in the rural areas of many Islamic countries. Remnants of the ancient traditions of Al-Uzza and Alilat that predate Mohammedan Islam. In Togo, the Muslims have not completely discarded their more ancient matriarchal traditions. They live in the same communities as Vodoun and Mami traditionalists and make annual services to their ancestors and to their totemic deities, just as they have conducted for thousands of years. When a Muslim man marries several wives, he is required to sacrifice a goat for each wife, which is repeated during their annual Fazan celebrations. Many Muslim men in Togo are also powerful diviners of Afa and some of the most proficient gree makers in West Africa. Many of these lineages of Muslims were transported into America and enslaved as well. Although many African Americans have embraced Mohammedan Islam in opposition to Euro Christianity, many remain uninformed about its ancient history and the devastation that it has wreaked in Africa. Cosmogenetic relationship between Tchamba ancestral spirits and New World enslaved descendants. Figure 4. Diagram. Enslaved Africans. Africa, Tchamba slave spirits. New World slave descendants. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Literally millions of the deceased spirits of Africans enslaved in the New World returned back to Africa, to the countries and or villages where they were taken from, and were reincorporated into the collective ancestral pool of the Chamba. They carry both the memory of Africa and of the New World. For the diaspora, they are the most important ancestral link for them in the New World. And in Africa, veneration of them is crucial, even if they have been forgotten by name. Because no African soul is actually ever lost to its ancestral source. These enslaved spirits are venerated in Africa, and many are reincarnated back into the lineage in the world. The circle of completion, healing the horrors and scars of forced enslavement. Although selective denial might minimize the moral and economic accountability gained by slavery in America, it is undeniable that the wholesale marketing of humans formed the economic foundation of the American and European economies. It enriched the European economies by their market and product investments and colonial holdings. In the 1800s, the price of a young, healthy African male child, torn away from his family, would average as much as $1,050, and a 15-year-old African girl with breeding potential would average as much as $1,500. It is no question that investing in chattel slavery and the products it produced was the number one talk on the tongues of investors, bankers, insurance companies, and developers for centuries. Figure 5. The precursor to the American Stock Exchange, a slave auction. at the fancy French Exchange in the rotunda of the St. Louis Hotel, New Orleans, 1850s. Tchamba, New World Slavery, and the Issue of Compensation. Figure 6. Mississippi banknote, profiling enslaved Africans forced to work cotton fields for many generations, without compensation to themselves nor to their families. All enslaved Africans are subsumed back into their Tchamba, who are ancestrally and cosmogenetically linked to their primary villages all throughout Africa. It is these primary enslaved Africans who have returned to reward their progeny who honor them in America. Mama Zogbe, Mami Yisi, Vivian Hunter Hindrew. The myth that Africans arrived to these North American shores empty handed, spiritually impoverished, and morally bankrupt was perpetuated by the pro slavery industrialist during slavery and after Reconstruction. The stereotypical images depicting enslaved Africans as little more than happy cotton pickers, cooks, and nannies overshadows the far-reaching reality that Black labor literally dominated American society, which could not function without them. Few realize, even today, that selective African ethnic groups were specifically targeted for enslavement in the New World because of their particularly highly prized skills. In commenting on the enormous talents and technical skills that the Africans brought from Africa and adapted to the New World, Bancroft, in describing a typical auction in New Orleans, wrote, one could buy these so-called Negroes of every shade of color and kind of occupation: caulkers, masons, butlers, coopers, coachmen, ladies' maids, nurses, either wet or dry, waiters, waitresses, accomplished seamstresses, highly expert engineers, preachers, a slater, a first-rate wheelwright and whitesmith, and a #1 confectioner and candy maker, bakers, either French or American food, a sugar kettle setter, horse doctors, spinners, tigerman, an ox driver, a valet that spoke English, French, Spanish, and German, highly skilled gardeners, Maryland cooks, Creole cooks, master of French cuisine, butchers, carpenters, blacksmiths, plasterers, whitewashers, barbers, hairdressers, and plantation foremen. Frederick Bancroft, Slave Trading in the South, 1932. In other words, all the major manual and technical skills that existed during slavery and post-Reconstruction, which were needed to build and maintain a highly functioning society and culture, enslaved Africans possessed. Once poor immigrant whites were employed and trained, often by blacks, they, black laborer, were laid off, and American revisionists have written their enormous contributions to its rebuilding out of history. However, the ancestors have not forgotten and remain persistent that a compensatory resolution that does not lead to social alienation and physical confrontation be enacted by the benefactors of enslaved labor. Unfortunately, many whites who have benefited either directly or indirectly from the horrendous economic wealth generated in America and Europe decry that neither they nor their ancestors owned slaves and are therefore not accountable. They, whites, further bemoan that they have grown weary of listening to blacks complain about an event that had taken place centuries ago. They, White admonish the diaspora to simply get over it. Fueled by their ignorance, fear, and arrogance, whites have little to no understanding of the cosmogenetic, spiritual, karmic, and psychological connection that the Afro diaspora have with their enslaved ancestors, and the humiliating dehumanization that their souls suffered during slavery and under state sanctioned Jim Crow. Many whites, disillusioned with their own Western religious systems, are now seeking solace in African religions. Unable to reconcile America's and Europe's slave and colonial history in Africa, many whites become offended when they are rejected by those in the diaspora who might question their motives or who might sense their racism and contempt rather than their respect and humility of their African ancestors' sufferings and the West's historical belittlement of their sacred ancestral traditions. These conflicting values often aid in perpetuating already heightened racial tensions, further expanding the divisions that exist between the two races. Fortunately, their white refusal to honor the law of restitution and compensation will not hinder the diaspora in freeing themselves from the humiliation, devastation, and pain once they are aligned with their ancestors through the Tchamba. Those whites who do value and respect that sanctity of African life and spirit find that they reap enormous benefits and blessings for themselves and for their own ancestors. Figure 7. White women before diviner in Togo, West Africa. Misunderstanding African religions as an extension of European paganism, many whites have taken a superficial, New Age interest in the Yeveh Vodoun tradition. However, to their surprise, some are being told by Afa to erect shrines to the enslaved Africans in America. Because of the enormous political and racial tensions that exist, there is great resistance by them. Whites, ignorant of the divine implications of not complying, forfeit the opportunity to make amends in releasing their own ancestors and their collective ancestral groups from the law of divine compensation and restitution. Togo, West Africa. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Africans paying their karmic due, healing the shame and horrors of forced enslavement. Figure 8. Ancestral stools presented and seated by ancestral spirits, paid homage to during annual Kiposo celebration in Togo. Many popular New Age books written on voodoo in America are authored by those with no ancestral roots in the tradition, and therefore tend to seriously underemphasize the critical role of the African ancestors as most important and central even before the deities. Togo, West Africa, Mama Zogbe, Mami Yisi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. The system of restitution that takes place between the Iwe and the Fulani groups of northern Togo, Tchamba, is not exclusive to them. The Tchamba as a universal divine system of human compensation and ethnic group preservation of the African souls who are inappropriately displaced from their prescribed destiny encompasses all African groups who were sold into slavery, especially to the West. In fact, these returned prior enslaved spirits make up the largest clan groups who are being propitiated today in many countries throughout Africa. Their songs, lamentations, and rituals literally dominate the Mami Wata Vodoun and Amengazi traditions in West Africa. Because of the horrors of perpetual chattel enslavement, Africans enslaved for life, forced to breed, and their children enslaved, laid the economic foundation not only of America, but of Europe. These African souls are demanding compensation for their own descendants and thus remain restless because they are not being propitiated in America. Part of their restlessness lies in their desire to align themselves back with their kin so that they might begin the process of healing and restoring the spiritual well being and material health back to their rightful heirs. During the Ma'afa, slave holocaust, Africans captured and enslaved were viewed as the highest form of material and human wealth or commerce the African could offer the European. In Kilcore, whose descendants were responsible for the sale of millions of Africans to the Americas, their offspring have established slave stools in which this tragic event and their names are recalled and propitiated. In return, they are rewarded with great material blessings for having established the slave stool ceremonies in honor of those once enslaved spirits who have returned back to Africa. Figure 10. The Tchamba ancestors are honored and their Zekpui stool propitiated in America. Although their humanity was negated by Europeans and ambitious African merchants, it is not the case in the divine ancestral sphere, where many have become elevated souls who have returned to their kin in the diaspora. Martinez, Georgia. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. The induction of the slave stools in Klakor is an important moral, political, and historical system of divine reparations and remembrance of the clan's painful past, never again to be repeated. It restores the highest respect and dignity to a spirit who was once thought of as little more than property. It redeems the souls and brightens the spiritual forecast of those who have acknowledged the horrible wrong committed by their ancestors. It provides those descendants who may not have participated in this inhumane endeavor, but might have benefited, an opportunity to free their own ancestors of an enormous moral and karmic crime against humanity. More importantly, their spirits are another testament to the divine sanctity and continuation of the circle of life inherent within African lineages. Although many in the diaspora may not know the names of their first enslaved ancestors, their ancestors most certainly know theirs and are waiting the day when they too will be propitiated in the shrines of the diaspora, so that they too can reap the benefits of true freedom from such a dark and horrendously painful past. Because an untold number of Africans were sold through the slave routes of Klakor, and the Chamba spirits are inherited matrilineally, the ritual process of identifying, ritually installing, and propitiating the slave stool was originally that of the Mama, Queen Mothers. However, today, with her sacerdotal role limited under patriarchal Africa, this function has been taken over by male attendants. Nonetheless, this honorable and sacred act also demonstrates the moral and spiritual accountability that results from participation in the human tragedy of slavery. This also serves to educate modern day Africans, many who might be voluntarily living and reaping the benefits in the New World, but lack a full understanding of the magnitude of slavery. It accords them the opportunity to relinquish long cherished stereotypes of what constitutes a slave. Hopefully, it might also aid in the African sense of collective responsibility in honoring those who have suffered and made tremendous sacrifices to pave the way for opportunities that they now enjoy in the New World. Royal stool houses in Clicor with slave lineages in the New World. Though not comprehensive, below are some of the names of African families listed in Dale Masiasta, Slavery in Clicor. Lisa V. Print, Clicor, 1995. These are the names of Africans who were captured and enslaved in the Americas. Upon their death, most unnatural, their spirits, many of them royal, left the sphere of America, returning to their villages, demanding to be propitiated. Those in the diaspora might be ancestrally linked to these returned spirits and do not know it. However, these ancestors know them and desire to return their wealth and blessing back to their families, both in Africa and in America. This is why propitiation and honor of these ancestors through the Tchamba slave Sibs is so critical to completing the divine circle of ancestral healing, repair, and elevation. 1. Togbui, Akpoda, Apegame, Klaklor. 2. Togbui, Agbolui, Asogo. 3. Togbui, Adokli, Asogo. 4. Togbui, Kepovuvu, Kepovuvu Kope. 5. Togbui, Badza, Badza Kope. 6. Togbui, Homawu, Homawu Krepe. 7. Togbui, Akabutu, Akabutu Kope. 8. Togbui, Gede, Gede Kope. 9. Togbui, Okute, Koime. 10. Togbui, Honi, Damatsakoti, Kilgo. 11. Togbui, Damatsa, Damatkodzi, Kilgo. 12. Togbui, Ahonyo, Ablogame, Kilgo. 13. Togbui, Afadi, Ablesidvia, Kilgo. 14. Togbui, Ahiamati, Ahimadzi Kolpi. 15. Togbui, Axofio, Abletivia, Kilgo. 16. Togbui, Axagbolo, Axabolo Kope. 17. Togbui, Ahoga, Ahoga Kope. 18. Togbui, Sonu, Kopega. 19. Togbui, Konu, Sivalimi. 20. Togbui, Adzi, Adzikome Kilgo. 21. Togbui, Wuke, or Mikilgo. 22. Togbui, Adzraka, or Mekilgo. 23. Togbui, Fiador, Apegame Kilgo. 24. Togbui, Adote, Adote Kope. 25. Togbui, Mati, Agbosukope. 26. Togbui, Agbaka, Ativuta. 27. Togbui, Mesa, Tazavanya. 28. Togbui, Gomeda, Kepoglu. 29. Togbui, Gatsi, Kapoglu. 30. Togbui, Amedzi. 31. Togbui, Lagvo, Lagvokope. 32, Togbui, Dezagbetaku, Azagbulukope. 33, Tagbui, Aboi, Kapaglu. 34, Togbui, Miliba, Milibakope. 35, Togbui, Drafo, Taxcone. 36, Tagbui, Kebela, Avlorto. 37, Togbui, Nutimi, Ablogame, Kilgore. 38, Togbui, Egu, Agblitsivia, Kilgore. 39, Togbui, Satsimadza, Ablitsivia, Kilgore. 40, Togbui, Huloma, Donomadi. 41, Togbui, Amani, Atiaklobo. 42, Togbui, Agbemalfi, Dodokopi. 43, Togbui, Ameko, Kapaglu. Tchamba, in America. Figure 11. Tchamba slave, Zekpui, stool, and shrine table in Augusta, Georgia. On top of a Zekpui are slave thumb locks, used to bind the thumbs of large toes of Africans forced on slave ships en route to America. The Tchamba slave spirits are some of the most powerful ancestral deities who have returned to their blood kin in the U.S. and have cosmogenetically linked them to their kin in Africa. It is also with the Tchamba where the Galedi and the Gagalo stilt dancers are found. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. The ceremonial installation of the Tchamba spirits is matrilineally inherited and is performed by certain levels of Mamiisi Amengazi Hununs. Technically, all in the diaspora carry the seed of Tchamba as descendants of enslaved ancestors and should pay some honor to them. However, it is through the process of divination that one can be identified as carrying their actual ancestral spirits of the Tchamba. Tchamba personalities in the diaspora. Ancestral spirits speak through them. Figure 12. Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, Ida B. Wells Barnett, Carter G. Woodson, Toni Morrison, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Nikki Giovanni, John Coltrane, Miles Davis, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney, Christopher G. Wallace, aka Biggie Smalls, Erica Badu, Langston Hughes, James Baldwin. Collage. Mama Zogbe, Mami Isi, Vivian Hunter, Hindru. Typically, the Tchamba personality within the diaspora are usually the individuals who exude the most militant political positions as culturally expressed through highly constructive and creative avenues, such as Black traditional jazz, John Coltrane, Thelonious Monk, Miles Davis, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, etc., or through authors and poets, Maya Angelou, James Baldwin, Langston Hughes, etc., or through freedom leaders such as Harriet Tubman. Tchamba might rise and speak through inspiring orators such as Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, or Malcolm X, all who would quickly be identified as Tchamba. However, these are generalities and should not confine nor limit the wide range in which these ancient ancestral deities express themselves through their kin.